Hello, folks. Is it the 25th? It is the 25th. It's Happy UnChristmas. I will cover the specifics in a short while of what that means and why that means. We are there. I must apologise, folks. I was running 15 minutes late. I think I posted that I was running late, and I'm now running another 5 minutes late beyond that. I am absolutely wet through. I might even take the top off in a minute. If anybody remembers Pipkins back in the 70s, Top Off was one of the characters. Because he was always on top, he or she. Top Off a monkey? I think Top Off was a monkey. Top Off was always on top of things, hence the name. I am absolutely fucking wringing wet through. I'm not going to lower the camera to show the body because fat flabby old man, but fat flabby old man with fat flabby old man boobs. But here's my arm, and it is. I've tried to put myself in the shade, but I've just put the umbrella up, the parasol. This is going to need a little bit of attention. Maybe you can bear with me while I do this. Can you see the... No, you can't. Hold on, let me turn the camera so you can do this one. Every time I put it down, I have to reattach all 8 spines, or almost all 8 spines. I'll do that in a minute. I'm just going to get started. I have got a couple of ice cold beers because it's honestly, I was just literally, while I was walking over here, I had these here like this. I'm using them as kind of cold water bottles, like the opposite of a hot water bottle in winter. Oh, that's nice. And oh, put them on the moobs. Woo! Under the moobs. Woo! Somebody's going to clip that. That'll be like Jamie Oliver is to Uncle Nigel. Yeah! Whatever that one is that he does. I am fucking roasting. I am wet through. I've just had to walk the dog and carry the dog around. Tina's over here next to me. I walked her. She did nothing. Fucking bugger. I'm sure. We're going to sit here and she's going to piss and shit right next to me after I've just walked her, because if she can kind of be obtuse like that, then she will be. That's my Tina girl. I haven't made a coffee as yet. I'm gonna make some food later, so let's... Okay, we're 3 minutes in. There's not many of you there, but let me do the channel introduction and then we'll explain what an UnChristmas is, for anyone who hasn't read the description. And I know most people don't read the descriptions because this is YouTube. The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that would be me, your eponymous hero, and my co-star, my glamorous co-star, who I will introduce shortly, my doggy darling, Tina. Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Down and out. A homeless guy, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum, or someone who lives rough, perhaps sleeping on the streets, or in my case, in a fucking field. Only for the last 3.5, almost 4 years. But nowadays I have a tent, even though the tent and the tarpaulin that covers it is falling apart. Let me show you the tent. I showed this partly a few days ago. I'm going to go around the other side. Bear with me. It's a teddy bear. Well, I'll just walk you this way. Bear with me. I showed a rip in my roof about a week ago. Here's the tent itself. Here's the roof, and the tarp on the roof. Obviously, they've all fallen apart to hell. But look at this. I showed you a rip in the roof a week ago, and now there are 4, 5 maybe distinct ones, and each one of these striations is like a stretch mark. This is where the fabric is weathering. And these are the future tears waiting to happen. This is why in the end I decided not to bother battling. To repair these, I couldn't stick any sticky tape. Nothing will stick on the outside. You'd have to go from the inside, but the bedroom's so I'd have to lower the bedroom. I'd have to step in and over the lowered bedroom, and then I'd have to try and catch these edges. But it's all, that would be a forlorn battle. It's over. That battle is lost already. Every one of those little white marks is another rip waiting to happen. So I'm just going to get a big tarp and put a big tarp over the top, probably. Back to me. Star of the show? Maybe. Possibly. Another big thank you to our friend Don Benitez for the raid the other day. Now let me do this. There's my girl. I said I would introduce you. I didn't finish the intro actually, but here's, oh look at, she's got a few flies buzzing around. I'll have to watch out for that. Hello babe. Hello you. I know. We're talking to the peoples yet again. It's like all the time at the minute, isn't it? Because it's UnChristmas. I will come back to you and cover that in a moment, folks. But while I'm on my feet, I will just I'm gonna sort this. Whoop! I'm gonna sort this broken brolly out because it's embarrassing the way it looks at the minute. So I'll turn you this way. I'll turn you towards me. I don't know how well you will be focused or on me, but if I think I'm on camera here, and I will endeavour to fix my broken parasol. I just need to clip each one of these end points onto a spine. Just to pretty things up a little bit. Some of my neighbours that drive by will say hello, and some won't. Nope. Yeah. Get all. I think that's some more. And my doggy is in the shade. Hey babe. Properly in the shade. But your daddy is fucking pissed right through. Honestly. And at the end of all that, oh, I'm sat in the sun. The dog gets the shade, I don't. Can we do something about that, do you think, Tina? I would approximately have to move it where the table is. I'm not sure it's going to make that much. Let me try. Give me 30 seconds. I'll be right back with you. I'm going to try putting it there. Let's see. It's a big block of concrete I need to move. Oh, fuck. Hey, what do you say to that, T? Tina T, yeah, that's just about got you. And it gets me as well now. Oh, that's almost good. That's almost like I planned it. Have a look. I need my brightness. Oh, my brightness is up full. I can hardly see the fucking screen, folks. Things will improve as the sun goes down over the next hour or 5. I will just pop open a cold can because they're not just for putting against your neck, apparently. Supposedly they're good for drinking. Oh fuck. I've got absolutely no idea what the temperature is. I haven't brought the tablet. The tablet's on charge. Is it? I think it is. Actually, I don't know where it is. Let me see if I can have a quick sneak a quick peek at the temperature. 27 degrees in Torrevieja. Okay. It feels a lot hotter than that Something about the humidity. There's no breeze. I mean, that is one thing I can tell you. There's very little in the way of breeze right now. And that's not great. Actually, Tina doesn't have the shade on her anymore. Oh, she's moved, that's why. Hold on. She's just emptied her water bowl. Partly drank it and partly poured it on the floor. I haven't got water here. 1 minute. Oh, I've got what? Weird one this morning. I'll tell you about it in a minute. First, I've got to get my doggy some water. Here you go, darling. This water's from Auntie Josie. This is from Auntie Josie. This is proper real water. This is not even tap water. This is proper water for Tina. Only the best for you, girl. Proper spring water. Here we go. Woo! I know you hate water. That's why I did it. Oh. Okay, folks, I'm back. Sorry. Dog. I literally cannot see myself on screen. Have I got any power? I don't know where I am for power. It's almost like I'm down to 5%. I think it says 25. I will have to fetch out either an EcoFlow or a... why is it? Honest to God, the brightness is up full and I can't see the screen. So, I think there was a question, I think there was a comment. So let me just go back to the beginning. There was me saying that I was a little late. There was me pinning the PayPal donate. PayPal is up, folks. The link is there if you want to help a tramp out. I am literally a tramp living in a field, as I think you've just seen. Me and my doggy. Are you going live in a minute, Delta? I will get a brew on. I am live now. I don't know how long ago you posted that. Are you taking questions to your lifestyle chief? You can ask me anything, anytime, anywhere, Timony. And then it jumped. We've already got the chat jumping. That's a good fucking start. Thank you, YouTube. Hopefully it's not too hot to you and yours, Delta, to broadcast. It's not the heat. Well, I mean, it's fucking hot, but yeah. It's the 25th, or is our man having issues? No matter, it'll smooth itself out in the end. Remember that raid happened. I do remember that raid happened. Hello, Kitty. I said Don Benitez is linked as a permanent friend of the channel nowadays. So from now on, every video I do, he will have a link in the description. He is absolutely what's the word? I mean, what was it he called me the other day? Wholesome. And then I went on a whole rant about how to kill someone. I'm not sure I'm quite the wholesome guy he thinks I am. But I am, in general, I'm a nice guy. I just know some things. And that I was just imparting some knowledge. Like never, if you ever stab anybody, don't stab them once. Never ever stab anyone once. Never ever shoot anybody once. In America, they teach you to do what's called a mag dump. But I prefer a more economical, I prefer a 2 to the body, 1 to the head kind of attitude, but we won't go into, that's not what we're here to talk about today. We'll go back to normal talk. I absolutely remember the raid. Hello Kitty fan. Get the ice cream food on. I'm going to make some food later. I'm going to wait for it to cool down a little bit. So let me go back. I haven't even finished my intro. I covered the Delta Mike, I covered the down and out, I didn't cover the Torrevieja part. So Delta Mike, that's me, down and out in Torrevieja. The down and out, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, we did all that. In Torrevieja, it's actually not a K, it's a J-A, Torrevieja, is a, pronounced like Loch in Scotland, when you know, a lake, a Loch Ness, L-O-C-H. It's pronounced similar to that. It's got that guttural sound if you know how to do it. My language, English, we don't have it. There is no like that. But in Spanish they have that. Now it's regional, and some places just it sounds like a k. Hika and Hiko are daughter and son. And in the region I'm in, it's a k. You just hear Hika, Hiko. They don't even pretend to do the in this region. Most people don't even do the th. You know, the gracias. No, they just say gracias. They just say it as it's written. That's a long story, that one, isn't it? That's to do with the king that had a lisp, and so everybody copied him. The more royalist your area was, the more you copied the king and you went with the th. And if you were less, then you just stuck with the graciases. And that's, I'm more in a greasy ass kind of place. You're right there, babe. You've lost the brilliant. I made sure you were in the shade when I moved it, and now you're not. What have you done? I do have my glamorous assistant with me. I think I showed her earlier, but I'll just do a quick display again. There's my Tina girl. I don't know how well that's going to show for you, because for me, my phone's got the screen really turned right down. I've got the brightness turned fully up. I just can't see shit. Hello, babe. I know. Oh yeah, when I was pouring her water a minute ago, which she's emptied. I don't know if she drank it or poured it out. Oh no, there is water in it, because that wasp or whatever is just landed in it. I poured some water over her head, just to help her cool down a bit. Okay. So anyway, I didn't get to. I'm telling you about the word Torrevieja. I haven't told you about the place Torrevieja. So Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Torrevieja is a city on the southeast coast of Spain in the Alicante region, which itself is within the Comunidad Valenciana. We're in the Valencian community. The Valencian community covers 3 distinct territories, one of which is Alicante. We're about an hour south of not south of Benidorm, the airport. Alicante itself, Gran Alicante. We're about an hour south of Alicante itself. We're about an hour north of Murcia, which is the next region down to the south. We're right on that southeast coast, on the Mediterranean, with the sharks and things, just for fun. So let me tell you, that's the channel and the channel name. Let me tell you about the program. So this is a TrampCast Hangout, which TrampCast used to be a program I did a while back where I detailed 7 days in the life of, and this isn't that. This is more of just a general hangout. But what this is a special one. This is a happy UnChristmas. Now let me explain that. Christmas Day fucking rained like you've never seen. It rained from 2 o'clock in the morning through until 3 o'clock the next morning, or something like that. I think I got out with the dog twice during the day, just for her to do her pees and poos. I had to go out in the rain with her at one point, and a friend, I will be forever grateful, Anthony, my friend. I couldn't come out and cook my Christmas dinner. I have one gas ring out here, and I was going to try and cook doing it in shifts. Cook the potatoes, put them in the Tupperware, cook the other veg, put them in Tupperware, cook the turkey, I was unable. I mean, it was absolutely fucking hammering down all day. It was torrential for at least 11 of the 24 hours. But my friend Anthony turned up with a plate of Christmas dinner. Thank you, Anthony. I can never express my gratitude enough. Rescued my Christmas. But I said to myself, right, my Christmas was fucking, like it wasn't ruined because Anthony stepped in and helped, but it was borderline ruined. And I said, on the 25th of every month, I will go out and I will cook some food and sit out and and try and enjoy try and enjoy as much of the day, the afternoon, the evening, whatever it is. And maybe I'll bring the Christmas tree out and, you know, maybe we'll do that later. I said I was going to do that last month, but then I ate my food and I went in and then I fell asleep and I woke up and it was too late. But maybe we'll do that this month, this week, today, however you want to put it. I'm not cooking anything too extravagant today. It's massively hot. I'm not doing a roast dinner, but I may cook some kind of chips and fry up some cabbage and maybe a bit of cauliflower or something like that. I've got a few other options for some other more exotic stuff if I feel like it in the moment. But I am wringing wet through. It's hot. I think it's far hotter than the 27 or 28, whatever the fucking weather forecast just said. I used to have a thermometer, but I broke it. But I sat on it or twisted, I don't know, I broke it somehow. I got another one, but it needs batteries. It's a clock that needs batteries and I haven't got the batteries in it. We'll figure something out. We always figure this is, if you're new here, if you're part of the raid from the other day, I figure things out. I will amend things, twist things, fix things, do things. It's all a little bit whoa and a little bit way. It's all a little bit, you know. I get by. That's 90% of my life is just collecting resources, keeping them when I don't think I need them, having them gather up, and then, oh look, when I need something, there it is. I've got a way forward. That and e-begging. I'm not Dark Side Phil. I'm not gonna beg, but there is a PayPal donate link there if anyone doesn't know. Tina girl, hold on, babe, hold on. Got to help my dog. Gotta help my dog. Okay, babe. Okay. I know you moved it and pushed it out of your way accidentally. There you go. She nudged her water bowl too far away and couldn't reach it and was panting in exasperation. That's my girl. You can probably hear her drinking now. Just like you can hear me drinking. These are not cold anymore. What is that? There's an electronic dee 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 dee, and it's not mine, I don't think. I haven't got anything that does that I know of. So either it's mine or there's somebody outside my tent on the other side. That's a little bit. I've never heard anything of mine make that noise. I'll give it a couple of minutes in case it's someone walking down the road. Maybe I should go and close the door at the other side. I got two doors. I got them both open for a cross breeze going through, even though there's minimal actual breeze. That's what's making it so warm or so sticky. I guess 27 degrees isn't actually that warm, but today it feels it. I'm gonna scroll. I'm scrolling through chats. Get the ice cream food on. What? That's the best Christmas dinner for you. Ice cream would be ace if someone could bring me some. I don't have any. I've got some frozen veg in the fridge if it survived. It's probably thawed and refrozen a few times. I think that's okay with veg. I wouldn't put up with that with meat, but I think I've got that with veg. That's something else that I could add to the meal I make later, if it hasn't turned all green and furry yet inside the bag. I haven't looked. It's been there a couple of weeks. My fridge is really struggling. Really struggling. And I'm struggling for power. Tina girl, what is it? You're sat in the sun. Come here, babe. Come here. Come to me. I'm gonna bring you up into the shade, okay? I'll fix you your water in a minute. I'll put you in the shadow, in the shade. Sombria. Okay. Give me a second. Dog. Somehow I moved the brolly and it covered me and her, and now it doesn't cover her. And I'm looking as to how, because based on where the sun is, it should. And I can hardly see my screen. It's a little bit weird. 17:45. That's 5:45 for those that don't do military time. Everyone in Europe knows what 17:45 is. Okay. I forgot. I was in such a rush before we got here. I've got a downloading app running in the background, a torrenting app, and I haven't turned it off. Might make it might make the stream a little bit iffy at times. Sorry. Well, ordinarily I would have turned it off in advance. Look at this. This cold beer isn't cold. The one that I haven't opened. It's gonna have to go back in the freezer. It's no good. I'm not drinking that. It's too warm. Scrolling. Mega GTYT. I don't know what that stands for, but hi. I assume all my new friends are from the raid the other day, or a lot of you will be, from Don Benitez, Parasocial with Don Benitez. I've actually started watching him. I can only really watch an hour at a time. It's so rapid fire. It's a little bit too much for me. But Mike, don't say damning stuff, because in the near future it might bite your ass. You know, feds. I know. But 28 degrees C here. Feels like being on the sun. There's Jack Attack. I didn't know you were here, my friend. There's one of my 3 mods. My mods did a great job the other night when we went from less than 15 people watching to having 500 watching concurrently, and I couldn't get the word concurrent the other night, but now I've got it. It's locked and loaded. It took me about 20 minutes. I went through all the other con words, con this and con that and con the other. For anyone new here, my brain doesn't quite work the way it used to. I'm not as sharp as I used to be. I used to be very sharp, but now I sit here giving myself clues to try and remind myself of a word, and I get there eventually. Or maybe I'll just use Google, because sometimes that helps. Been lovely breeze here, says Sign of Nature. Remind me which part of the UK you're in, Keith. I don't quite remember where Keith is. Sign of Nature. Lovely breeze, keep it bearable in my 6-hour stint sunbathing, first time this year. Oh, I wish it was my first time in the heat. Fuck. Spain, field, sun, tent. Tent. I think the word tent is just English for polytunnel. It gets fucking. Excuse me a second. Oh. It gets hot. I have to have the doors of the tent open by 7:30. As soon as the sun's on the roof, as soon as it's come up above the, well, not so much the horizon, but above the trees, as soon as it's on the roof of the tent, it starts to get stiflingly hot. I'll open both doors. I have to be careful. I can't really open this door fully because this is on the east side. This is where the sun is. I have to wait till the sun gets up above the streets and houses. That's rainbow rather than the sun, isn't it? Up above the streets and houses, rainbow climbing high. Everyone can see it climbing into the sky. Paint the whole world with the rainbow. Somebody clip that, make a superstar of me. If I had an editor, if I wasn't a tramp in a field, I could pay a fucking editor. so many of my rants over the last 2 or 3 days could have just. I always made myself laugh so much I had to spit the beer out. Never spit the beer out. Never go full spitting the beer out. Well, I'm scrolling. So sign of nature keeps had a good breeze. Hannah, good afternoon. Hannah, hello. Hannah Bella. Good afternoon, Mike. How are you doing? How is Tina? Tina, she's okay now. First thing this morning, I did the thing again. I went to pick her up and the front legs weren't there, so she just span around on her own face. She face planked into the ground and just span around, and I felt really bad. And just now, before we went live, I went to pick her up. This is even worse. So I've got a belt under the, under her waist. I got that, and I'm trying to pull her out of the tent and thinking she'd walk. I'm stood on the fucking lead. So again, she just face planked into the floor. Oops. I had to apologise to my girl, didn't I? Daddy fucked up. Daddy fucked up again. He did, as usual. That's what she says. She looks at me and she says, as usual, Daddy fucked up. She's... Here we go. Look, here we go. You can see her. Hey, Tina. Say hello to Hannah. Tina? Tina? Hannah wants to say hello. Here we go. You're not gonna say hello for her? Or to her? Come on. Say hello to Hannah. No. She says, no, you're not my Uncle Ismo. I'm not gonna... Uncle Ismo! Yeah, she says, you're not my Uncle Ismo. I'm not talking to you. Sorry. She's fine. She is fine. She has just face planted on the ground a couple of times this morning. I would say both my fault, but well, no, the second one was obviously my fault. The legs were there, but I was standing on the lead. The one this morning, the one first thing in the morning, I don't know why her legs are so weak when I first get her out of bed. When we try and go for a walk at 6 or 7 in the morning, her front legs are just not there. I don't really get it. If anyone's got any ideas, is that just she's waking up? I don't know. First dog, I haven't got the money for vets. We had a vet here the one time, and she basically said, here's some painkillers for a month, and if that doesn't fix it, then... And that is a year ago. She gave me a month's worth of painkillers and basically said, if she's still bad in a month, we'll have to finish the job. And I'm like, no we don't. No we fucking don't. That's not happening, not on my watch, not a month later. Now we're a year or however many months later, 15 months later, whatever it is, starting to consider it. Unfortunately, nobody lives forever. Aubrey de Grey says otherwise, but that's a conversation for a different day. Aubrey de Grey, I think it's a geneticist and what's the word? Gerontologist, I believe would be the word. Gerontologist. Study of the aging, old age, and how to extend life, extend age. He believes that the world's first 1,000-year-old man or 1,000-year-old person is alive today. They're not 1,000, they might be a baby. But during their lifetime, people may start to live longer. If you're in your 20s or 30s, and we can add 20 years to your life during your lifetime, and if during that extra 20 years we can add another 10 or 20 years to your lifetime, and if during that next 20 years we can add 50 years to your lifetime, this is what he calls, there's a word and then escape velocity, life expectancy escape velocity, something like that. If we can add more and more, if in 20 years we can add 50 years to your life, you can see how, and then that next 50 years we can add 100 years to your life. Basically, people could live forever, or for something. Fuck off! It's a fly crawling down my glasses. I've gone off on a tangent, haven't I, folks? Tangents from tangents. If you're new here, get used to it. Aubrey de Grey, I like the guy. I like the guy. Proper real scientist. I think at Oxford, an actual fuck off professor. Not just someone who teaches in a college and gets called professor like they do like in America or France. An actual fucking professor. Someone who gets a doctorate and then makes a major contribution to their field, which their colleagues, their peers, respect and rewards, I guess would be the word. A professorship. A professor gets a chair, like a bishop does, like a king or a queen does, like royalty does. You get a chair. This is why Isaac Newton held the chair in whatever the fuck it was. And the other guy, Stephen Hawking, I know he had his own chair, the electric one, but that's not what I'm talking about. He held a chair in, and it was the same one that Isaac Newton had had years earlier. 400 years earlier. I think we're looking at. Are you looking at roughly 1600 for Isaac Newton? Plus or minus? Apple on the head and all that. Queen Elizabeth and all of that. Elizabeth I. Plague. So yeah, you're looking either side of 1600 for Newton, for Queen Elizabeth, for all those people, all the peoples. I've gone off on one. How have I ended up on Isaac Newton when I was talking about gerontology and old age and see, gene editing might be the way to go, but we'll cycle back to that another day. In the life of a tramp, yes, 7 days in the life of a tramp. Annette Flores says, raid. People are saying raid again. Is this still the same raid? Are you all still coming in from Don Benitez? Greetings, Delta, and your tribe from Lowestoft. I don't know where that is. I know the name, I've heard the words. I don't know where it is. Karen's here. Hello, everyone. Not everyone, everybody, everywhere, like Fabrizio. You look well rested, champ. I've slept on and off. My sleep pattern has been fucked the last few days. So I did 11 and a half hours on, was that Sunday night? I think it was Sunday night. I kind of slept all day Monday, and then Tuesday, where are we now? This is Thursday now, isn't it? I'm lost on my days. I don't remember what I did. How did we get here? I went long yesterday, didn't I? Didn't I do like 10 and a half last night or something? I didn't even know how long I'd done, because when I got disconnected, so I've got a counter here. Well, on the YouTube app it says live and it says 38, 24, 25, 26. And but I had a disconnect and the counter just went to shit, and I had no clue. It was telling me I'd been live 5 hours and I'd been live about 11 or 10 and a half or whatever the fuck it was. I had no clue. I might even have had a little bit of drink as well. I don't know if you noticed. I haven't watched yesterday's back yet. I managed to watch Sunday night's back. Was that yesterday or the day before? And I thought I was catching up nicely. I still haven't watched last Friday's, and Sundays still isn't listed in my listings of videos. I'm in the middle of a big argument with YouTube, calling them all the bastards under the sun. They're telling me that my video's listed and that I'm an idiot, and I'm saying, fucking take a picture of my listings and show me that Sunday night's video is listed under the live section, because I fucking sure as fuck can't see it. I took a listing and I showed them that it's not there. And apologies for the language, but we're all grown-ups here. You have to be a grown-up to be here, because I do use the words, all the words. I think I went off on one yesterday and used the words. Probably lost some of my new subscriber friends. All the words, yes, including that one, especially that one. I seem to have a penchant for saying that one. The anagram of ginger. I'm not saying it today. There's no need. But yes, I say the words, all the words. So Tina's half in the shade. I'm somehow in the shade and I'm not sure how, but my drink's not. My drink's in the sun. I may have to move the umbrella just to protect the drinks. Let me check the well, we're on 11% on the phone's power. I might bring out either a power bank or I might bring out one of the EcoFlows. Not sponsored, by the way. Not EcoFlow. I am not sponsored. Think about it, EcoFlow. Fucking think about it. Of all the people, it's not a 24-hour, it's not a camping overnight for 24 hours in the woods. It's not pretend. It's not a pathetic little, oh, maybe we'll go for 48 hours. 1 week camping in the woods. Fuck off. You want to market your portable power station, solar, I hate the word solar system because it's, if you want a solar system, first you have to build a sun. Maybe first you need a big bang and to wait fucking 14 billion years, I don't know. Or maybe you have to wait like 11 or 10 or 11 of those and then there's a solar system can form. Our solar system is the second time around, it's the second go around. The Big Bang happened, all the particles went off, stars formed, stars blew up, and ours is a second go around. If you want to build an apple pie from scratch, first you have to start with a Big Bang. As Carl Sagan, I believe it was, that said. Our solar system is a second go around. But these portable electric solar chargers are not solar systems. That's already a term of art. That already has a meaning. You can't co-opt a phrase that already has a fucking meaning. Solar system. As another rant, folks. I'm getting good at them. I'm almost on Big Clive level. If you don't know bigclive.com, go find him. YouTube channel. Big. These are words. There is no dot. D-O-T. Big Clive, D-O-T-C-O-M. Bigclive.com on YouTube. And he's also Big Clive. Is he Big Clive Live or is he bigclive.com over on Twitch? He might be .com as well on Twitch. He had to move his live streaming away from YouTube. So he's got a beard, a big long beard, and he put it through a funnel, and he wanted to trim his beard. So he just pulled it through a funnel and set fire to the fucking thing. And they objected. Even though 1 million Turkish barbers do worse all the time. Because he has over 1 million followers. He's an electrical engineer. Electronics and electrical engineer. That buys shit on Temu, takes it apart and tells you whether it's safe or not. But then in his live stream, things get a bit more raucous. It's like a bunch of guys down the pub dicking about. Guys and girls, but mainly guys. It's bent as a 9-bob note, makes no bones about it. It's what's called a bear, which is he's not a flouncy, Nancy kind of gay boy. He's a roughy, tufty type of gay boy, likes men in boiler suits and work gear and overalls, and he's that type of gay boy. It's a bear. But anyway, that's not what you're called. Bigclive.com, highly recommended. I really do enjoy his streams. But yeah, if you when I say gay boy, if you're expecting John Inman or Liberace, that's not what you're going to end up with. But his live streams can get a little bit raucous. He has taken sex toys apart. He has blown up blown up a sex doll. That's not right. I mean, set fire to. Just. But apparently, pulling your beard through a funnel and setting fire to it was just a step too far for YouTube. And this is on his secondary channel, and because his primary channel's got 1 million viewers, and that's his kind of main source of living. So if you don't know, let's explain the economics of YouTube. If you're monetized, which I'm not, I don't get any cash from doing this shit. For every 1,000 views you get, you can probably make between 1 and 5 pounds, euros, dollars, whatever your currency is, depending on your niche, depending on how likely those people are to follow adverts, depending on this, that, and if you get 1,000 views, get $1, between $1 and $5. Let's call it $3 or £3. With 1 million viewers, if you can put something out there that gets, let's say, 30,000 viewers, you can make a couple of £100. Put out 2 or 3 videos a week. You make a few quid. And so when he got in trouble on his secondary channel, which is the more raucous one, and that then if he gets banned on that channel, they take down what they see both channels as linked, and would take down his main source of living. So he moved his more entertaining, his Saturday night stuff across to Twitch. I was going to say Kick, but it's Twitch. And so there he is now. Big. I think it's BigClive.com over there. His second channel was BigClive Live, but now he's not on YouTube for that. You got to go BigClive.com over on Twitch, like I just said. Give him a go. He is in a week or two. He's going to be at the Edinburgh Tattoo. He doesn't do much work nowadays, as far as I can tell. But the kind of the highlight of his year has been on the lighting crew at the Edinburgh Tattoo, which is a big military show at Edinburgh Castle every year. For those that don't know, and he'll be there for a couple of weeks, or I don't know if it's a couple of weeks or a month. While he's away, a guy called Scruff Dog stepped in a couple of years ago when Clive's busy. I'm on 8%. I'll have to go get some kind of electrics in a minute. But Scruff Dog with a single F, SCRUFDOG. Give Scruff Dog a look. Give Scruff Dog a check. He's another technical guy that they call themselves Technical Family. There's this whole bunch of, I am the least of all of their viewers. I will guarantee you I am the least technical. I was just some kind of computer programmery guy. These guys are engineers, and Scruff Dog dissects fucking warehouse machinery, forklift trucks and high loaders and VLA trucks, and you know, all of that kind of proper real manly, he takes those apart. So Clive's more on the electrical and electronics. Well, electronics might be the wrong word. Electrical, I guess. Scruff Dog is a physical engineer of you know, yeah, VLA trucks and forklift trucks. But when Clive's away, Scruff Dog will play, and that's where we are. Single F for Scruff Dog. Good lad, friend of the channel, has sent me a few quid every now and again, a couple of times, and I'm there most Saturdays after. So Big Clive finishes. So Big Clive, during COVID, Big Clive started doing these live streams, and they started going on for 3, 4, 5 hours, and it was getting too much for him. He wanted to be making videos, to be making some money, and so he wanted to cut them short. And so now when Clive finishes on a Saturday night after an hour and a half, 2 hours, he hands over to Scruff Dog, and Scruff Dog runs with it. And when Clive's away, Scruff Dog will play. I can smell. Now you've been farting. I don't see any poo. You've been farting. Dog. Okay, folks. I'm about here. This one's warm already. You can't keep your beer out this long, apparently. I'm gonna go put this back in the fridge and get a fresh one out. I also need to sort out some kind of power source for this because I'm down to 6 or 7%. I'm on 7%. I got to do something, and then I will scroll and have a look. I know I'm way behind in chat. If you've been here a while, I'm usually about an hour behind in chat, sometimes more. Don't leave. There are 8 people here. If there's less than 8 people here when I get back, I'll be angry. I'm taking names. I'm making notes. Oh, the freezer's currently on about -4 degrees. Let's see how that goes. Also, the trousers are stuck to the backs of my legs. What are we doing for power then, folks? Okay. I'm going to take one of those. I'm going to pick that up. You should be almost covered. Put that back there. Where are you at? You're on 100 because you don't need the cable anymore. Alright. Okay. Ready, okay? I wasn't going that long. You all better still be there. Oh, one of you left. You're going in the fucking naughty list. Tablet was on 100%, folks, when I got there, so I can look stuff up if we do have any queries. I do have my power brick, and I can now charge my, whoops, I can now charge my phone. Hola, buenas. No, Tina. That's kind of a hello, are you well, kind of hello, all good kind of phrase in Espanol. Tina girl is half under my chair. Can you move? Oh, babe, what? How have you got so many flies around your ass? What are you doing? Oh, look at you. Get them away. Get them away. Lean the other way. Hold on. Put that side down on the floor. Hold on, babe. Hold on. Hold on. We gotta get rid of that. That's no good. That's no good. That's no good. Hold on. Okay. Sorry, folks. Last year I had a few open wounds on my feet and legs, and the flies got in and everything got infected to shit. And I mean infected so that you could squeeze around the area and have crap ejaculate about 18 inches. Ejaculate's a good word. It doesn't, it's not just, that's not the only, it just means to jump or to fly. I had about 12 injuries on each leg, scratches and blisters, and any little, you live in a field with prickly bushes, you get scratches and scrapes. Because I'd had these blisters that had attracted the flies, every injury I had got infected. Tina's picked up a couple of scratches and scrapes, and she's got a couple of blisters at the minute. And I went to kind of brush her, and this cloud of fucking flies jumped around. Hello, babe. Daddy's trying to look after his girl. I just had to put those down into the dust, into the dirt. That's probably safer than having flies crawling over them. The other option would be to spray her with fly spray, which is not, you don't do that. Don't do that. Fuck off. Fuck off. We're in a field. Flies are a thing. Yeah. Scrolling. There's Tim Timony and Karen having a conversation. Have you had many waves of the public today, Delta? Oh, lassies, waves. No, I haven't had much to do with the public today. I've slept since, well, this week. So since Sunday, I think I slept all day Monday. Then I think I went live one night. Then I was live last night. I kind of lost track. I didn't even know what day it was. I've been sleeping on and off all day today. I've got no clue really what's going on. I forgot it was the 20th. I woke up this morning and saw it was the 25th, which should be my happy UnChristmas. Today is the most UnChristmas of all UnChristmases. Of all of the 25ths of each month of the year, we're exactly 6 months away from Christmas, aren't we? In both directions. You will never have a more UnChristmas than today. Well, in a year's time, a year today will also be another UnChristmas, as much UnChristmas as this. But during this year, no day will be further away from Christmas than this one. Prove me wrong. Okay, I'm scrolling off the lounger, Karen. Have you had many? Okay. Still waiting for the heat wave. Oh, Karen. So guys, Karen has spent so long in Spain. She cannot get warm in the UK, even when it's a heat wave. She's still cold. She sat there under a fucking duvet or a blanket or with a fire on or something. Everyone else is dying in the heat. And Karen's like, is it warm yet? Wake me up when it gets warm. And she's back in about a fortnight, I think. I don't remember the exact details. Still waiting for the heat wave. I still have my duvet on. Last day for sun tomorrow. Okay, your heat wave's coming to an end, Keith, Sign of Nature. Cone to Lowestoft, sea fog and jumper weather is the easterly. Tomorrow is supposed to be 30, mind. Okay, you get a nice day tomorrow. 30. How bad 30 feels depends on the humidity and whether there's a breeze or not. So it's like here. 30 for me that's a Tuesday. You know what I mean? That's an everyday, there or thereabouts. I think one of the shows recently, it was still 27 or 28 at 3 in the morning. You know? We've had worse. The worst one I remember was when I lived with Christian in an apartment 500 meters that way, and it was 33 at 3 in the morning. And there is a picture of. Oh, look! I've left my beer sat in the sun. I'm not even going to drink that. I'm just going to pour that away. Look how extravagant! A tramp, just like fuck that. I'm not drinking that shit. I'm pouring it away. That is the height of, isn't it? Wasn't it? Didn't it? If you agree with my extravagance, then fucking fund it and send us a donation on the PayPal link. I don't mean it in those ways. You know I'm joking. That's my dark side, Phil. I've set a target. Come on. If you don't donate 100 euros, you lot, somebody, you gotta get me up. I've set the target. If you don't subscribe, I'm not coming live again this week if you don't send me 100. That's dark side Phil for anyone who doesn't know. DSP is a bit of an internet phenomenon. He's what's called a lol cow. I know a lot of you guys won't know all the internet terminology. This is why I'm here, to educate you. Tramp in a field, educating. Cheers, folks. I got a nice cold beer. A nice cold, ice cold beer. -4 in the fridge. That went down wrong. Cause the squeaky voice, I do apologise. I don't normally talk like, I don't know, like a what. I have the words, but I don't want to be offensive, so I won't use the words. Scrolling. I hope everyone finds their cool, says Tim Timony. They say a wet towel around the neck is beneficial. Wet anything, mate, wet. Take a t-shirt, dunk it in water, put it on a clothesline for 2 minutes so that the evaporation starts, and then put it on. It will feel ice cold. Evaporative cooling is a thing, and you can do it the way I just said. I used to cool things in the field just by keeping them under a wet towel. Evaporation creates cooling. The ancient Egyptians and Sumerians and Phoenicians, all of those ancient peoples, clay pots that are not entirely waterproof. The clay the water soaks out through the clay and it evaporates, but it cools over time. It cools so the contents that are left in the pot. It sounds like you would want your clay pot to keep everything inside, but it's ceramic rather than clay. I think clay is the wrong word, but for every bit that leaves, it cools the rest. So yeah, you think that you want your clay pot to hold everything in, but it just gets hotter and hotter and rubbisher and rubbisher. A little bit of evaporation. An alternative is to take a clay pot, stand it in a bowl and fill the bowl with sand and wet the sand. Again, the wet sand, it evaporates, it dries, but as it dries, every bit of evaporation and drying is a bit of cooling for what's inside. So you cool them in the morning or overnight, you soak them, and then through the day, evaporation keeps it cool. We humans are quite knowledgeable. We've worked shit out over the years. We just have to remember, now that we've moved on and we've got refrigerators, we're like, we don't need to know that old shit. We're not bothered what Jesus and Joseph and Mary, we're not bothered what they did back then. Sometimes it's useful. If you find yourself living in a field without a refrigerator, that kind of knowledge was useful. And then you save up and you buy a refrigerator, because why wouldn't you? You got to show people that although you like a drop, you're not a total alky, you don't piss it all against the wall. Or in the bushes. You can save up and buy a couple of eco flows and a couple of solar panels and a fridge and I didn't buy a fan, that came to me. But you know, you can run a fan and you can run a slow cooker and replace gas bottles and cook yourself some food every now and again, which is the aim of the stream. At some point today I will be cooking. This isn't a cookery stream. This is not intended to be, you know, Delta Mike cooks a fucking spag bol or a chili or a whatever. It's not that. It's midsummer and it's fucking too hot and it's 27 or 28 degrees and it's not that kind of day. I'm probably going to cook some kind of fried potatoes. And if I can stick some cabbage or cauliflower in with it and do a thing. Maybe I will, maybe I'll show you it, maybe I won't, maybe I'll just talk to you about it while I do it. Thumbs ups are always appreciated, folks, for fuck's sake. We've only got 2. You've abandoned me. Have I bored you that much? Yes, me, Mike, singing Zyoppi's numbers. Hold on, Zyoppi's. Zippy, okay. Zippy Sue Bungle. You're missing one. Rod, Jane and Freddie, I believe. Sue was Sooty and Sweep, I think. I think that's where you're going, unless you were going for Rod, Jane and Freddie. Up above their streets and houses, rainbow climbing high. Everyone can see it climbing over the sky. Paint the whole world with the rainbow. I told you I can't sing. And I've got that fucking underwater sound going on in my ear again. Do you ever adjust yourself to get a cooking to get a cooking breeze in the castle, Delta? A cooking breeze. I struggle to adjust to the heat. I struggle to cook during summer. I struggle to eat during summer. I struggle to make a coffee. I can't do coffee. Hold on a second. Hola, amigo. Hola, buenas. Tina, it's okay. No, it's just a man and his doggy. I just wanted to say hello. I didn't want to be ignorant, never had seen him. He was already passed, but he probably saw me talking. Where was I? Do I adjust? Cooking in the heat, even just making a coffee. I think I did it last night. I made, one of these is still full. Coffee, sugar in the cup and just pour cold water in. Or none. The water's never cold because it's temperature. If you put a 6-litre bottle of water out, if you'd have to empty some of. I showed you the bottle that was destroyed. I did. Look here. Here's a bottle. I showed it. Look at the shape of that bottle. That is because it was full of water and it got hot and the water expanded and did the steam thing, and then at night it got cool and it contracted and it cracked the bottom. And above that level of water, there's only, I think only the bottom third or quarter of the bottle's got water in. Look at this, look at that. Look at the shape of that. That's what happens if you don't take steps to adjust. Don't have a full bottle of water like in the sun. It's going to expand and expand. It's going to bust out. It's going to burst out. It's the water, and then it's going to leak. Then the bottle's going to contract and contract and contract, and that's what you end up with. And you've lost. Whoever brought me that bottle of water, I do apologise. I did not make use of your bottle of water. Isn't that bad? Do you know how bad I feel when someone brings me something and I end up kind of either throwing it away or just having it go bad before I get to it, or having it fall apart? Somebody brought me that bottle of water. They went to a great deal of trouble. They walked from their house to their car and they stacked these bottles, whether it's tap water or whether they went to the supermarket and bought it. I don't know which that is. But then they brought it to me. So they might have paid money for that. That might be €1. And they've brought me that. And I've wasted it. It has been wasted. Whether you could say I wasted it. My left eye is steamed up. The left glasses. Hold on, give us a second. I've tried to keep a microfiber cloth. You know, you get every time you get a pair of glasses, you get one of these, and a week later you've never still got it. I've managed to keep it, but my left eye is steamed up to fuck. I thought it was my actual eye. Actually, it might be my eye. What the fuck is that about? That'd be like a cataract or something, yeah? There we go. I think that's better. I'm still struggling to see the screen because. Is your tent, Mike, 2 joined back to back? No, it's, well, there's 2 bedrooms. It's one big tent. It's 6 meters by 3 meters, or just under on both dimensions, I think. But what this one does is it loses more. Where the bedrooms are hung inside, there's a really big gap between the bedroom and the wall of the tent. So the bedroom feels a lot smaller than it did in previous tents that were of a comparable size. It's one big tent, 6 meters by 3, but it's a 6-man tent supposedly. 2 bedrooms and a kind of a living room in between. I saw you did another 10-hour stream last night. Hats off, Chief. Yeah, it was kind of accidental. If you can accidentally do a 10-hour... Honest to fuck, this has got to be my eye. I've just cleaned the glasses, so what's my eye doing? That's kind of annoying. Yeah, I did a 9.5, 10 hours, whatever the hell it was, but quite by accident. A couple of outages on the YouTube app, and it was telling me I'd been live 5 hours, so I kept going a little bit. Is that twice this week that I've gone over 10 hours, or gone to, roughly speaking, 10 hours, and I've earned about 30 euros in the entire week. When so YouTube give me nothing. It's entirely down to the donations to their PayPal link, because you know Tim Timney, because you're one of the people who did donate, and thank you very much for that, and it's much appreciated. But you look back sometimes and you think, hold on, folks, I've done all this work. I know you think it's not work. You think it's just a guy sitting there doing nothing, drinking beer. It's work. I got to keep doing the jibber jabber. I got to keep coming up with something to talk about. I got to keep entertaining. Might not be the right word. Some of you just put up with me. You're not entertained by me, but I got to keep going. I got to keep the mouth running, which is why the beer, because the throat needs a bit of lubrication. I know some people just sit there, they'll do an hour or two and they'll just drink water, and that's fine for them. That's not for me. Water's far too valuable. I have to drink beer instead. It's cheaper. Getting water into the camp is more difficult. Have a look at this cloud. Give me a second. Look at the flat bottom of that cloud. It's like perfectly flat. Almost perfectly flat. And then there's another bank of them behind it, and behind that another bank of it. What's that? The first person that says chemtrails gets banned. If you say chemtrails, you get banned. You could propose contrail, as in condensation behind a plane, but I don't think so. That flat bottom has all the hallmarks of like a rain cloud. In a few days, wherever they blow to in 2 or 3 days' time, those will become rain clouds. You know when children draw a cloud, excuse me, and it's got a flat bottom, and then it's circles, it's bubbles, that's real. I'm just looking round at the other ones. They're kind of a similar construction. Oh, I was hiccuping so much last night, wasn't I? For hours. I had the hiccups. I do prefer the hiccup spelling to the hiccup spelling. I don't know why. It's just a preference. Scrolling. Keith Woods or Martina Navratilova perhaps at 1,000. Is this the 1,000, the first 1,000-year-old person thing? Keith Woods, he's old, isn't he? Is he the one? It wasn't Keith Woods, was it? Who was the one that was like 70 but shagging the 19-year-old girl back in the 90s? That might have been Keith Woods. He was one of those old rockers, probably a Rolling Stone. It might not have been Keith Woods. I don't know. I can't remember. I can picture her. I can't remember her name. Isn't that interesting? Maybe not to you. Interesting to me. Scrolling. Mike will see off a 1,000-year live stream, no problem. Was it you that suggested that on the solstice that I tried to do a summer live stream, like the whole, not just keep going the entire summer? That would have been an idea if I'd had that thought. Josie says hi, and that's ages ago. That's 1805. That's half an hour ago. Sorry, Josie, I wasn't here. Tina, can we stop? She's trying to eat the flies, and she gets a little bit annoying. If she snatches at one, live chat all messages. Fucking hell. Where were you, Jack Attack? You should have told me that an hour ago. Now it's not showing me any message. Chat's gone entirely. There is no chat. What have you done to me? Jack, you've killed the stream. You bitch. I've selected live chat all messages and now there are no messages. There is no chat whatsoever fucking ever. There's no, there's nothing. I'm going to go hide chat, no chat. And I'm going to come back, live chat all messages. There is no chat. Everybody, blame Jack. It's broke the fucking stream. I've literally got no... Let me just check that I'm still online. Hold on. Oh, look at that. Hold on. I'm going to put the tablet down here. Oh, wow. You know that the tablet is my internet access point. It says it's on full... No, it's not on full brightness. That's full volume. Hold on. There we go. Okay. I'm on 99%. I'm still live. I have an internet connection. Why do I not have chat? Jack broke the... I'm gonna try stepping out and coming back in. It's a little bit dangerous, folks. If this goes really wrong, I may have to create another live stream and come back in on a recovery stream. Jack, you broke the fucking stream. It's okay, man. I'm only kidding. But you have. It's gone. It is. I now have no chat at all. It's gone. I'm not going to end the stream. I'm not going to click the X to end the stream, but I'm going to click on something that takes me out, such that I can come back in. One moment, please. As some people say, there is no chat at the moment. Here I am, I'm back, and there is chat. Live chat almost. That was Jack. Karen was working. She said hello to Josie. Let me just, I got to scroll back. Now that there is some chat, let me check that I'm in the right mode. Live chat all messages. Okay. Now let me go backwards. Mike will see off 1000. Okay. I'll stop babbling my excitement now. You're okay, Tim Timony. Karen said hello to Josie. Catch you later, I'm working. Jack attacked. It's just Jack attack most of the time, but live chat all messages. I did that and you broke my chat. You broke my stream. Had to leave and come back. How big is your new tent? I think it's just slightly smaller than this one. So the last one was slightly bigger than this. So I was bigger and then I went smaller and I'm going slightly smaller again. It's wrapped up in a bag in the storeroom, in the spare room. Hannah. It's a little bit, sorry folks, that's a little bit more rocky than I'm comfortable with. There is no chat at the moment, Chief. Hopefully there is now. 7 hours in, people get their voices maybe. It's cathartic hearing you on a roll any road. Well, thank you for that. I know that some people enjoy it when I go long. Some people not so much. You pays your money, you takes your choice. It's a tramp in a field, you know. It's never got, you know, I've always said, I'm never going to be Asmongold Gold or Tectone or Hassan Piker or Charles White, Penguin Zero, Moist Critical. He has 3 names. I don't know why he needs so many names. Charles White, Penguin Zero, Moist Critical. I don't know why you need so many names. Then again, you've got Zach Stroke Asmongold. He's got, I guess he's got two names. I guess Delta Mike's a false name. So there's me, and if you've heard my detractor channel, Hassan Pike has been banned from Britain. He has indeed. He is a terrorist supporting scumball. And if you're a far leftist that likes him, you're still welcome here, but I'd rather we didn't go that route politics wise. Everybody's welcome here. But I say the words, all the words. I'm now far right, so if you're far left, you probably will fall out with me before too long. I don't think I'm far right. I'm an Arthur Scargill supporter. If you know who that is, if you're British, that you will. If you're British of a certain age, you'll know who that was or is. But politics moved. I was there on the left, and politics moved so far that way that I'm now at this end. Apparently, I make no bones about it. I support the NHS. I support social welfare system, taxes, all of those things. But somehow I went from being, I wasn't far left, but I was left. I was left of centre. Coal mining village in, just outside Barnsley in South Yorkshire. Miners' strike, all that. We just moved away just as the miners' strike happened. So it didn't... I had family in Darfield, just outside Barnsley. Darfield is a colliery village, town, village really. How I've become far right kind of astounds me. Because I haven't moved. My opinions haven't really changed. For anyone who doesn't, miners really support nurses and doctors. When you have a pit collapse, if you've ever been somewhere where a pit has collapsed, you rely on firemen, ambulances, kind of cave rescue, mountain rescue kind of guys, hospitals, nurses, doctors, all that shit. You want a welfare state, you want social welfare, you want social housing, you want all the socials. You pay your taxes and you're proud to have paid your share. I almost burst into tears there again, like a big wuss, like a Jesse. This is a working class attitude. You pay your taxes and you're proud to have paid your taxes, and you despise people that avoid paying their taxes. When you see the rich avoiding their taxes, there are steps you can take to minimize within the rules, and tax minimization is allowed within the rules, and you'd probably do that yourself if you were in that position. But you don't avoid it, you don't cheat your way out of it. You don't move your money abroad and fuck off and live in a different country. You're proud to pay your taxes and play your part and pay your part as part of a system. The modern day far left is very different to the left that I grew up with. The left was the working class, it was the working man, it supported the working man, the working people. In Britain, it was the miners, it was the factory workers. In America, it was the people who built cars. It was Detroit, it was, the red, what they call them, not red collar, blue collar, rednecks, blue collar workers, people who work outdoors. Now the left seems to be the party of Abdul. It's the part, it wants to bring foreigners in to replace our working class. For some reason that I can't quite work out. What's really annoying is that it's not just one country or one party that's gone this way. Both Labour and Conservative in the UK, and in America the Democrats. Around the world and through Europe, there's this unified, it must be organised. I hear conspiracy theorists about World Economic Forums. My mate Keith, who comes in, will go on at great lengths about these things, conspiracy theories. I'm not the biggest conspiracy theorist. I do analyse conspiracy theories, and some of them I cannot reject. So there are talking points to be had on those topics and on those lines. And you've got to wonder, why is the same pattern repeating throughout different countries throughout the world, in the Western world? Why are we bringing in invaders? Why are we undermining our own people? After the war, we saw that obviously a lot of people had died. We wanted more people. We could see that in 20 or 30 years' time we were going to need more people. So we put in place a welfare state to keep people alive. We brought in a family allowance to encourage, basically we put tax breaks. Married people got better tax deals, and then they had children. And when they had children, they got child benefits. They got paid, basically got paid to have children. If we think that in 20 or 30 years' time we're going to need more people, why are we not doing the same? Why are we shipping in Abdul? I don't get it. We should be encouraging people to marry, to have children, to stop just jerking it off over manga and porn in general. We should be encouraging the next generation to have children by giving incentives, tax breaks, incentives, child benefit. Why aren't we doing that? If we need more people in 20 years' time, let's make some more people. Isn't this obvious? This is what we always did in the past. We encouraged, this is why we had a baby boom in the 50s and 60s, so-called boomers now, okay boomer. I just missed the barrier for that. I'm not a boomer. I'm whatever that next generation was. Was it Gen X? I lose track of all this Gen X, Y, Z and all that other stuff. If we're going to need more people in 20 years' time, let's make more people. It's not difficult. People like sex. Encourage them to have sex. Pay them. Tax breaks, financial benefits. Allow them to buy a home. Make more homes. Fill them with British people, not Abdul. This is not rocket science. Build homes. Free up some of the ones that we do have. Millions must go, some might say. I couldn't possibly comment. Free up some homes. Make homes. Remember, no politics. I'm trying very hard. I steer into it. I touch upon it every now and again. Look, if we need more people in 20 years' time, then we've got to create more people. We all know what that involves, and it's a fun activity. It shouldn't be difficult to encourage people to go. You have to, people are going to have sex. Now, whether they're going to do it on their own in front of a computer screen while jerking it, or whether you can get boys and girls to get together and do it together, whether you can incentivize marriage, family, babies. And you can, we know you can incentivize it because we've done it before. We did it in the fucking 40s and 50s. It's happened already. We know the solution because we've got the solution. It's not a final solution. Don't go there. That's me being far right again. Wholesome, someone called me the other day. I don't think so. Scrolling. How often do you gather more pans, Delta? You have all the pan sizes. I did have until that bloke threw them at me and they fucking disappeared into the ether. He threw 2 pans at me, 2 pans disappeared. They hit me. They both hit me. One in the chest, one on the head. And then they bounced into bushes and I cannot find them. Even though I know which bushes they bounced into. Frying pans are easy to come by. You walk past 20 bins today and you will find a frying pan. Frying pans are easy. Other pans, saucepans of various sizes, more difficult. Crock pots and similar, those are almost impossible. You can get a grill pan, a griddle pan, maybe once a month. Pans, yeah, it's not all that. You're trying to distract me. I see what you're doing, Tim. What's on the menu tonight, Chief? I was just going to cube up some potato and fry them and I don't know. Once those are fried, so chips made easy so that I can just toss them. I'm all right. This pan, the big pan that I've got at the minute's got that rounded edge for tossing. I can toss. I'm a good tosser. I've got that. I have got a cabbage and cauliflower, so I was thinking of doing a wedge, maybe a quarter or an eighth of a cabbage, and a chunk, and maybe a cauliflower steak. Maybe. It's too hot still. I don't feel like it yet. I might not. We might just go through the night, and I'll just say, oh fuck it, I don't feel like it. Kind of goes against what the happy UnChristmas stream's meant to be about. I'm just going to scroll back a bit and see if I've missed anybody else. So at the minute, I don't get to gather pans because I don't go anywhere. I used to have these 2 circuits where I would walk around the bins in this area and in that area. With Tina now, I don't go anywhere. I pass one bin and if there's something there, I'll examine it. So last week I got lucky and I found 3 frozen takeaways. 3 portions of frozen takeaway. There's the Chinese beef. I don't know what you'd call it. There was some egg. There was an egg fried rice, and there was some shoots. What do you call bean shoots when it's in a Chinese? Yeah, I don't know. I haven't got the vocabulary. I don't know much about takeaway food because I've never been a takeaway kind of person. Or a restaurant person. I don't eat out. Never, even in the before times, it would be a rarity. Tweeties for fish and chips, once every couple of months. A breakfast at, I don't even remember the name. It's an Irish name and everyone gets it wrong and puts an extra letter in that isn't there. What are they called? Almost locos. No tengo ni idea. I've got no idea. Is there somebody here who can tell me? We got anybody who's in Torrevieja can tell me the name of the Irish Murphs. It's called Murphs, and everybody says Murphys. There's no Y. It's just Murphs. Shoots like panda food. Yeah, like bean sprouts. Yeah. There's a word. I'm not going to get the word. That's annoying. Isn't that annoying? Crisps and dip for ease. Oh, you see, those So there's a you know, like the Doritos, the triangular crisps that you put in a Mexican that you have with a Mexican dip. They sell them for like 90 cents in the supermarket, and this cunt here sells them for nearly €4, 360, 380. Can't pay that. Is it Doritos or is it the other ones? What's the other ones that are not Doritos? They're like cardboard but with spiciness on them. They're not, the crisps themselves are not great, but the flavouring that's coating them is okay. And then if you go with a Mexican dip, but whereas they're 90 cents in the supermarket, this cunt's selling them for 360, 380. Whatever. I don't do that. I don't do that. If other people buy them, I'll have them. But no. I do have a like a mandolin type thing, like a cheap plasticky one, a Temu mandolin. I could just slice some potatoes. I would fear for my fingers, but I do have a thing. I've never dared use one. I've bought it and it's sat there for about 3 months. I've never dared. Especially with it being a cheap old Temu one, it's gonna jump up and bite me, isn't it? A, I'm a klutz and I'm clumsy and I'm gonna get it wrong. But B, it's a Temu one, so it's gonna jump up and fucking bite me. You're a food cookery kind of guy. I don't know if you're a chef or a cook. I don't know what you would call yourself, Tim. You Captain Corelli's mandolin, yeah, the musical instrument thing. Are you? How do you approach a mandolin with confidence, or do you not? Do you always use the guard? I don't think this one came with a guard. There's the fucking rub of it because Temu. But I see from your picture, your profile picture, that you are I don't know whether you would say chef or just cook, food preparer. I don't know what word you would use, but I'm sure you're going to big yourself up and say chef. I mean, the word chef means boss, chief, but so not everybody should be in a kitchen. Not everyone should be a chef. But I thought a mandolin was a Spanish violin. And it is a musical instrument. Yeah. I don't know how I'd go violin, but yeah, it's like a lute back in the old days. Yeah. Captain Corelli's mandolin. Cheers. Whoa, I got the can upside down. That almost went very wrong. I'm here, folks, and I kid you not, the beer's not just not cold, it's warm. It's almost hot. I don't know if I can finish it. What do you do? Where is everybody? 4 viewers, 5 viewers. I thought mandolin was a Spanish. Greetings, friends. Yeah, hello to everyone that is here. Come and say hello. Don't lurk. Especially if you're from the raid the other day, the new people. Come and say, oh, you run away already. Okay. People came in, people left. I'm that boring. It's just a guy sat in a field. For anyone who doesn't know, let me... Oh man, my phone is so hot. It's hot to the touch. Let me just check where we are battery-wise on the... I can't see. Alright, we're still on 4. There are 4 lights. There are still 4. Jean-Luc Picard. There are 4 lights. I got a hair in my mouth. It's a beard hair. I am in a field, look. This thing here, the sunbed thing. I've only ever sat on it twice. It's broken now. Really, I should go throw it away, but it provides some shade for my water bottles. So I'm keeping it just as shade. It's a bit ridiculous. This tree, this was like a dandelion when I moved into the field 4 years ago. That wasn't, you know what I mean, it was there, but it was a, you know what I mean, it was a twig. Look at it now. Go watch my first ever video and see if you can even see it. I think, can you see one of my solar panels is in shade. I think it's time to run over the other side of the field with the solar panels and an EcoFlow. I might have to go do that in a minute. Let me have a look at the time. 7, oh, I've left it way too late. I normally do that at 6 o'clock. Ah, well, there's a thing. I got a job to do, folks. This is something I have to tell my dog every now and again. Oh, and she sat under my chair. That's a little bit awkward. Hey, babe. Hey, babe. Daddy's got to move. Got to go do a job. Move, 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 move. Sorry. Sorry, babe. I didn't want to disturb you. I just had to. Didn't want to, just had to. Folks, this is going to take me about 2 minutes, I think. I got to go, everything that's plugged into the EcoFlows, I've got to unplug. I might take them both over the other side of the field. And I'll come back to you, not pruned at all. Not only not heavily pruned, just not pruned. It's just natural. It was literally it was a dandelion. It was a stick when I arrived. Watch video number 1, Hello World, and what was it called? Cooking Up a Storm. We were expecting 10 days of thunder and lightning, so I made some stew, a chicken flavoured stew. No, there was no chicken in the chicken flavoured stew. It was stock cubes, and then dumplings were just baguette broken up in the, and that was cooked on a camping gas kind of stove. Yeah. All those years ago, 4 years ago nearly, 3.5 years ago. I was going to say good times, but it kind of brings a tear to the eye, but in the wrong way. Do excuse me, folks. I will try and be back within a minute and a half. Oh, jobs to do. Oh, both. Yeah, both panels are in the shade. Okay, I've looked up too long. Where were you? Oh, you've run out. Are you out of power entirely? Or did you just... 79 and 73. And you're on plus 10. But I can't leave you at this stage of the game. I've got to go do a thing. I've got to do the thing. I can't avoid it. The thing needs doing. Doing the thing. This is a fuck up. She was in nattering. Fuck. Have a look. Oh, okay, that one fell. Let's do this thing. I haven't got long. One goes here, one goes there. Again. All right. What? Where's the other? Where's the cable? Yeah? Where are you, fucker? Here we go. Okay. 45 in, you go. Alright. Oh. Oh. Hey, Tina. My doggy darling. You are my doggy darling. Here you go. Let me bring your water back over. You've lost it because you're not where you were. Here you go. That's for you. Yeah. Tina's water. Oh, I'm back, folks. I'm back. Let me show you what I just did. I moved the solar panels over there and took the eco flows over there. They're doing all right, actually, 79 and 75%. So even though I've left it this late, we'll be okay overnight. The fridge, on the other hand, I turned it off before I forgot. Currently, my fridge is on +8 degrees. Now, I'm not too worried about that. It detects like the air temperature rather than the temperature of the food and the stuff that's inside. Everything inside it'll be warming up, but it's warming up more slowly. It warms up and cools down more slowly than the thermometer reading would have you believe. Let's have a look. How's the hunting? The Zap bat has been decommissioned. Yeah, the Zap bat is broken. There's a when I turn it on, the tennis racket of death, there's a continuous spark. There's a short circuit. There's something wrong with it, and I'm not. These other guys that I hang out with, like Big Clive, could probably just, I don't know, he'd know whether to pry something apart or whether to weld something together or solder something. I've got no fucking clue. Something's not right with it. As soon as it's powered, it's sparking whether there's a fly there or not. I'm not sure how it works. Are there 2 layers of wire, and when a fly hits and it's in between the 2, it completes the circuit? Or I don't know. I don't fully understand. I don't know. So it turns on and it's sparking whether there's a fly there or not. I was trying to mess with it and I got a zap, and I got a big old burn on my finger for a couple of days. I think they run at like 50,000 volts but at like milliamps. So you multiply the volts by the amps and it comes out at just a few watts really, but it's enough to do fucking damage to your skin. Yeah, he went that away. He did. Delta like Elvis has left the building. Maybe it's a beanstalk. Oh, there's an idea. If only someone had sold me it. I could have exchanged my cow and got some magic beans and grown it. 3544, I smell the blood of an Englishman. That's not where you want to be, is it? It's magnificent how you've grown it. Let's just say that I apply a generous dose of a nitrogen enriched fertilizer. If you know, you know. Now the nitrogen enriched fertilizer is supposed to be watered down by about a 10-to-1 margin, but I don't have enough water to spare for that. But it's organically produced nitrogen enriched fertilizer. Begins with the letter P and ends there. Scrolling. I wasn't there, but you gained 101 subscribers. I did, yeah, that was quite remarkable. I've said it many times, but yeah, I didn't know YouTube even had a raid function. Of all the streams I've ever watched, and I've watched a lot, I spent a lot of time on YouTube, I did not know that a raid was even a thing. It has a different term within YouTube terminology, but yeah. Do I scroll backwards or forwards? Mandolin, Spanish violin, mate, yeah. Shoots like panda food, yeah, yeah. scrolling forward now. I'm coming back. It's just me and you, I think, Tim and I don't think there's anybody else here. Have you met anyone else in a similar situation? I think you're a unique mind. All credit for keeping a fridge stroke cool box running. It's a proper fridge with a compressor, this one. Prior to that, I had one of those more electromotive ones, one of those cool boxes that worked on a, what do you call it? It's a flat plane, and if one side is hotter than the other, it generates electric, and then it runs to do a little bit of minimal cooling. It really didn't work for me. It worked for the first summer, and then it got bogged down with insects over the winter. It's still there. I don't use it. I was talking the other day of running a jet of water through it just to see whether it could be rescued. But this one's a proper compressor fridge freezer. It's a camping fridge freezer, so it's just a little box still, but it works properly. But it's struggling in the heat. So it's 27, 28, 29, 30 degrees out here, whatever it'll be. Inside the tent, it's 40 or 50. And I'm trying to run it down to like -10. And it's not working. If I can keep it below freezing in the freezer section, I'm happy, but sometimes I can't. If I have run out of power, if I've also got to run a fan, and you know, there's other charge of the phones and lights, and have I even charged my lights? Oh, there's a question. All those things. Yeah, it's awkward. It's awkward. It's not easy. You think, you're in Spain, of course solar works. Yeah, most days it works, but then you'll get a cloudy day and it doesn't work, or it doesn't work as well. You're using your stored power rather than gaining, you know, you're not replacing the power as fast as you're using it, so you're losing it through, and you've got to get through the day and then through the night when there is no power coming in. I haven't even looked at the veg. There's frozen veg in the fridge, and I'm just hoping it hasn't turned green inside the pack. You know, I'm hoping it hasn't gone mouldy and manky and bad. But I don't know. I haven't looked. I guess we'll see. Thumbs up, folks, if you haven't already. Subscribe. Why not? It's free. Send a donation. Help a guy out, maybe. Consider it. Have you met anyone else in a similar situation? I have. I mean, my friend Joby arrived here in the field, is it 2 years ago or 3? Fuck. So I got up one Sunday morning and I was emptying the piss pot. Yeah, I was over in the field just chucking the nighttime, you know, I was getting rid of the nighttime effluent. And there was this guy, he shuffled down the track, and I said hello, and he said hello, and I thought, oh, you're English, and he said, oh, you're English, and we got talking, and I could tell he was struggling. He'd had a really, really cold night. He'd got here apparently in the middle of the night, like 11 o'clock, and he didn't have time to put a tent up. He just bedded down over in the next field, but he'd been ice cold. This was, I think it's February, which is pretty much the coldest month. And we got talking. This was back when I had a gas barbecue, my gas bottle and a double burner, and I made us both some bacon and egg sandwiches. Gave him a cup of coffee, and we got chatting, and he asked if he could pitch a tent up in the field somewhere, and I said, yeah, as long as it's not visible. He found a spot under a tree. That tree's since fallen over, actually, but yeah. And yeah, no, we got on well, and he was here for 3 months. He lived in the field for 3 months. He's been back loads. We were in touch. A while ago, he had some sort of phone issue, and we're now not in touch. And I don't know where he is. I don't know what's what. He's the guy that basically acquired both of the EcoFloors. He was donated them by some druggies, and then he sold them to me. So yeah, he's and he's. I mean, he's surprisingly sharp, and he's sharper than me. Um, on things like language and spelling and grammar, he is the shizzle. I mean, he's what I thought at one point. This is kind of a joke we have between us. I thought he was some kind of undercover journalist coming to spy on me or something. He was so good at spelling. I'm fairly intelligent and fairly good at all that. It's not my strong point, but I'm fairly good. But no, he was shit off a shovel when it comes to spelling. And I always have this. There's certain words, and is it a double C or is it a double S? And he just knows. Yeah, my mate Joby. I don't do much with homeless people. I don't have much to do with them because I was saying this the other night. They are very much a mixed bag. Druggies and alkies and psychiatric problems. He says, reaching for his beer. You got to hang a lantern on it, haven't you? Man, that is warm. That's about as horrible as the last one was at the end. I pretty much can't drink that. That's all credit for keeping a fridge running cool. Yeah, I mean, I've got power. I've got electric. I saved up the donations from you guys. The 2 solar panels, like I said, I think I showed them. Did I? I think I showed them. There's 2 solar panels over there. Look, there used to be 100-watt solar panels each, but they're flexible, and I waved them around, and there was a lot of cracking and creaking, and they're no longer what they once were. They're no longer as powerful as they were. That's my fault. I didn't understand. I didn't understand that flexible solar panels aren't meant to be flexible. You're not meant to flex them. Who knew? I paid money for flexible panels. You're not meant to flex them. Be warned. If you buy flexible solar panels, buy some wood to put behind them and keep them rigid. Don't look at the Amazon advert where they have them bending backwards 90 fucking degrees. Don't do that. Don't do that. I held them at one end wobbling about while walking over the field, and now I only get 50 watts or less out of them. My initial solar panel, it took me 2 years to break and make it only get half power. These ones it took 3 months. And that's without them falling down and breaking into a million pieces on stones. Who knew? You buy something that calls itself flexible, you expect it to be flexible, no? Or is this just me? This might be a me thing. I might just have been misunderstanding something about the word flexible. I wonder whether there's like any kind of warranty claim on that. Think I could get my money back? They sold them as flexible. I just walked around and they waved about a little bit and they went crack, 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 creak. And what I didn't know was that internally that was little lines of electrics breaking. If you buy flexible solar panels, don't do that. Buy some hardboard, some OSB, some chipboard. Just buy some wood, cut it to size and nail your flexible panels to a solid backing, because your flexible panels aren't. Trust me, I know. I live in a field. I'm not doing this overnight. I'm not doing this for a weekend. I'm not doing this for a week or a fortnight on holiday. This is my life. I live here. This is my domain, and I protect those who come here. That's a line from Tarzan, the animated series back in the day. This is my domain, and I protect those who come here. Scrolling, if there is any scrolling to be done. No, have you met anyone? Let me just double check. I'm gonna just double check that is the latest message. That was the latest. there's nobody else here really. Soon I may go and grab some potatoes and begin the process of making a bit of food. If I'm not sure I'm in the mood yet. I'm waiting for it to get a little bit cooler. I want a breeze. I'm waiting for a breeze and there just isn't. I don't really feel like eating until it gets... It has to feel cooler. I need the air to be moving around me. I don't know what we're going to do, folks. We might have to call it quits. Just scrolling back. He went that way, officer. Elvis left the building, yeah, he went that way. I heard you burping away. My dog is burping under my chair. So yeah, the menu tonight isn't exactly stellar. I'm going to dice up some potatoes. I'm going to fry them up. I'm not sure what I'm going to like in terms of a sauce or something, whether it's just ketchup. I've got salt and I've got you don't get malt vinegar out here, but I've got some balsamic. It's not quite the same. Salt and balsamic vinegar, salt and vinegar on chips. And then a wedge or two of cabbage, kind of burnt in the frying, not burnt, but blackened. I don't know what the word would be, in the frying pan. Maybe with some oil, and I guess if I'm doing it after the chips, there'll already be some oil. I've seen people do it with no oil at all. You just put them in and kind of, what's the word? Tim Timoney is a cookery type guy. You put cabbage in a frying pan with if you did it with no oil and they just turn black a bit, they darken, and it kind of caramelizes. It brings out the sugars. It sweetens the cabbage. And I was thinking of doing similar with a like a cauliflower steak with a slice of cauliflower. If I can get a cauliflower out and actually slice it into something resembling a steak. So a plate of chips, a wedge of cabbage, and a steak of cauliflower with salt and vinegar. Sounds a little bit weird when you put it all together, but that's what I was thinking of. I don't know if it's actually going to happen. I don't know if I'm even hungry. It's when it's this hot, I'm not. This is supposed to be, the idea is supposed to be to cook. I should be cooking something like a Christmas dinner. That was in January, you know, when I came up with the idea at Christmas, after my Christmas was kind of ruined. The idea was Christmas meal, you cook a Christmas dinner or something approaching it the 25th of each and every month. Hence the name of the show, folks, Happy UnChristmas. But when it's kind of 30 degrees outside, that idea kind of fades fast. That idea kind of fades fast. My head is wet through. I'm wet through. When I first started the stream, I was literally wet through. And I was wearing my t-shirt at the start. I wasn't even naked. Now, I don't know if you've seen. Fat old man. I got the moobs and everything. I've even got the white line under the boobs. Because the... I sat under this brolly, under this umbrella. And I didn't realise it wasn't blocking the ultraviolet. So I was in the shade, but for the next 2 weeks I lost 3 layers of skin. 8 hours I sat there, under the fucking brolly. I was lobstered the next day. I was true fucking lobster. I was bright pink, fuck off, shocking bright pink. And for 3 weeks I've just been peeling. I think I've just about stopped now. But it means that like under the boobs and when you get under the belly, under the ledge where the belly is, it's quite a little bit embarrassing. That's why I mention it online. I might as well mention it before you cunts laugh at me. I know what you're like. If I don't make the joke first, you'll call me all the bastards under the sun. So, and under the sun is almost a literal thing this time. I'm here on the beer, and it is warm as hell. I can hardly even stomach this. I'm not sure I can stomach it. Let's see. Actually, it's not as warm as the bottom of the last can. It's not as warm as the bottom of the last can. Still not exactly pleasant. So where are we for power? Hold on. We're only on 35. How? And where are you? You're still on. Why are you not outputting power faster than this? It's got to be temperature limited. We're being throttled for power because of temperature. Let me unplug it at this end and re-plug it. Maybe the other way around. You ever find this with USB-C? It's reversible, but one way works better than the other often. Never really been able to work it out. It's because nobody follows the proper spec. The USB-C specs in the engineering wise are quite specific, but nobody follows them properly. Nobody. This cable's getting a little bit dodgy as well. There's another issue. Cables, folks. I've mentioned it in the past. If you're a prepper, 10 times, whatever number of cables you've calculated you need, you've worked out that you've got like 10 devices, you need 10 cables. You multiply by 3 and you say, okay, 30 cables. No, you need 300. Just 10, whatever your current calculation is, just 10x it. Just go do that. You'll thank me. Come the zombie apocalypse, you'll thank me. Just 10x whatever your current calculation. I know you've multiplied by 3. Don't just go out and multiply by another 3 because you want 10. No, 10x whatever your current calculation is. Just do it. Come the zombie apocalypse, you can thank me. You need more cables. You just do. They're shit. First step actually is to go out and buy a bunch and work out which are the better ones. You need the good cables, not necessarily the expensive ones. Expensive doesn't mean good. Try them. You want the ones that actually last. You want the ones that work in the real life. The ones when you forget that something's plugged in and you walk away and shit gets snagged and pulled and bashed, and when you're stepping on it, you're standing on it and pulling it and you don't realise. You need the ones that put up with you in a real world situation. As a guy living in a tent, I stand on cables and pull on cables at the same time without knowing. In the same way that I went to walk the dog, but it turned out I was stood on a lead and I you know, yeah. I was holding the back end of the dog up in the air and the neck end was pinned to the ground. You need the cables that will put up with real world. Buy the cables, all the cables, only the good cables. Test the cables and then buy lots of them. Otherwise, come the zombie apocalypse, you'll be cableless. Also buy the tools. Buy the wire cutters for cutting the cables and buy the crimpers for making your own cables. Buy the ends, the attachments, the connectors for crimping and making your own cables. There's a good investment. Buy a 300-meter reel of USB cable and then buy the connectors and then buy the crimpers. Come the zombie apocalypse, you'll be God. You'll be able to make the cables for all the peoples. You will be God. You will be the man. That would work. I haven't done that yet. I haven't got there, but I'm aware of the phenomena and how it would work. Haven't done it. Do as I say, not as I do. Okay? Because zombie apocalypse might be upon us, and I know zombie apocalypse is stupid. I use it as it's a placeholder for whatever the apocalypse is that might come upon us. There are things that can happen where the entire electric grid could go off for 6 months or 2 years or what. There are things that it's not impossible that this could happen in your lifetime. I know it's a little bit far-fetched. We can say words like Carrington event. We can talk about EMP, electromagnetic pulse. We can talk about people exploding nuclear weapons in the air, and not the blast wave, but the electromagnetic wave doing shit. We can talk about terrorist events and all of that, and you might not believe me, and you might believe me. Buy the cables, buy the tools, just be ready in case it might happen. If it happens, do you want to be the 90% of people that are dead in 90 days? Those are the calculations, folks. If a major event like that happens, 80 to 90% dead in 90 days. Have you got 90 days of water? Have you got 90 days of food? If not, you might be one of the 80 or 90% that's dead. I'm going to go get a beer. I haven't got 90 days of beer. How the hell am I going to survive? You're still under my chair, darling. This is all a little bit awkward. I don't mean to be cruel. It's okay, darling. I'm not angry. I'm just moving you. I'm just moving you for your own safety. Back in a minute, folks. I will be back. Oh, the shorts have stuck right up my ass. Oh, let me do the things, all the things. Where are we? Cold beer is where I want. Cold enough, I want one of these ones. That one's cold. Oh, wow. Oh, hello, babe. Hello, you. Yeah, look at this, folks. Let me show you this. Okay. Gonna turn the camera around. Unplug the phone. Please remind me to plug it back in after. Okay. Now look, the sun is... Oh, so if you put your hand out like that, can you see? Oh God, I don't know what you can see, what you can't see. If you put your hand out like that above the horizon, those 5 fingers, that's 1 hour of sun. So I've got we've probably got 2 hours of sun. If I can't see my own screen, I'm looking at it badly. No, there's my hand, look. I've got about 2 hours of sun. But you see that little bit, those few bits of wispy cloud, the sun is now behind them. And so my solar panels, I've got nothing. It's a good job they were both on 70, both EcoFlows were on 75% plus already. Imagine I woke up, I think was it yesterday or the day before? I woke up after a nap. So after a nap I woke up in the afternoon and I had like 30% on the EcoFlows. So I had to rush out and move both panels over the field, a little bit like I did tonight. But we had sunshine, so that worked out a little bit better. Oh, she didn't look. It worked out a little bit better yesterday. Today, not so much. Like, look, you see behind me, there's like lots of clear blue sky. But that's the east. And the sun's over there in the west. And it's all cloudy on the horizon on the west. We're not going to get any more, we're not going to get much in the way of usable power from now on. Even though we've got 2 hours. In 2 hours it'll go behind that building and that'll be another hour before sunset. What can you do? I guess it's getting a little bit cloudy. Not a lot you can do. Down here though, look at this. What can you do? You can cuddle your Tina doggy darling. Hello you. Hello. Hey babe. I know. You got some water though, yeah? Even though some flies and some other stuff have landed in it. If you were here the other night, she put one of her paws in the water, Then she put a paw on the ground, and then she put it back in the water. She turned the water sludgy and brown. It all went very, very bad. Very. Just waving at a few people there. A bunch of guys going past in the car. Been to the beach for the afternoon. Bad looks of things. Give us a second, folks. You're facing the wrong way. I'll bring you back to me, the star of the show. I am broadcasting to 3 people according to YouTube. And I haven't started cooking it. I don't feel like cooking. I don't feel like eating. I should, because that's what the show is meant to be about. It's not a cookery show, but it's at least meant to be me talking to you while I cook. It's midsummer though, isn't it? What are you going to do? It's 27, 28, 29 degrees. Well, that would be in the shade, and I'm not exactly in the shade. Who knows? I wave at these people in the white cars, but they tend to be more ignorant. I don't know why. They don't like me. They'll wave if I'm directly in the road and I get out of their way. They'll give me a little acknowledgement. In general, just passing. They don't want anything to do with me. Which I can understand. If you owned a house down here, you wouldn't want a tramp in the field at the top of your road, I guess. Cheers! This one's a cold one. When I was just walking over, I was enjoying the... Even though the fridge hasn't been turned on for the last few hours and the solar panels and everything's over there. Oh, when they first come out of the fridge, that's nice. By the time I get to the bottom of the can in 2 hours' time, it won't be so nice. It's not as cold as the other ones were. What's happening there? Hold on. What? Oh, I haven't plugged it. I said to remind me. Nobody reminded me to plug it back in. You're not doing your job, audience. Come on. Give a guy a chance. Sat in a field, I have to at least plug shit in. They take the camel hump out of us. Where's it? Barnsley, very nice, exotic in the interior. Barnsley is the end, the arse end of the universe, and I was just passing through. Well, no, I was born there. I lived there. 15 when I left, so it's not. Oh man, I am still peeling. Apologies to my friends in South Yorkshire. I do love Barnsley. It is my birthplace. I did live there for 15 years before we jumped the Pennines to Morecambe. I don't know whether exotic is the word, but yeah. Where am I? I'm just going to scroll back. Has nobody said anything at all since Tim Timoney said, have you met anyone else in a similar situation? Have I bored you all so much that no one's talking to me? Okay, folks, I'm guessing that you're all lurkers, and maybe you're the new guys from the other day. The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that's me, your eponymous hero. And my stunning co-host, my stunning co-presenter. Hello, babe. Tina. Tina's not going to be with us for very long. But we won't dwell on that. Lurking, sign of nature, Keith. Hello, mate. That's Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Down and out. Homeless, a hobo, a tramp, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Someone who lives rough, perhaps on the streets. Or in my case, in a fucking field. I am in a city, or on the edge of a city. Here's my ramshackle tumble down tent with 5 holes in the roof at the minute and more to follow. It is at an end. I do have my next tent already. Although donations towards accommodation, tarpaulins is the thing that I'm going to need. I want this tent to last through summer. But in Spain, you know the expression, the rain in Spain. It doesn't rain often, but when it does, it really fucking does. And I've got holes in the roof, and not just that, it's all porous. I need to take off this old tarp. I mean, obviously this isn't at an end and needs throwing away. But what I do need is something like a 10 meter by 4 meter or 6 meter, a tarp to cover the roof. Get me through the next 4 months, maybe some August, September. I need to get somewhere there. I've got my next tent. What I need is to keep this one going, and then to have a tarp that survives, and when we put the next tent up, put the old tarp on so it doesn't look any different, so that when the police drive by, when they drive by in the morning and then they drive by at night, it looks the same. They don't notice that there's been a switcheroo. That's what we did the last time. That was a major protective factor. Prior to that, every time we put up a new tent, they were on us that day or the next day, or sometimes and the next day. They were all over us. Every time we made a change, and they were fucking here. I do have a playlist, Tramp versus Police, or Hobo versus Police. Can't remember the wording. YouTube really didn't like us using the word tramp to begin with, because it was a slur against women, which is not how I'm using it, obviously. But it's taken YouTube a while to be trained and to learn that. It's okay, babe. Leave the flies alone. It's okay. You're okay. You're okay. You're okay. I got you. Daddy's here. I'll protect you from the flies. Apparition of nothing when in fact is really lawfully powerful. Oh gosh. Keith. Apparition of nothing, the appearance of nothing when he's legally really powerful. You think that I'm some sort of major mega hero? I'm happy that I'm like your mega hero, that I'm the man. Just a guy living in a field trying to tell the police to fuck off every now and again. I mean, you were here when they were here every week or every 2 weeks, however, whatever it was. Nowadays, I've been left alone. I had 3 visits in quick succession a year or more ago, and that I just told them, no, your boss has been here, fuck off. You don't know what you're doing. Your boss has already been. He fucked off. You're gonna fuck off. Go away. ID. I'm like, no, you can't do that. We're in private. We're not in public. This is a private property, private field. You don't get to demand my fucking... And off they fucked. Not that I had any ID to show them. I mean, it's, you know, I mean, it's... One way or another, they were not getting any ID. They radioed into base and said where they were, and I think base said, oh yeah, no, we know about that cunt, fuck off, leave them alone. I didn't actually catch the radio transmission, and my knowledge of Spanish isn't good enough to know if that's what they did say, but that is my impression, my interpretation of any transaction that happened between them. So yeah, apparition of nothing when in fact he's really lawfully powerful. When I say your boss was here 18 months ago and he fucked off and couldn't do shit. Now you better fuck off, because, you know, you can't do shit. Wholesome. I was described as wholesome a couple of days ago. I don't think so. I don't think so. In my own way, maybe, but not actually in the normal meaning of the words. the whole meaning of the words, all the words, all the words. I've no idea. I'm still sweaty as a sweaty thing. I'll keep it PG for today. I could have gone all female genitalia with that comment, but I am wet through, folks. And this is after taking my top off. We don't have to take our clothes off to have a good time. What was he called? He reminded me of Terence Trent D'Arby, but it wasn't Terence Trent D'Arby. Isn't he dead? I haven't got my tablet with me. Oh, I have. Let's see if Terence Trent D'Arby... I've got half a recollection of him dying. So 2 questions. Is Terence Trent D'Arby alive? And who sang the other song that looks like him? He's got this... He was a black guy with straight hair that ended in like a bob. We don't have to take our clothes off to have a good time. You don't have to, but it's fun. If there's a bunch of you. Well, if there's more than one of you. But, I mean, you do you. Question. Terence Trent D'Arby. Oh, God. You know that most times I type my pin in, I fucking mouth it out to you. I read it out to you. Most of you know my pin. Terence Trent D'Arby. And I know that's not who sang that song. It just reminds me of him. It's D''Arby. Okay. Sananda Francesco Maitreya. Yeah, of course, obviously. I can see how you get Terence Trent D'Arby out of Sananda Francesco Maitreya. It's obvious, isn't it? Just it leaps out. I can see Terence in the middle of Sananda. It's just obvious. If you know my real name and then you know my false name, you know, I'm in no position to be judging, really. It's like Beyonce and Sasha Fierce. It's an internal, it's a persona that you inhabit when you go online. That's what I do. Delta Mike is far more outgoing than DM, my real name, my real name, you know. Quick facts. I don't want the quick facts. Married in 2003. Still alive, 64 years old. Okay. I apologise. I had half an... wishing well, yeah. Sign your name across my heart. Dance little sister. Wishing well. So he's not a one-hit wonder. He had 2, maybe 3. But he's not the one that I initially... I knew he wasn't. I said that the other guy reminded me of him. What was the other song I was talking about? We don't have to take our clothes off. We don't have to take our clothes off. I don't know why this was... We don't have to take our clothes off. Song by Ella Eyre? That might be the person who wrote it. That's not what I'm thinking of. That's a woman. She looks fairly pretty. But that's not... I'm thinking of a Jermaine, that's him, Jermaine Stewart. We don't have to take our clothes off to have a good time. By American singer Jermaine Stewart, produced by Narad. There was no Naradas in my school. I've got no idea whether Narada would be male or female. Narada Walden. Reached number 5 in the Hot 100. Its lyrics advocate for taking things slow in a relationship and having fun through dancing and cherry wine, rather than rushing into physical intimacy. I never picked that up from it. Obviously, it explicitly says we don't have to take our clothes off to have fun, but just because you don't have to doesn't mean that you're not going to. Does it? Would it? Was it? I did. Maybe. Once or twice. 3 or 4. Scrolling. Let's go. It's getting hot in here. Yeah, song. It's getting hot in here. You're a living person, not the agent of your legal name. Oh, Keith. The agent of your legal name. You are my favourite conspiracy theorist ever. And it's fun. I don't even know if this classes as conspiracy theory. This is more the free man of the land and the what's the American equivalent that I always struggle for the name. They keep getting hammered in court. I keep watching them getting laughed out of court. Sovereign citizen. You are my favourite of all the sovereign citizens, the free men of the land. You're my favourite. But I still think you would get laughed out of court, mate. It's you can't tell a court, I'm not under your jurisdiction. You have no say over me. That's in America, you can do it. I live in California and you're trying to sue me in Delaware. And I've never done business in Delaware. I've never been to you can escape, but there are jurisdictional questions in state court. Federal court, you're fucked. Because it doesn't matter where you are. But in state courts, you can play the whole jurisdiction game. And someone can pay thousands or tens of thousands to bring a case against you, and then you just laugh at them and say, ha ha, I'm not in that area, I've got no connection to that area, why the fuck did you pick that area? It still costs you thousands to fight it. But as soon as you go federal jurisdiction, as long as you are an American or you have been in America or were in America, you're under their say-so. That's the only time you can play the jurisdiction game. This whole your laws are derived from naval law and I was never in the Navy, or that whole, what's the one with the cars? That one's hilarious. I'm not driving, sat behind the wheel of a car, I'm not driving, I'm travelling. Driving is a commercial enterprise that involves taking sheep from one place to another, or cattle from one place to whatever driving used to be in the cowboy days. I'm not driving, I'm travelling. I don't know. You are my favourite conspiracy theorist, and you know we have this back and forth, we have this ding dong, and I enjoy it, but I do keep watching your guys getting laughed out of court. There are some angles and there are some edge cases where you have a point. But a modern day court is never going to accept that they don't have jurisdiction over you. Unless you can really fucking show that, I don't know, someone's trying to do you in a British court and you've never been to Britain. Maybe then you can argue you've got no jurisdiction over me. There's a big thing to be argued, and I've never seen it argued. When they do these big companies, when they try and do Facebook or Google or whatever, and they try and sue them for like 10% of their global assets, that's an overreach. That's a real you've got no, the British government have got no say over Google's fucking international assets, and there's a real argument to be made there of what the fuck are you doing. And this is what Reddit, when the UK government tried to go after Redditors and Reddit just said, fuck you. What the fuck have you got? We're not in Britain. You got no fucking say over it. They just laughed at Ofcom or whoever the fuck it was. That's a fair point. There's an argument about you don't have jurisdiction. Trying to claim that Google did something wrong and therefore, just because you've got a law in Britain, you can claim 10% of our international assets. What? No, what? So there are edge cases, there are arguments to be made against government overreach. I still say, and this is going to sound bad, I know some people will object to me saying this. Someone goes abroad and has sex with children. Terrible as that is, you go to Singapore or Thailand or somewhere for that, right? The British court should have, what the fuck has that got to do with the British courts? You weren't in Britain. I'm not defending pedos. The Thais or the Singaporeans, they should be dealing with that shit. That's not for the British government to be dealing. That's deal with what happens in your own fucking land. I'm in Spain. If I shoplift here, can Britain do me for shoplifting? You do a crime in another country, it's down to that other fucking country, isn't it? Wasn't it? Didn't it? I know it's an edge case, I know it's controversial, I know it sounds like I'm defending pedos. I'm not at all. I would execute them just fucking outright. I would. Death penalty for where it's indefensible, where it's obvious, where it's not disputed. If we know they're a pedo, and I would do this in Britain, Abdul, execution. Just, if you're in Rotherham and you're Abdul and you did and you're gone. This is why I think that we will end up with some Death Wish style, Paul Kersey style. That's the character that Charles Bronson played in Death Wish. It's only a matter of time before we end up with someone saying, that guy was arrested for being a pedo. And he's out on the streets. Bang, bang. It's on, or a crossbow or a knife. It's only a matter of time before it starts happening. It has to start happening. Whether it's riots or whether it's an individual doing the things, it's going to happen. I predict it. I'm not espousing it. I'm not condoning it. I'm not recommending it. It's going to fucking happen. The dad of one of those girls is going to start going pop, pop. I mean, why wouldn't he? You rape my daughter and you get 3 years in prison. Bang, bang. And then you're going to go look at the judge. What are you going to say to the judge? Bang, bang. Why wouldn't you? I would. Not espousing it, not recommending it. I'm just saying an angry father would. Wouldn't he? Didn't he? Shouldn't he? Somebody will. Go watch Death Wish. And then see how you feel. Go watch all of them. There's 4 or 5 of them. I'm going to scroll back because me and Sign of Nature are going to get into it. Me and Keith. You're a living person, not the agent of you. The address for the bar is the central London, and not one solicitor, it jumped, and not one solicitor except to have a special license to operate outside London and license under Lincoln Inns. So no jurisdiction over the man fact, jurisdictions over the man fact. So you're saying the bar is located in central London, the city of London, and so all solicitors are only empowered to act within the 1 square mile, the city of London. It's an argument. I'm not sure how well it would stand up. You only need one High Court justice to say no, or appeals court, or... And based upon the fact that saying so would bring down the entire legal system, they're probably not going to be disposed to say so. It's not going to fly, really, is it? It's a nice try kind of argument. It's clever, and it might be true. It's just not going to fly. It would bring down the entire British justice system. And the British justice system is not going to let that happen. They get to make their own rules. Even if you defeat them, let's say that they said yes. All it needs then is for an act of Parliament to say no. And Parliament would just say no. So even when you win, you lose. If you could win. It's just not going to happen. Oh, it jumped. I don't know why it's jumping. I never know why it's jumping. You know how this is with the YouTube app. Some nights I sit here with my arm out for fucking 3 and 4 hours with my arm falling off. All courts don't operate in law, only in legal, and the former supersedes legal. Simple. Law supersedes legal. We talked about this the other night. Law, whether something's lawful or unlawful, this is the written, this is the law. The word legal is to do with the industry, the legal association, the legal, it's that group of people that work within law, the legal system. And you're kind of right, yeah. There's lawful, in law, until very recently, this has been thrown out now because people use words wrong, and now wrong words have made their way into law. The law always talked about whether something was lawful or not. If you exceed 70 miles an hour on a motorway, that is unlawful. It's not illegal. There is no such thing as illegal. There's unlawful. There's lawful when you're under the speed limit, there's unlawful, and then there's the legal profession. There's no such thing as an unlawful profession. So unlawful just isn't a thing, technically, when it comes down to these things. Wasn't, except people use these terms so interchangeably now that even MPs and civil servants are using them. Even the people who write the laws are starting to fucking use them, which is it's a creep, it's a deterioration in understanding the as a pedant myself, as someone who looks at words and the meaning of words, I find it highly annoying. Illegal is a poorly bird. It's an eagle that's illegal. That's the only time illegal is an acceptable thing. There is lawful, there is unlawful, there is the legal profession, jurisprudence and all of that, the study of law, the people in and around law, academics who study law. Illegal is not a thing. But in common parlance, and therefore in the so you got this whole thing about dictionaries, positive and normative as it's called in economics. Are you trying to dictate what the words are and should be, or are you documenting what the plebs on the street are using? And it's that, isn't it? This is why bonk and such words made it into the dictionary. So to bonk, it's a verb to have sex that got into the dictionary in the 80s or 90s. Boris Becker, I think, was the basis of to bonk, shagging some maid in the wardrobe or something. He got the housemaid pregnant. Anyway, that's not what you're called. It's a thing. Pretty sure that Boris Becker, not Beckham, Boris Becker, the tennis player, the guy he was unseeded, wasn't he? He was just like a 19-year-old hopeful, got into Wimbledon, then won it at the first attempt. Isn't that sometime soon? Has that happened? Is it happening? I don't know anything about tennis. Tennis is it's a cultured thing. It's a thing for the rich. Us Barnsley lads, we never got a chance to play tennis. I grew up and my mum bought bats and balls for me and my sister, and it was play nice. You had to bat the ball backwards and forwards to each other. You didn't throw it up and whack it and say, fuck off, now go fetch that. That's not what We had to play nice. We had to hit it backwards and forwards nicely to each other because that's how brother and sister play. That's not how people who grow up to play tennis learn tennis. Well, I was never going to have a chance at Wimbledon because I would have been playing nice. Here you go, Boris. Back it back. Hold on, cunt. You're supposed to knock it back nicely. Play nice. That was never going to work, was it? That was never going to happen. It's not a thing. Here's a bat and a ball. And we only had like 1 or 2 balls. 2 bats and 2 balls, let's say. And you lose one of the balls in the first half hour. There you go, children. Play nice. Okay. That's why we don't have tennis champions. That's why we didn't have tennis champions in Britain. And then Tim, what's his face, came along. His mum and dad must have been a bit more evil. Go out and play with the kids next door and fucking slaughter them. They didn't say go out, Tim, and play nice. They said go out and fucking hammer them. Tim Henman, maybe? Wasn't it? Didn't it? He grew up under different rules. I was told play nice. We even drew fucking chalk tennis courts. Me and Sean Harbour, Michael Toddy and Walker. All the lads. We went out and we drew, on a cul-de-sac, we drew a tennis court on the ground. We drew the lines. But we still aimed to have that nice long... That's a good one. It went backwards and forwards 20 times. We did really well. No. You play the game by throwing it in the air, smacking it, having it land on the ground and fuck off and you never see the ball again. That's how you play tennis. That's why in Britain we never had tennis champions until we imported them. What was the Canadian guy called? The generation before Tim Henman. That's why we don't have tennis champions. Go out and play nice. We thought the aim was to have a nice long rally, all managing to hit the ball backwards and forwards with each other. The idea of serving an ace was perverse. That was wrong. Play nice, children. That's why we don't have tennis champions in Britain. Didn't have. Tim Henman's parents must have been psychotic. They brought their kid up just to be wrong. Sorry, Tim Henman. But it's true, isn't it? Everyone else in the country grew up play nice. This cunt grew up with serving aces. We never did that. We never had that. That was not an option. That was not how we played the game. We didn't have enough balls to do that. If you did that, you'd have 10 seconds of play and 30 minutes of looking for the fucking ball. This is why Britain does not do tennis champions. I'm convinced of it. Fight me in the chat. Scrolling, all legal is done under presumptions. It's done under presumptions and word games, legal definitions. The law is a word game. Really it is. They will argue over the finest details of words. You can have laws overturned because this word has already previously been defined in a different way to what you thought it was. They don't always use the normal dictionary definition of a word. So in law, a dictionary definition of a word applies unless you can find a previous law where that word was defined in a different way. This is how California defined a bee as a fish. I kid you not. A fish. A bee is a fish under California law. And you can go fuck yourself if you can't work out how, because I don't know how to get there. There was something about invertebrates, fish and invertebrates. And someone said, well, a bee is not a vertebrate. It doesn't have a spine. And therefore, it got classed in with fish and invertebrates. And now a bee is a fish under California law. It's a thing. You can go Google it. I did the other day. A bee is a fish. The law is a word game, and if you can play the words, if you can manipulate the words, if you can find a previous definition of a word different to the standard dictionary definition, then you can manipulate things into the most absurd. It's a thing, and I'm not making it up. A bee is a fish under California law. A beaver is a fish to the Catholic Church. Similar thing. Leviticus was their law. Thou shalt not eat the fruits of the rivers and seas, excepting those that have fins or scales. So a fish has scales and fins, that you're allowed to eat fish. Basically, they wanted to say don't eat shellfish, because in Mediterranean or Middle Eastern countries, shellfish will get you deaded. If they're on the market stall for more than 2 hours, anyone eating them is going to die, or at least get very, very ill. So the law was intended, the Bible, the people who wrote the Leviticus, which was law in Latin or whatever it would be, they wanted to protect people. Don't eat shellfish. They should have just said, but they didn't. They didn't have the word shellfish. So don't eat the fruits of the rivers or the seas that don't have scales or fins. And so then on a Friday, when you're having this no meat Friday thing that the Catholics do, okay, we're going to have fish. What's a fish? Well, it's something that's got scales. Oh, a beaver's got scales on its tail. Okay, let's eat beaver. Not like that. Now you're telling your own fucking jokes. I didn't do that. I didn't go there. I wasn't eating beaver in that way. They can eat beaver because a beaver's a fish. It's in the water and it's got scales. It's a fruit of the river or sea that has scales. It's a fish. And we're not allowed to eat meat on a Friday, so we're going to eat beaver. Law, it's similar to how you manipulate law by bending words. And this is what me and Keith discuss quite often. And here we go, jus in rem, not a quasim persona England. Where are we? Jus in rem, not a quasim. Oh God, it's jumped. Let's the address for the bar. Where's jus in rem, not a quasim persona England, jus soli Angli and crewmen creditor, and where the kings as per hierarchy. And then there's some letters and numbers to do with legal documents. So let me give you a breakdown. It's something like, it's like I am a real person, not a quasi person. I'm not the legal entity that you want to prosecute. I am the real person. It's this separation of real person and, you know how a company's incorporated and is therefore now a person. He's saying I am not the corporate entity. I'm not that fake person in law. I'm the real person. Jus soli Angliae, only in England, and I'm not a crewman creditor. I don't owe. I wasn't in the Navy. You don't own me. And it's the idea that law spans from contract law and naval law. I don't know the ins and outs. I couldn't begin to, and he knows more about it than me. But I like I said earlier, there are edge cases, there are kinks, there are tangential bits of it that kind of make sense, but the state has absolute power in the end. They can beat you up, they can lock you up. They can take you away from your family and put you in the prison for 20 years. And if you don't behave in prison, they can beat you up some more. It's a thing. And you're never going to win that fight and that argument. Even if technically you're right, how are you going to win? Telling the courts you don't have rights over me, it's just not going to end well. It's just not going to end well. Fama, hello my friend. Fabrizio enters the chat. Welcome everyone. He welcomes me to my own stream. Welcome everyone, everybody, everywhere. Welcome, hello Delta Mike. At least I'm not Delta Force Mike today. Separation of state. Yeah, this is an interesting idea, isn't it? The three arms of government. There's the separation of state from religion, but you've also got the judiciary, the executive, and the law, the courts, I guess, is the third one, is it? I'm not up, especially on my American nomenclature of those things. Hello, babe. Hello, you. Can I get a kiss and a cuddle? Daddy wants a kiss. Kiss me, Daddy. I can't bend down for anything, so I'll just tickle you under the chin. And then I'll bring my friends in to have a quick look at my Tina girl. She's over here, look. Hey, babe. Hello, you. Tina. Hello, you. Say hello to Fama. Uncle Fama. Uncle Fabrizio. Oh, I know you heard someone else whistling. No, don't worry about the whistling. The whistling is not your problem. Yes, Tina. Have you got any water left? You have got water left. Okay, there is water in there. Hello, you. Hello, you. Oh, I haven't told everyone. Fucking 6:15 this morning. First light. There's voices in the fucking field. I kid you not. I come out and I come out and I'm literally walking around the tent ready to start hitting someone. I'm certain that there's something weird going on. And this guy comes along. See this bottle of water here? This guy's that bottle of water there. This guy's carrying it. And he starts drinking from it. And I'm like, oh, okay, he's brought some water with him. He wants a drink, okay. And he tells me how his car, he's on some, I don't know about drink or drugs, whichever. He's off his tits. And he tells me that his car's broken down over there and that he's just walking through the field here. And I'm like, okay. And then he puts his bottle down and he starts to kind of try and sit down. And I engage him in conversation. And I tell him, oh, I hope you get your car fixed, but you know. And he puts his bottle and he walks up and I said, is this your bottle, yeah? No, I just picked that up here. You did what now? Some randoms walked through my camp, picked up a bottle of water, started drinking it and chuntering to himself. What am I supposed to do with this bottle of fucking water now? Some randos literally had his gob around the end of the... what do I do with that water? Do I assume the dog can handle it, or do I just pour it away, crush the bottle and be done? I think that's where I'm going with it. Sorry to whoever donated this particular bottle of water. I think it's just getting poured away, and just for hygiene's sake. I've got no idea where his mouth's been last night or the rest of his life. I got no... Don't do that. Don't walk through my field and pick my water up and start drinking it without fucking asking me. Don't do that. It might end badly for you. He looked familiar. Russian. I wondered whether it was the bloke from the stand-up. He looked a lot like the bloke from the stand-up knockdown fist fight. But I can't. I'm bad with names and faces. Boil the water and trash the bottle. I think I've got enough water to not worry about it. I think so. I'd have to do an audit. I have to go around and count. Karen will be back in a few weeks, so maybe I'll be all right. Using gas to boil that water seems unnecessary. There's not. I mean, there's only a fraction of a bottle. Let me see if I can. No, I'm gonna stand. Apologies. You're gonna see the end of the suntan, and then you're gonna see the flabby whites. Okay. Apologies. I do apologise. Oh, there's probably only about 1 litre in the bottom. It's probably not worth worrying about. Yeah, that was a 5 litre bottle, so it's less than a litre. People who just walks through someone's camp and starts drinking their fucking water. I'm going to say alcohol, you know what I mean? He was telling me his car's broken down, it's got a flat battery and blah, 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 blah. Now, there is a possibility that there's a kiosk just over there. There's a possibility that he was parked in the car park to the kiosk on the way to the cliffs, and that then he's walked around. Maybe he's fallen asleep in his car last night, and then he's walked through the field this morning. It's not impossible, it's just really unlikely. And then he chunted off and walked off up the track here, and I'm saying good luck with your car. But he was drunk. There should have been no mention of car. Uh-oh. There's a car and a bus having an argument. Don't know what that's about. Not getting involved. Use a straw or wash with it. Yeah, I could wash clothes with it. That's a good point. Yeah. I do have a couple of t-shirts that just need rinsing through. Even if not washing, even if it's just dunking, and like right now, so I'm sat here with no top on, and I took my t-shirt off because I was too wet. I could just wet the t-shirt and put a wet t-shirt on. Insert your own jokes again about wet t-shirt contests, etc. Don't. Oh, it looks clean. Yeah. But I'm not going to drink it when he's had his mouth around it. Yeah, I could wet a t-shirt with it. I could wet cloth with it. I could wipe with it. I'm not going to give it to Tina to drink. I'm not going to drink it. But I'll make a use of it. I won't just pour it away. On reflection, now that we've thought it through together, thank you very much for helping me think it through, bouncing ideas off each other. Thank you. That's why I hire you. That's why I bring you here. I don't charge much to bring you here. There is a PayPal donate link. I know I should be paying for the ideas rather than charging you, but you did a public service, kept him from driving under the influence, possibly. Yeah, I sent him on his way that way, and told him he had to ask which way town was. He didn't know which way was town. People can't live with them. Can't shoot them legally most of the time. I don't know, folks, what do you do? Now, I have got, this is last night's coffee. I'm just going to have a quick look. Make sure there isn't a slug in there or something. No slugs. There might be insects in the bottom. You remember the other night when I drank it and there was a fly in the bottom? Cold coffee, 24 hours old. We're down to 3 lights on the power bank. And we're up to 56% on the phone, despite the fact it's really heavy. Using the internet is quite heavy. Oh, well, the tablet's doing the internet. The tablet is the internet connection, but it's a hotspot that the phone connects to. 90%, yeah. Whoa, okay. Is it Zach Ra? Zach, right? Zach Asmongold, as was, as is. Right, where are we? We've got 8 people watching. We're up from the 3 that we bottoming out on. Some of you haven't hit the thumbs up. What do I need to do? What do I have to do to earn your thumbs up? Do you want me to do the crab? Can a 57-year-old guy do the crab? Kind of, sort of, yeah, he can. Although he's packing on the weight a little bit, I can do the crab. I can't just lean back into it. I have to lay down and push up. But I could do that if that were doing your thumbs up, or I could just ask you and beg you. Come on, thumbs up, you fucker. You know you want to. It's a tramp in a look. It's a fucking field. It's a tramp living in a tent that's got holes in the roof and where the tarps are falling apart, and where the tent itself is falling apart. The other side of those trees, there's like about 50 meters and then a cliff and then the Mediterranean Ocean, which I can show you from another view. Hold on, hey Tina, can you won't, will you? Can you stop going under? Move. It's okay, darling, you're not in trouble. No, I just don't want to hurt you when I do that. Oh, hold on, folks. For those of you that don't know, over there, you see over there, oh, it's a lot more visible in real life. Just give us a second. There's just over there, that blue there, that's the Mediterranean Sea. You can just about make it out above that compound. And over there, look, behind those buildings, that's you can see the sky, and then you can see just above just around where the wires are, the power lines, that's the demarcation between the water and the horizon, the water and the sky. That's the view from my home. Oh, what's the word I'm looking for? Lobster. Lobster. We've sighted a lobster. It's bright pink. Oh, there's a lobster on camera. Of course I lobster. I'm British. It's traditional. And in 20 years' time, I'll have skin cancer and some such, you know, probably, maybe. I try and stay out of it. I try and stay inside the tent most of the day, but you can't avoid it forever. Was that a cop car? That was indeed a cop car. Blue light on top. Plugging back in. There are 3 lights. Posh area. You need a gardener. Okay. Do you think a gardener could help with the trees that have fallen down? I need an arborist. Or a lumberjack. One or the other. Is there a difference? I guess there must be. What's the difference? What's the distinction? Google. Lumberjack, I guess a lumberjack's job is just to chop them down. I guess an arborist job could be to trim them, to keep them healthy. That would be my guess. Let's find out. Jermaine Jackson was, we don't have to take our clothes off. Arbor. Do I put a U in it or do I not? We'll go American. We'll leave the U out. Arborist versus botanist, tree trimmer, tree surgeon, logger. I was going to go lumber. My request was lumberjack, but I now realise all sorts of other possibilities. Arborist versus lumberjack. An arborist is a tree care specialist focused on the health, preservation and maintenance of trees, In contrast, a lumberjack or logger harvests large quantities of trees in forests. So it's like I said, an arborist, whilst he might end up taking one down, his initial aim is preservation and maybe lopping off the bad bits, the unhealthy bits. Whereas a lumberjack just says, yeah, we've got this many trees, they've got an X on them, put there by somebody, and we've got to take those down. They're gone. Oh, my bum's getting a little bit sore. Not the ring piece, just the, you know, the general area. Sitting down too long, folks, it can do that for you. Scrolling. Oh, there's nowhere to scroll. Posh area, Mike. You need a gardener. Sunglasses, sun cream, not what you think. I don't do sun cream. I really don't. Never have. Probably never will. My dad used to put olive oil on. Now, if you know, that's how you cook meat. Coating it in olive oil and sticking it out in the heat. That's what my dad did. In fairness, most suntan lotions are oil based, so he had a point. An oil will stop more UV than it lets through, so he's kind of got a point. But yeah, no, I've never been one. I got some suntan lotion once, and I put it on, and then I went out and it ran, and your eyes are just below your forehead. I don't know if you know this. Your eyes are below your forehead. You put suntan lotion on your forehead and then sweat, and you're going to have a bad time. I didn't know this. I was naive. I thought it would just stick where it was put because I'd never used it before, and I'm probably never going to use it again. I had bright red, fuck off, bright, I had dinner plate, bright red eyes for days, 2 days, 3 days afterwards. Suntan lotion in your eyes is not where you want to be. And this wasn't after sun, this was the, you know, this was the sun cream that you put on factor 30 or 50 or whatever the fuck it would have been. Don't do that. I promise you, you're live. Am I? That's nice to know. After 3¼ hours, that's good to know. I promise you, if you put suntan lotion on your forehead and then you sweat, which you're likely to do in the sun, let's face it. I put it on and I was walking to a bar that's 2 miles that way. Yeah, no, it was in the sun, it melted, and it's in my eyes, and for 3 days I had bright red eyes. Go right down there, babe. I think I've got a fly nibbling on my ankle. Sunglasses, sun cream, not what you think. The sea is near the mantle of the earth, yet the sea bottom is cold. No, crust, not the mantle, it's a crust, isn't it? The mantle is about 12 miles down, if I remember correct. Crust is the word you're looking for. Probably, maybe, mostly. There are places where it goes 12 miles down because Marianas Trench and... do you know the earth is smoother than a snooker ball or a pool ball? Out of something that is 25, it has a circumference of 25,000 miles and therefore a radius of, hold on, radius of 4, circumference of 8, no, not circumference, radius, what's the other one? Diameter. Fuck. It's almost like I know maths. Hello you, what are you? You're a little green bird that doesn't look like a parrot. Unless you're a baby parrot. I don't know, folks, and I wasn't quick enough to get the phone on it. I don't know what that was. It's a little green bird. George, coming to Spain on Sunday. We'll pop down to see you next week and bring you some supplies. George, hello mate. You're more than welcome to come and visit. Maybe you'll have time to come and sit out here, and I know you're going to be driving. I don't know whether you can partake of a cold cola or maybe just the one cold beer while you're here. I got you coming down, and I've got Scotty coming down at roughly, I don't know if you know Scotty, I don't know if you've seen Scotty in chat. Scotty, there's a chat, he hasn't confirmed it, but he said the same day that you said last time that you were going to come down, Scotty said that his missus is off elsewhere and he might be coming through. Maybe you could all meet up. Tina girl, you're okay, darling. You're alright. Are you gonna... Why didn't you pee or poo when I walked you? You haven't done anything here, I don't think, have you? Not yet. Where am I, folks? Where am I? Sign of Nature, Keith. Ice cream plus 4. Ice cream, please, for Mike. Best summer Christmas dinner, law. Yeah, look, I'm here. I'm meant to be doing some kind of food thing, aren't I? This is my happy UnChristmas. It's the 25th of June. I didn't get... So for anyone who's coming late, Christmas Day, it rained literally all fucking day. I've got one gas burner out here, and I was going to attempt to make a Christmas dinner. In the end, it was the 28th before I made a Christmas... There is a video. I did make the Christmas dinner, lumpy gravy and everything. The video is there. It's a very lumpy gravy, actually. But that was the 28th before I got to make my own. My friend Anthony actually brought me on an actual plate. He brought me a Christmas dinner about 10:30 in the morning, I think it was. So here you go, mate. Christmas dinner. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you. I'm eternally grateful. I couldn't come out here and stand here. It wasn't just raining, folks. I think there's videos. Go watch them. December 25th. It was fucking torrential. Absolutely abysmally torrential. The field almost flooded. There was water running through the field kind of this deep, despite the drainage ditch at the top. It was a thing. It was a thing. But my mate Anthony had predicted, he'd forecasted, preempted this, and he brought me a Christmas dinner, which was fantastic. And it was, like I said, it was another couple of days before I could get out myself and actually cook a proper meal. And I did. I had all the ingredients for Christmas dinner. I made a meal, but I told myself that was kind of Christmas. I'm not going to say ruined because Anthony saved it, but that ruined my Christmas, my cooking on Christmas Day. So I told myself the 25th of every month that I could, I would come out and I would cook a meal. Not necessarily a Christmas meal, but a substantial meal. Today, it's June the 25th. It's exactly 6 months after Christmas, and it's exactly 6 months until the next Christmas. But it's also 27 fucking degrees. And when I came out 3 hours ago, yeah, I haven't transitioned, but maybe a bit of tendon trouble. When I came out 3.5 hours ago and started the stream, I was late, but the idea was I was going to come out and I was going to make some chips, and I was going to do chips. I think I've got some cabbage and some cauliflower. I was going to do that. I'm honestly just not hungry. It's too hot to be hungry. Yeah, I'm not feeling it, folks. I'm not feeling it. Tomorrow's Friday. Tomorrow's Friday, yeah? This is Thursday. What a smile. It is. Friday. What do you think? Tweeties? I can't get there. but I could maybe have them deliver. I'm not sure what the price would be. It's about a tenner for the fish and chips. There'll be a delivery fee. We're looking at 13 to 15 euros. It's a little bit extravagant for a tramp in a field, isn't it? Wasn't it? Didn't it? I don't know, folks. I went to do a thing today that would have involved paying with my card, but then they wanted the postcode and the full name of the owner and all sorts of shit that I don't know because it's not my card. Tina, can you stop? It's not like I've found a card lying in the street or I've stolen a card. My friend Karen got a card, gave it to me, and I can do tippy-tappy and I send her PayPal money, you know, the funny money that you guys send me from that link up there. That link there. Oh, it's there for me. It might be at the bottom for you. Could be down there. If the camera's reversed, it might be down. I've got no clue. What the fuck? I don't know. YouTube camera fucking weirdness. Anyway, that's not what you called. You send me the PayPal money, I send it to Karen, she puts it on the card, and then I can tippy tappy, and nobody bothers that it's in a woman's name, but that I'm the one tippy tapping. But I was somewhere today trying to do a thing, and they were bothered. They wanted the full name of the card owner, which I don't know Karen's full name. I don't know Karen's postcode. I can't do the things. That went badly. It didn't finish. That didn't end well. Yeah. It's been a lifesaver, that card, and it's in my back pocket. I am sitting on it right now. It's on the back. Okay, it's okay. I just thought it was on the back end of the chair. I have bent one in half before now, and the little chip fell out. So I don't know if you know, there's a chip that does the working, and then there's a spiral that does the induction when you put it near a device. And I bent the card in half and the chip fell out. Not good. One thing I can say, you ain't wavered over your UT time. Not a change in you anytime. Very consistent performance. My YouTube time, I'm, you know, I am me. I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm trying to be fairly honest with you guys. I'm trying to show, I try to document my life, the pros, the minuses. Yes, I drink, and you see me drink, and there are some streams where I didn't, but almost every stream I've got a beer in my hand. Now this can might last 2 hours, you know, so I'm trying to show that, hey, I'm not the raging alky that some people make me out to be. I get other people who say, how many beers per day are you drinking? How many per week? How many units of alcohol are you going through? And it's like, A, none of your fucking business, and B, fuck off. I do have a slightly aggressive personality, and I think that comes through sometimes. If you were watching last night, my friend Karen had to tell me to stop talking about killing people and how you kill people. I was talking about shooting people and doing a mag dump, or whether I preferred 2 to the body, 1 to the head. I was talking about how you cut someone's throat. You don't slice around the throat in the way that people think. You take the point of the blade and you have the blade outwards, and you come in behind the windpipe, and nature will force the blade forward, and that's how you cut a throat. She's texting me twice. Shut up! You're not doing so many favors. Stop talking about how to kill people. It's a thing. I can't not be me. I have this knowledge. I don't know where some of this knowledge comes from. It's not like I was in the SAS or anything, although my dad was a para. It's Not just my dad, about 7 of my uncles. Some on his side, some on my mum's side. This is how they met. I'm only here because of the parachute regiment. That's why I turned burgundy in the sun. Anyway, do you know how the parachute regiment got their burgundy caps? What's she called? Daphne du Maurier. She was the wife of the original colonel in charge of the parachute regiment. Colonel or general, when they were formed. And it was the colour of their curtains at home. She liked the burgundy curtains they had, so that became the burgundy. That became the red. That's why Paris. And now, not just Paris, but all airborne troops in the UK have the burgundy cap. 16th Air Assault Regiment, if I remember correctly. I have reason to remember correctly, but shush, let's not go there. It's the colour of the curtains of the guy in charge. Daphne du Maurier, the writer of Rebecca. The only book where you don't know who the narrator is. Usually within a story, the narrator is the protagonist. In Red Rum, the narrator is the horse. It's the only book where the narrator is the horse. But Rebecca, there's a narrator talks to the story, and she's not a protagonist. She's not in the story. She's just an outsider talking, and you don't know why or how. You don't know how she knows what she knows. That adds an air of supernatural. It adds an air of, I don't know if it was a deliberate thing or if she just didn't know what she was doing when she wrote it. I'm at the bottom of this beer and it's going warm again, folks. One thing I can say is you ain't wavered. I did read that one. Independent, grounding, lawful persona. I am me. I am not the just rem in keto me or whatever the words you use when you type that longer stuff. Let me just scroll back. Let me see if I can find the words. I do enjoy reading your words. That's twice. Just in quasim persona. I'm not the quasim persona, the quasi persona. I am not that pretend persona, the lawful persona. I am the real me, not the legal entity me. Okay, Keith. I enjoyed the joust, my friend. I enjoy the back and forth. I don't always understand what you say, but I enjoy it anyway. Yeah. British peeps claimants over in Spain can get reassessed over the phone, yet your bank, my bank says I'm not me. And I can't do it. My mate Ismo lost his bank card and his phone, and he bought a new phone, and he rang up his bank, and they said, hey, hold up 4 fingers and show us that you're live, and he did that, and then they said, well, now let's have a photograph of your passport, and he did a photograph of his passport, and they sent him out a new card 2 days later. My bank say no, come back to Britain. Not just walk into any Santander bank, which Spain, Santander, I mean, just no, not just walk into any branch of Santander. You have to walk into your branch, bring your passport and 3 bits of ID. Really? Isn't it? Wasn't it? Didn't it? And the police say, no, we arrest you when you try and leave the country. Work out that catch-22. And 4 years later, you're in a field. And I don't know why I'm laughing about it. I should be fucking furious. What was that guy in America that went and shot the CEO of the healthcare company? Don't give me ideas about my bank. I was talking earlier about Charles Bronson and Paul Kersey, the character in Death Wish. Makes you think. I'm only thinking YouTube and lawyers and police, and I'm allowed to think. You do not get to police the fucking thoughts. Don't do that. But it makes you think. Isn't it? Wasn't it? Didn't it? 4 years living in a field. And my friend Karen tells me to stop talking about how to kill people. I guess I shouldn't do that. Just because you've got knowledge. You know, we could discuss how to build an atom bomb. Or a thermonuclear device. That's where you use an atom bomb to set off a bigger bomb. If you didn't know. You have to compress some either uranium or plutonium. You have to compress it down to half of its original size. And you can either do it with a lot of conventional explosives, but what they do with a thermonuclear bomb, they use an atom bomb on the outside to compress the stuff on the inside to be a nuclear bomb. Aren't we humans clever? Who would have thought of using an atom bomb to set off a nuclear bomb? Shall we play a game of global nuclear warfare? Hello, Whopper. Hello, Joshua. War games references, folks. Geek references. Maybe. There was a lad arrested a few years ago. He's locked up because he had Mein Kampf and some Karl Marx material. You know, he had extremist materials on his bookshelf. Now, he was a bit of a strange one, and he had made threats. But the possession of knowledge should never be capable of getting you locked. The possession of knowledge is not wrong. There are many physicists know how to make a nuclear bomb. We don't lock them up. If I get a bookshelf and fill it with books about how to make nuclear bombs or atomic bombs, whatever, there's a guy sitting in jail now because he had Mein Kampf and some Karl Marx stuff. Now these are radically opposed. One's left, one's right. One's very right. Absolutely correct, you might say. I would not say that because that might get me in trouble. Just means my struggle in German, okay? It's not a, just means my struggle, Mein Kampf. The possession of knowledge should not be illegal, unlawful. We can argue about it. We go again. Look, I used the word that doesn't exist. Illegal shouldn't even be a word. It should be illegal to use the word illegal. Or should it be unlawful to use the word illegal? Illegal just means a poorly eagle. We had that discussion earlier. Rewind or watch Sunday night's stream, I think it was. It's a cheeky smile, isn't it? It's amazing what you can get away with a cheeky smile. Scrolling just to check if there is anything. British peeps claiming, yeah, okay, no problem. You can be a legal shit, but I've shown. Hold on. But I've shown shared what lawfulness can alternate into untouchable stuff. You should be able to argue that the bank broke your contract first, so demand a refund plus interest and compo. What's the compo for 4 years in a field? How much do they owe me? Loss of earnings, lifestyle living with mice and rats, the cost of tents, the cost of water, the cost, is there a cost of being an e-beggar? It harms my reputation that I am like Darkside Phil. I am a beggar online. That's damaging to my reputation, no? I think so. People can look and say, it's that guy, he begs online. I got other people who busk. I know other people who beg outside actual supermarkets for real. Tried it the once, it's not for me. But what's the compensation for being forced to live in a field for 4 years? What's the compensation for having all your friends turn their back on you because they didn't believe that a bank could behave that way? It's not possible, it's not credible. He definitely didn't have a second bank account. How could he have had no bank would behave that way. They have to give you your money. All of the rumour, he's a liar because what's the compensation for that? The reputational harm, the losing every friend that you built up over 6 or 7 years here. Is there compensation for that? Can you quantify it? Where would you begin? They don't believe that I had a second bank account, my emergency fund, my rainy day fund, you might call it. They don't believe. They said there was no second bank account. I mean, the lady who housed me for 3 or 4 months, she's died since. She hated me in the end and made me leave. How do you compensate for that broken friendship? I don't know. I get all kind of poignant, and my friend fell out with me because she started to listen to other people not believing me, and then she made me leave. She made me. I walked out of her stairway, out of her doorway and down the stairs, August the 14th. What was it, 2022? 4 years ago. August, 4 years ago. I walked out of those stairs carrying a few bags and me and my dog to be homeless. How do you do that? How do you prepare for that? How would you compensate someone for that? I don't know, guys. I couldn't begin to put a value on it. I mean, you could go crazy, couldn't you? You could say, hey, I want 100 grand for every year that I've been homeless because it's your fault. I don't know how you could justify those numbers, but I mean, it's pick a number and double it. Is it 10 grand a year? Is it 20 grand a year? Pick a number, times it by however many years, and double it. I don't know where you go. I don't know how you would pick a number. Probably no. In America, it'd probably end up as millions. In Britain, it'll end up as pennies because we don't really have that. We don't have that litigious culture. They even have a thing in America where you pick a number and then you triple it because you have to make a statement to the people who did it. You have to let them know that no, this is intolerable. I'm watching this Reckless Ben thing with the Lego sets. I'm watching that quite keenly. That's fascinating. Now there's criminal elements and there's civil elements and it's all very complicated. Hola, buenos dias. Hola. Buenos dias is probably wrong at this time of night. I should have just gone with either buenos or buenos noches. I guess you could have gone with buenos tardes. Buenos dias was wrong. I always do this. I always pick the wrong fucking word in the moment. I'm scrolling, folks. You should be able to argue. Yeah, okay, I think I saw that. Why is a free life such a crazy idea? Who monetized the planet? The corporate world, big business. I think the Bank of England, if you look back historically, the Bank of England would have been a major driving force. So whenever the king needed money for a war, and he'd start taxing the different lords, and the lords would set their tax cut. The sheriff, the shire reef. So a shire reef, each shire, each county had a shire reef, the guy in charge of tax collecting. So this is where the Sheriff of Nottingham comes from. They were the ones in, so the lords of the manor, you know, the guy in charge, the earls, the lords, whoever, they needed money because the king said, hey, you're all going to give me 10 grand each. And then they had to come up with the money. So they went around and they just stole it from the plebs. This was what a shire reef was. Each shire had a reef. And this is where you get the word sheriff. Sheriff of Nottingham. And all of your American sheriffs all comes from the same root, the shire reef. So the Bank of England needed to raise money. The king said, give me money, and all the lords and ladies had to pay the money, and they didn't have any, so they took it from the farmers and the plebs under them. And it's that. Basically, I think it comes from there. That would be my guess of where big business and money raising, taxation, it's all to do with the British royal family. Like Richard the Lionheart, when he was captured by, was it Saladin or whoever it was who captured him, and we had to pay to get the fucker back, and his brother didn't want to pay. Can't remember the name of the brother. Richard the Lionheart, King. Why can I not do that? I know it. I've watched the film many times. And this is where Robin Hood comes in as well, isn't it? When Richard the Lionheart comes into the country. Also, the other one. What's the Black Knight with the jousting contest? I recognise you, Sir Knight. And there's a passing procession, and he recognises King John's the bad brother. He recognises Richard the Lionheart. And I had Bravo and I had Ivanhoe. Fuck! I gave myself enough clues to get the answer. Ivanhoe. Walter Scott? Walter C. Scott? No. I'm going to go Walter Scott, the author of Ivanhoe. But the story's set around what? 12th century, 1120 or 30 something or other. I recognise you, Sir Knight, said somebody to him during the jousting contest. But also the Robin Hood story also features into the thing. I've taken a tangent, haven't I? I've done the thing again. I've done the thing, all the things. Where are we? Breeders like cattle for our taxes. Nobody can own soil of the land. They breed us for warriors when they want soldiers to go and fight abroad, which is a thing that's cropped up a few times recently, hasn't it? They turn the military all fucking gay and camp and trans. And then they say, oh, but what if we have to go to war? We might have to bring in conscription. We don't have enough volunteers. We might have to conscript. Might you? Have fun with that. There aren't enough people happy enough with the country. Nobody was going to line up and go and fight for Keir Starmer. He's on his way out, but nobody was going to do that. That you would have to conscript because no one was going to be volunteering for that cunt. But all of the other stuff that goes with it, the trans agenda and the gay agenda and all. Most people, I mean, I don't care who sticks what in where. And I don't care if you grow up and decide to chop it off. But don't ask me to call you Lucy if you grew up as Lucas or Luke. Yeah, you know. And let's not even talk about kids chopping it off or taking drugs to stop it from happening and all of that. Two-fisted drinking, folks. Two-fisted drinking. On the one hand, coffee. Actually poured last night. That's a different story. I did check it before to make sure that there were no slugs or anything cold in there. It has been outside overnight. And on the other hand, warm beer. Very warm beer by this. I really do need to go and get my EcoFlows and plug one of them at least into the fridge. Otherwise, all my beer is going to be fucking warm. Merry UnChristmas. This is as UnChristmas as you can possibly get. It is exactly 6 months after Christmas, and it is actually 6 months until the next Christmas. From now on, we are approaching Christmas. Christmas will always be closer than today. Well, until this same period next year. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about. I've got a swarm of flies around me, which is why I've got a flock of birds around me. Are they going to come back around? Let me see if I can catch them. Oh, I think they've gone. They're gone. No, there's one coming back. Two coming back. These ones haven't got the tail. Usually they've got that kind of swallow tail thing going on. These ones are different. Oh, he's got the swallowtail. Hold on. Have we got enough power to unplug? Yeah, you're on 72%. Let me have a look at this, folks. Let me try. Well, not let me have a look. No, he hasn't got the swallowtail. That's... it didn't like my click to reverse the cameras. It took me out of the app. You haven't got... And now they've all gone. Come flying past. I'm going to zoom in. No, that enlarged chart, it didn't zoom the picture. Hold on, wait a minute now. So you've got these birds here on this wire. Where are they? There. Those are not these. These are the ones that are flying around and chasing the flies, eating the flies. I can't get them. I can't get them on camera. That's not them. I have a nature playlist. A few years ago, there was about 100 times more of these. And the skies were just full of them. If you check out my nature playlist, there are some birds. Wow, God, no, they're all over the place and I'm not getting them. And then there are these flies. They're here to eat the flies and I can't get the birds. I can't get them on camera. Look at this. Come on, there was one for a second or three. Tina girl, stop. I know there's a swarm of flies, but let the birds have them. You don't need to eat them. I can't get them, folks. No. On my screen, they're not showing. I don't know if you're seeing any. I don't know if I get anywhere near at any point. Maybe when I watch it back tomorrow, I'll get a better idea. I do have, there's about 20 birds flying around. They're in a really wide circle, so they're not. Swallow, swift, house martin, I don't know what, they've got that distinctive tail. Some of them have anyway, not everything. Not all the birds. Some of the birds. I just can't get them on camera, or at least I can't see them on my phone. Those are different birds, those are not them. I'm just going to go grab, I'm going to grab, well, you can come with me. You can come with me. Hold on. I'm going to go get the EcoFlow. Oh! Ouch! Where I'm sat down, the seams and things in my shorts, and I've got some money in my back pocket. It's all digging in and causing creases in my skin. Hold on. Alright. Oh, it's you! Hold on, see if you can see this guy. This bird. Hold on. Oh, he's... No. It's the same one. It's the same one that was here. I think, was it yesterday? He was down on the floor. He's like a little... like a sparrow or a tit. And then he's got this yellow stripe on his wing. Anyway, I'm going to go... Let me go do this. I'm not going to move all of the panels and all of the EcoFlows and everything. I'm going to put one of the EcoFlows inside to power the fridge, and I'm going to put the other one on the table. So I'll show you. Here's the setup. 2 EcoFlows, one sat on top of the other. EcoFlow Rivers. The bottom one is an EcoFlow River 2, and the top one is an EcoFlow River 3. And then I've got 2 solar panels, one there, one over there. The sun's gone now, so we're not going to get anything extra from those. So that doesn't matter. I'll just unplug them. Ordinarily, I would carry the solar panels back across, and I'd carry the panels back across and set them up ready for in the morning over here against this chair. But we don't need to do that, do we? Here's Tina again. Look, here's Tina. I'll put one of the EcoFlows here. The other one's going to go inside, and it's going to power my fridge. I don't really want to show you. A little bit embarrassed by the state of things in here. I'm going to put the EcoFlow here on this box. It sits on a box. I'm going to plug the fridge in. 12 volt car socket kind of thing. I missed. Is it on? I thought I saw a light. Is it on or is it not? There you go. Okay. So in here, oh, I can't really step in. But here's my, oh, look at that, it's 10 degrees. Here's my fridge. Plus 10. It doesn't stay cold long. Just gonna grab a beer and we'll go back. How much? 90, no, 70, it was only on 79%. I don't, can you see that? The big number in the orange, in the circle, 79. No, obviously no what's coming in, 36 watts, 35 watts going out. 79%, and it can run like that for 5 hours, it says. It'll go longer. It'll go longer because it doesn't run continuous. It's, you know, fridges kick on and off, don't they? Here she is. Hello, baby. Hello, you. You talk to the peoples. You gonna talk to the peoples? Hey. Hello, you. That's my girl. Tina girl. Hello, babe. Hello, you. Hello, you. Daddy loves his girl. Okay, folks. Look how pink I am. Lobster. And I haven't even sat out in the sun deliberately. Oops. Did I just spill your water, darling? No, I didn't. I just kicked it. Very pink. All the pink. What am I doing with this? I'm going to plug directly into the EcoFlow rather than into the power bank. Give us a second. Bear with me. It's a teddy bear with me. What's a Tina doggy teddy bear, yeah? Hello, babe. I've just got a... Ouch! Oh, my left buttock. I got a pile of coins in this back pocket. I don't usually have much to do with coins, currency, but apparently at the minute I've got a little bit too much and I'm sat on it and it's digging right into my ass. A little bit sore. Scrolling. The right of the soul of England. Nobody can own soil of the land. You ain't seen anything yet. Watch 72 hours Deus Vult. Oh, you've mentioned this before. All glorious Heavenly Father God. Ooh, that sounds religious. I don't do religion. I am heathen scum. Hold on. It jumped. Where am I? How far back have I gone? You ain't seen anything yet. The Deus Vult. Okay, that was there. Here I am. Where we are, with an R, living in the end times. We are living in the ages of massive information, earthly and spiritual, and things are going to change. Don't give up hope. I always have hope. I'm just not religious. I have no... What's the phrase? I have no use of that hypothesis. See, we clash again. We clash again. We maybe need to start a podcast. Me and Keith, jousting about these different words and different philosophies and different things. I am a man generally a man of science, although I'm a skeptic on some things. I consider myself a conspiracy analyst, not really a conspiracy theorist, but I look at conspiracy theories and try to decide how heavily we can rely on them, or whether there's anything to them. I'm gonna pour that away rather than drink. I cannot face drinking that last mouthful of warm beer, and I know as a tramp in a field that sounds really wasteful, but whoops, some just sprayed up my arm. I got this nice cold one now, Suave, Steinberg, folks, Steinberg Suave. I know it's backwards for you, but Steinberg Suave. Steinberg is a beer that I only ever see in Mercadona. I don't know if it's an own brand thing, or if maybe they're just the only stockists of it. Maybe they've just got an exclusive deal. I don't know. But you saw my fridge says it's on 10 degrees Celsius, so it's not as cold as it should be. The beer's quite cold. It's not ice cold, but it's quite cool. Give it a couple of hours now that it's plugged back in again. I had to move it over the other side of the I had to move the power source to the other side of the field to charge. That one was it on 79? This one's on 85. This EcoFlow's on 85. So we've got some power. But the fridge has sat unrefrigerated for a little while. I think, where are we for time? 9:20. So it's going to go dark in the next half an hour. Dark in the next half hour. It is getting a little bit cooler, not much. Have I got a... Give us a second. Let me have a look at a temperature thing. Oh no, it's telling me about tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be 26. Hannah, you didn't have to do that. I didn't see that. I do apologise that I didn't see Hannah's donation. I do try and silence the phone when I'm streaming. Otherwise, someone with headphones will get all the plinks and plonks, and it can be quite, not just distracting, it can be quite painful actually, if you're getting all the plinks and the plonks from my phone while you're on. I didn't see that, Hannah. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. Tina, go. Leave the flies alone. You're okay. You're okay. As long as they're not in the back end, and they're not. They're leaving you alone at this end. Don't chase them at that end. Don't cause more problems than you need to. Oh, where are we, folks? Living in the end times. That sounds religious. Are you religious, Keith? You sound like you're religious. Living in the end times. People have been predicting the end times forever, and it literally says in the Bible that no man will see the end times coming. No man will predict the end times. So anyone who predicts the end times is either wrong or just going against the Bible, which seems Not counterintuitive. What's the word I'm looking for? It was contrary to doctrine. It's contrary to your own religion, if you are religious, to predict the end times. No man shall see the end times coming. I know there's different books and different writings, and they had that big conference in the 3rd century where they decided which papers get included and which ones don't. And you've got the Apocrypha, the books that were proposed for the Bible but weren't accepted. So when they drew up the Bible and they rejected all these other, when they drew up the New Testament, sorry, because the Bible already existed, the Old Testament, what we call what Christians, I'm not a Christian, so I don't know whether I can say we, what the people of a Christian heritage, now I can include me and be a we, what we call the Old Testament, which was really the Talmud, or the Hebrew Bible. We had that, and then we tried to draw up the New Testament. We tried to add the books, and they had a big conference in the 3rd century to try and, was it the 3rd or the 4th? It might have been 3, rather than being the 3rd, which would be 200 and something, it might have been in 300 and something. I might not be remembering quite correctly. I'm not a biblical, I don't know if you know this, I'm not a biblical scholar. Kind of, but not quite. Tina girl, I'm gonna get angry if you carry on. And I don't like me when I'm angry. Oi! Dog. Where was I? Bible, 3rd century, big meeting, what books to include. The ones that didn't get included are now called the Apocrypha. Tina girl, I'm gonna get fucking angry in a minute. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Okay, babe. It's okay. Daddy's a grumpy one. He's okay. He's not angry. Just grumpy. Okay, folks, sorry. Where was I? Currency has a lifespan over history, 100 years. That's now, folks. Currency has a lifespan. Currency as in money. We're living in the end times. There's a. Oh, Tina, There's a thing about 4 generations, isn't there? We tend to go to war or have big fallouts every year. Really? Every 80 years or so, there tends to be a big... It's that, you know, the Joe Rogan thing. How does it go? Soft men create hard times create hard men. And you go in this cycle, and it's 3 generations basically, and however you measure a generation, usually 20-25 years. So you've got this 60 to 80 year thing that happens. People have big wars and then they say never again, and for a couple of generations you remember that, but then people forget, and then things get tense, and then another flare up. I don't think we're in end times as in like a biblical an end of. I think we're in an 80 year, the generations have forgotten. I've got these birds. I don't know whether you see them behind me or not. No, you can't. There's not hundreds like they were a few years ago, but there's 20 or so cycling or circling. I don't see them on my screen even when they go over my head and go that way, which is a little bit weird. But no, we got this 80-year cycle thing. This is, how did it go in America? 1770 whatever, the 1776, whatever it was, they had the independence thing. They had a little spat. They think that they beat Britain. They beat a few boats that we had over there. They beat a small number of soldiers that were on a boat that was over there. They didn't beat Britain. They couldn't have beaten Britain at the fucking time. They would have been massacred. But they weren't taking on Britain. They didn't invade Britain. They couldn't have invaded Britain. Britain had some soldiers over there, and they were our colonies, for fuck's sake. We paid for those. We built those. But let's not go there for now. But then what? How many years later? So that was 1770 whatever, and in 1860 whatever, 5, they had a fly just literally landed in my eye. 1865, they had the Civil War. So what's that? From 1770 to 80, 90 years. It's that pattern again, isn't it? Whether it's 3 or 4 generations, this recurs throughout history. The numbers are going to vary. Is it going to be 70 years? Is it going to be 80? Is it going to be 100? But we do these things. Sometimes we only wait 30 or 40, don't we? 1914, 18, and then 1939, 45. We don't always wait 80. Sometimes you can argue about, you can argue about the cause of the Second World War. A lot of people will say that after we won the First World War, we treated Germany so badly that we built up their opposition and made them haters and have a second flare-up. And you might be right. Sometimes you win the war, but you don't win the peace. You have to make friends afterwards. Otherwise, it's going to kick off again in too short a period. Maybe they won't wait 80 years. Maybe they'll kick off in 30 years. 25 or whatever it might have been. That's a thing. These birds. I'm rambling. What am I rambling about and why? Oh, end times and wars and things. Redcoats were winning in Washington until something happened which turned the tide against us. We had a mad king that wasn't sending all of the fucking resources that we need. You wanna conduct a war 3,000, 4,000 miles away? You need supply chains and things, and we didn't have the reinforcements and the supply chains. But America didn't defeat Britain. They defeated a British expeditionary force. You didn't defeat. America could not have begun to invade Britain. It's not even a fucking thing. And Americans are like gobsmacked that we don't even teach this shit in Britain. We had an empire with so many countries that we've now let go, that the letting go of that one back then doesn't even fucking register. Have you seen that video of that woman in Italy? She's going around on the back of the car on the 4th of July and she's wondering why no one else is celebrating. She's gobsmacked that she's the only stars and stripes waving fucking idiot. I don't mean any offense to my American friends. I've got a lot of American friends. But you did not defeat Britain. You defeated a Britain expeditionary force that was fucking thousands of miles from home. If you'd invaded Britain and won, then you might, that'd be a different story. But that's not what it was. We had a few soldiers who came across on boats. You defeated, you defeated a barrel load of soldiers. And we don't even notice. We don't care. The fact that we paid for those 13 colonies, we funded them, we started them, we founded them, and you're supposed to pay us back as you grew and you reneged. We remember that. That's a thing. We also remember that in every war since, you've been 2 years late to the party and charged us a fortune with interest for whatever arms and whatever you supplied. We remember that as well. We remember. I'm gonna reverse. Oh, they've gone. They're circling around, but the birds are here. Look at them. They're catching the flies on the flies and maybe moths at this time of night. Maybe the moths are just coming out. Look at them. Look at them. Maybe if I zoom in a bit, we get a better picture of a few, but you'll miss the rest. They are quite spectacular, and they will fly literally within a metre of my head. But what are they? I don't know whether they're flying by so fast you're just getting a stuttered picture of them. Whoa. They didn't do this last year. They weren't here last year. The year before and the year before that, they were here in their hundreds. It was quite spectacular. Like I said, I have a Torrevieja nature playlist. It's got sunrises, sunsets, thunders and lightnings, but it's also got these birds. And one day I was in the park, and they were swarming around me and Tina. There's lots of them. I don't know where to wave the phone. Maybe I'll unzoom and come back. No, hold on. I think I'm zoomed in. Yeah, I was still zoomed in. No, they're not bats. They're like swallows or swifts or house martins. They've got that tail. Some of them have, and most of them have. Not all of them. It's a little bit early for bats. Bats would be just after dark. These are before. They're eating the flies. And there are a lot of flies around, because you've heard me shouting at Tina because she's been a bit annoying, snapping at them. Definitely birds. Actual birds. I wish I could get a good shot and show them as a swarm or a close-up, so you can see the tail. The tail would probably, to someone who knows, they've got. Oh, sorry, you are still looking that way, but you're not looking at the sky. Look at them. Look how many there are. This is like it was a couple of years ago. But they were like flying within a metre of my face at that point. Anybody, I don't know whether you can get, what kind of image do you need? Let me unplug from the cable and see if I can get you a close-up, or someone who knows can tell me. I'm going to go, it's almost definitely one of those three. Swallows, swifts or house martins, because of the tail. But, what do I know? Can we get one on camera? I've zoomed in a lot here. I've zoomed in a lot in the hopes that we just get a clear picture of one, and we're not. You gotta get the tail. No. Fuck, they're swarming me. I mean, they are swarming me at the minute. But I'm trying to zoom in to get you a better picture, so you can see they're not bats. They are birds. I just can't. I would need to follow one and track it on screen properly, and I can't. Especially not while I'm zoomed in. No, I don't know, folks. A lot of them, though. Look, that's how many flies I guess we've got here at the minute. Now they're not. I'm not being bitten so far. It hasn't been. I'll be honest. It hasn't been a bad year for mosquitoes so far. I think when it's overly dry, I don't. When you get whenever it rains, the mosquitoes come out for the next 3 or 4 days. Look at them, swarming. It's not exactly a murmuration. It's not millions like with starlings, whatever that is. But it's quite a few, isn't it? I haven't got. Can I? Oh no, that fell off the phone. Maybe I just do. I'll turn it back this way, and maybe you'll see them as they fly past me. My head will be in the way for a lot. But... Is that the moon, or is that still? Oh, it's the moon. That's Mr. Moon. Not Mr. Spoon. We followed Mr. Spoon. Button Moon. Oh, not that. It's quite entertaining. I would love to just. I would love to just turn the camera and just you know, leave you looking at them. I do find them fascinating. I could watch them forever. I just had one fly past my ear. I was just saying about how they fly within a metre of my head. I turn the camera around and then one does when you can't see it. Always the way. It's like when it's really windy and I power up the camera and then the wind dies down. Always the way. I love them. I don't know if anyone has anyone had a clear view of them. Has anyone been able to identify what they are? I'm gonna go swallows, but I don't know. Do you think I could ask Google? I'll try Google. The Google AI thing. Nope. Incorrect pin. That's because I didn't read it out. If I'd read out my pin, I would have got it right. Let's have a look here. Spain, Torrevieja, dusk. What do you call this dusk? It's not quite, but it's sunset, dusk, I don't know. Sunset. Birds eating flies. That's not a small bird. Bird swarm eating flies. Can I then put comma? What do I type? Swallow swift. Swallows swift or house martin. Martin with an E, yeah? Swallow swifts. Swallows. Do you pluralize swift? Swifts. Feels wrong, but I'm going to put an S. Swallows, swifts. I've got something biting into my fucking leg. You can fuck off. Swallow swifts or house martin. I put the Oxford comma in. I have got the comma after the before the O. Swallow swifts or house martins. House martins. Question mark. Oh, there's someone there. It's okay, Tina. Tina's okay. It's okay. They don't want to say hello. No, they don't have to say hello. I'm not going to force them. The massive bird swarm, I don't know if it's a massive swarm, but seen darting and swooping at sunset in Torrevieja are almost certainly swifts. Venjejos. While swallows and house martins do exist in the region, the sheer speed, size of the flocks and aggressive continuous insect hunting makes swifts the main culprit. Why did I read circuit? I've lost how to read. These acrobatic displays are easily identifiable using a few key traits. Swifts, they're the most common culprits for those chaotic, hyperspeed, screaming flocks at dusk. I don't know about screaming, but okay. They look like dark flying boomerangs, yeah, or cigars. I'll give you that. They spend almost their entire lives in the air, even sleeping on the wing. Really? And almost exclusively on and feed almost exclusively on flying insects. So this is swifts. Swallows, golondrinas. Are you giving me the Latin name or the Spanish name? I'm not sure where you're going there. Swallows have pale bellies, dark upper parts, and deep. We've got the forked tails, but they often swoop much lower to the ground or over the water, such as the Torrevieja salt lagoons, and frequently perch on telephone wires. Well, these guys don't land. They don't perch. Not that I've seen. I mean, they go low to the ground. I think I see light bellies. Hold on. Wait a minute now. No, not necessarily. They are fast. Wow. They must be on screen behind my head at times. They don't show up on my, yeah, I saw one just going past. And again. I need to turn the, whoops, I need to turn it back on again. House martin, aviones, noticeably smaller than swift and swallows. These birds have stark white bellies and a bright white patch on their lower back stroke rump. I don't really see that, I don't think. They build mud nests under the eaves of buildings in urban areas. Hence house, I guess, house martins. These birds flock together at sunset because flying insects like flies and midges become highly active at dusk. Yeah, I mean, I've definitely noticed that flies and mosquitoes are more active either side of sunset. A single swift swallow or martin can consume up to 800 to 1,000 insects per day, making them nature's ultimate natural pest control. You see, folks, this is why you come here. You come here to learn. Learn from a tramp who knows nothing and learns from Google. We have got, hold on, wait a minute now. You'll like this. We've got somewhat of a sunset. It's not more, oh, the phone doesn't do it justice. It's a lot orangier than that. It's not, it's a lot, there we go. When you zoom in, you get the pinkness. You don't get it. It's not, like, it's not stunning. It's not $1 million sunset like Morecambe. But it's something, isn't it? It's better than nothing. David Schofield, hello, sir. They didn't come last year, and we had a lot of flies last year. This year, they're here, and I love them. I just had another one. That one there flew past my head, probably about 3 meters away, and it's coming back. Oh, the umbrella was in the way. I love them. I really do. They're a sight to behold. The way they swoop and dive, and I don't know whether sometimes I wave the phone around and I can't see anything on screen while filming, and then I watch it back and they're there as plain as day. Yeah. Well, I don't know, folks. Back to me. Star of the show. Lobster. I am bright pink, apparently. I am pink. Yeah. Henry Mancini, yeah? The one and only truly original Panther Pink Panther from head to toe. Saturday night after Grandstand. Wasn't it? Didn't it? Isn't it? You watched Final Score. So you watched most of Grandstand, and then you maybe turned over to World of Sport and watched Big Daddy and Giant Haystacks. Then you turned back to Grandstand and you got Final Score, and then Pink Panther. Oh, at some point in the afternoon you watched Play Away. P-L-A-Y, away, way, 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 away, play away, way, away. With Brian of the Cunt, Brian Cunt. The voice of Chigley and all the others. 3 of them. What are they called? One of them's Chigley. Mike Trumpton, Chigley. Anybody? Come on. You're that old. You know the answer. Trumpton, Chigley, Camberwick Green. Fuck yeah. Hugh Pew. No, it was Pew Barney McGrew, Cuthbert Dibble and Grubb. It was. They were brothers. Pew. No. That's American again, isn't it? Pew. There was a lot of discussion about whether it was Hugh Pew, but it's Pew. 2 brothers, 2 pews. Pew, Barney McGrew, Cuthbert Dibble and Grubb. I guarantee that is the fucking correct answer. These are the firemen who slide down the pole every, I think it was a Friday. I think it was always a Friday. And I can't remember whether that was Trumpton or Camberwick Green. Which was the one? Time flies by when you're the driver of a train and you stand on the footplate there and back again. Over bridges, under bridges to our destination. And this was the guy that owned the factory. Him and his slave, him and his underling, driving the train and feeding the logs into the fire. I say slave, but you know, employee, servant, whatever wording. Pick your own verbiage. I don't care. Verbiage, good word for a tramp in a field, yeah? Verbiage. How pink am I? I haven't even sat out in the sun. I don't even get this. The fuck? I guess I did sit out. I sat out with Ismo yesterday. Tina's uncle Ismo stopped by. My friend Ismo stopped by. Brought some beers. And a cool box. And the cool box is over there. The ice has all turned to water and there are still 3 cans of beer floating in the water. It won't be quite as cold as the ones in my fridge. Tramp, field. Oh yeah. Send me more money. I need more beer. Sorry. It's kind of funny. It smells shitty around here, Tina. What have you done? You haven't done anything. You're just farting lots. Hey, babe. I know I got grumpy. I'm sorry. You were just annoying me, snapping at the flies all the time. The flies, the birds have gone, which must mean the flies have gone. The pinkness in the sky has gone. We're about to enter nighttime, folks. You wouldn't know it. This phone is exaggerating the brightness. At some point soon, oh, the lamp isn't plugged in. I think I've charged it earlier. At some point soon, I'll have to grab the lamp. I might grab the fairy lights and move the umbrella around behind me. I know as a sombrilla, as a parasol, it's not going to do anything for me at night. It's a tool to hang a coat hanger of fairy lights. Because we all like a bit of fairy light. Preppers, if any of you are preppers, if any of you just want to be prepared in case of an emergency, a set of fairy lights that takes 2 or 3 AA batteries. In a power outage, in a field, you know, in the middle of the night with no power, just a light glow. Your eyes will adjust. You don't need masses of light. A light glow is all you need. Especially if you've got children, especially, they'll love a string of fairy lights in a power outage. Whether you go coloured, whether you go all white. If you're going to go all white, go with a yellow white, a warm white. Don't go with that really stark blue horrible shit. But colours can work. I used to have coloured ones in the tent. They're all broken now. They're all ones that other people had thrown away. They didn't last forever. But fairy lights, battery operated ones. Nice. The problem with AC, the problem with the electric ones is that you need a power supply, and something like an EcoFlow, like my EcoFlow here, look folks. I do advertise my Eco, they don't pay me yet. I'm hoping that one day. Here's the power, here's a 220 volt socket. The problem is you put something in there that runs at like 5 watts or 10 watts. There's like a 30 or 40 watt overhead just for having the socket on. So even if your power socket's doing nothing, if I do this, look, if I turn this on, hold on, I can't catch the button. There, that little light. Now you won't know it, that the display won't tell you. It only tells you the power that's actually being used out. But there is a 30 watt overhead just for having that on. Roughly speaking, according to my calculations. If I put something on that runs at 20 watts, I only get 5 hours out of a 250 watt hour device. Which means it's 20 watts plus 30 watts just for having it on. 50 per hour times 5 hours, 250 watts, 250 watt hours in total. There's an expense, there's a cost just to having AC. I would, if whenever you can, in fact I've got this thing turned on here, look, I turn it off, no, that didn't turn off. 12 volts and USB powered is the ultimate. If you can power everything with USB, or just charge, if it's something that can be charged with USB, it's the way to go. 12 volts is kind of the backup. If you have to go to 20 volts, like I do with my fan through the day, but it's so hot, but there's so much sun creating the heat, which gives me solar, so I get enough power to power the fan to try and keep me cool. And what I can't keep cool, I can cool down with a cold drink. It doesn't have to be beer. I've got water, I've got cordial. I don't, I know I give the impression, don't I? I give the impression it's all beer. You've seen me drinking the coffee just now. It's not all beer, but I have a persona when I'm online. I inhabit the character of Delta Mike in the same way that Beyonce inhabits a character called Sasha Fierce. You have this mindset that I'm doing a performance. The tramp thing, even just using the word tramp is performative. Good word for a tramp again, you see. No, how many other tramps do you know that could use the word performative in a fucking sentence? It's not a thing, is it? That old guy pissing himself when you were a kid, he wouldn't have used performative. That guy that stunk of piss, he wouldn't have used performative in a sentence. He wouldn't have known how. He wouldn't have even heard of it. I'm not saying that I'm false, that I'm a performance, but there is an element of exhibition, display, showcase. It's performative. I use the words. You've seen me use all the words, even those words. I only use the words in discussing the words. I don't use them as the words. Usually. I mean, I will call someone a retard every now and again. Sometimes myself. I can't call myself that other word because I'm only pink, I'm not black. If I keep going, maybe I could call myself that word. I'd have to hide in the woodpile. Oh, shut up. Now you're doing the words again. Sometimes I tell myself a joke that I haven't heard before, and it's funny. You would have to be of a certain age to even get that one. A lot of you probably wouldn't even get that one. Thumbs up, folks. Why not? David thinks Swifts. I think Google said Swifts when I looked it up. Germany stopped paying their First World War. All bankers' wars and banks funded both sides. Banks will do that. The American government will try and exploit both sides in a situation. There's, you know, banks, governments. It's money. If there's money to be made, there'll be people trying to make money. If you can exploit both sides, this is why companies will often, like in America, a company in an area will fund both a Democrat and a Republican in the same election. Pay them both. What do we care? It's just money. Guarantee that whoever gets in owes us a favour. Isn't it? Wasn't it? Didn't it? Don't they? If I can chuck him 100,000 and her 100,000, I'm quids in. Well, I'm dollars in if we're doing dollars, but you know what I mean. Does the phrase quids in translate? Do Americans know what I'm quids in? Do they know what that means? I benefit. I don't know if Americans know the phrase because quid is a British term for a pound, a slang term. Who knows? Guys, it's about to get dark. I'm sat here with no shirt on. My legs are a little bit itchy, but I haven't actually been overly attacked by I guess that swarm of birds finished them off or made them move off elsewhere. Swarm of birds? Doesn't sound right. Collective noun for a bunch of swifts. I know starlings, if you get millions of them, it's like a murmuration. Swarm? Flock. Flock of birds, isn't it? Birds are a flock. Even seagulls. Even if you're a pop group, it's a flock of seagulls. You have to have a daft gay haircut. Maybe? I'm saying the words again. Doing the slurs. What were you? That was like a fucking giant horsefly. Don't know what that was. Okay, folks, I think I'm gonna go and get the lights, yeah? And maybe some cables to power the lantern. When I bring the lantern out, it will need the cable. I don't know how charged it is. Where am I for drinks? Oh, I'm still about halfway through this one. It's getting warm. Steinberg's okay when it's ice cold. Once it's not ice cold, it's not that great. Let's put it that way. It's not even an aftertaste. It's just the taste. So for anyone who doesn't know, Steinberg's, this is a Suave. This is one of the special ones. This is a better than normal one. Suave means smooth. Suave and sophisticated. We have the word in English. To be suave is to be smooth. And this is supposed to be the smoother of the beers that Steinberg do. I'm not sure. There's a reason that you used to buy a 12-pack for $2.60. I don't know how much more I can say. If I bring the fairy lights out, I've got to move the umbrella behind me. And I've got a dog in the way. Hey, baby. Hello, you. Tina? Tina? Tell me you're not dead. Tina, go. She's not moving. Hey, babe. Oh, God, you had me worried. Jesus, you had me worried. Fuck. Sorry, babe. I didn't mean to wake you up. I'm sorry. I thought you were dead. I guess I did mean to wake you up. For selfish reasons. I don't want my dog dying on me. I want to know that you're here with me. What am I going to do in this field, folks, without a Tina? In a month or so. What am I going to do without a Tina? When I wake up in the night and reach home and she's not there. Shut up. Don't be like that. You're getting all... Hey babe, can you move to one side a little bit? I need to move my chair. Tina, go. Oh. I'm just going to grab those two lights, folks. The lantern and the fairy lights. Give me a second. I may as well... Look at the... Can you see the belly? It's there. I have a belly. I don't know if you knew I had a belly, but I have a belly. I'm just going to move the light first, I think. Roughly into place. Oh, fuck. The big block of concrete is the... Oh, Jesus Christ. Sorry. Profanity. Apologies to anyone who's religious. I don't mean to be profane. That's another good word for a tramp. Profane. Hold on, wait a minute. Okay. What are we doing? We're getting a lantern. Oh, the fairy outside is in the bedroom. Oh, fuck. No, that didn't work. No, didn't work. No, no, no. Hold on. Oh, ouch. Ouch. Oof. That's not the one. This is the one. Hold on. Hold on. No. No, it's okay. It's okay. We're all okay, babe. Where's this cable? There it is. I got the cable. That's plugged in. You're on. Mine's through. Not good enough. It's good. Okay. Next bit. Okay, can I close the door while I'm here? Can I do it one-handed? Hold on, wait a minute. Can I close the door one-handed? Oh, I don't know. Maybe yes, maybe no. No, right now. Hold on, try again. There's the thing, okay. Hold on, it's okay. Wait. I got you, babe, it's okay, I understand. There we go, I got the door. Can I close the left-hand side? Can I? Maybe yes, maybe no. There we go. I got you. 3/4 closed it. And again. The other side. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Okay, folks. On my way. Almost here. Hello again. Almost here. Right back with you momentarily. There's that. There's a cable. Hold on. It's a little bit gay, a little bit silly, but I like it. There we go. It's a little bit of a fun, isn't it? Wasn't it? Didn't it? It's a little bit of fun. Hey, but darling, can I? Are you all right down there? Oh, that nearly went very bad. You're all right, darling. It's okay. Daddy's okay. For now. Almost came a cropper. Not quite. Give me a second. Your legs are only slightly in the way, but in the way, Tina. Hey, babe. Can I get around? I think I can work around you. Oh, fuck. Sorry, swearing. I was trying to keep things PG, I think. That's why I didn't say the N-word this time. Hold on, folks. I'm gonna go into the EcoFlow on the USB-A port, and I've got to find the USB-C cable, which I need to plug into this lamp here. Hold on, there it is. There we go. You see the little red dot? That means it's charging. And then press for 3 seconds or so. Oh, look how dull it pops up. That one. Oh, maybe it wasn't as charged as I thought it was. Is that manageable? It might not be great, but I think that's manageable, yeah? I think we'll oh, sorry, hand over the camera. I think that's survivable. I need stability from the support. Okay, folks, we're coming from 5 hours in. 5 hours with the Tramp. So the channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that's me, your eponymous hero. I have my glamorous assistant Tina down by my side here. I will introduce you to her shortly. Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Down and out, a homeless guy, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person. These are good words for a tramp. An indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum, everyone can say bum. Perhaps someone who lives rough, perhaps on the streets, or in my case, in a fucking field. I said I was keeping it PG and then I didn't. Fuck it. I swear, I'm a grown-up. Do you swear? I think you swear. I swear, you swear, we swear. We all swear. I'm still in these shorts and I'm still sitting on the seams and on coins and I'm still sitting on things that are digging into my backside. It's kind of like getting bed sores because I've been sat here for 5 hours nearly. Bear with me. It's a teddy bear. That's a Tina doggy teddy bear. Where did I get to? Delta Mike, down and out. We did the whole down and out. In Torrevieja. Torrevieja is a city on the southeast coast of Spain. I'm an Englishman, a Brit, trapped in Spain by circumstance. We can talk at length about the circumstances, but it's been 4 years now. I'm waiting for the SAS or the SBS to come rescue me. Where's the fucking Royal Marines? Come on. I want to see guys with guns dropping down from gunships to come and collect me and steal me back to the UK. Why has it not happened? Trapped by circumstance. Arrested at the airport when I tried to leave the country. Told that it was something and nothing and could be dealt with that day. Then driven back to Torrevieja and put in the cells overnight. Then released and it wasn't taken care of and told I had to wait for a date. Then no date arrived. Then they arrest me because there's been a court case and I didn't attend because no one told me. Then released, and then they make a court date and they arrest me for not attending, and then they make a court date and don't tell me, and then they arrest. Then they kick my dog. And that I will never. The arresting me and locking me up. That's. I can put up with that shit. I will sit in a cell for as long as you fucking want. That doesn't matter. You kick my dog, I don't like you anymore. I challenged the entire Guardia Civil to a stand-up, knockdown, boxing match, fist fight. I will challenge your champion. We can do it for charity. We'll do it for real in a ring with a ref. It can be your ref. I don't care. Let's do this thing. No. Why would we do that? It's unprofessional. That's because you're pussies. I got angry. I would get, if I got in that boxing ring with it, I would get so fucking angry. I'm sure they must have a member of the Guardia Civil who can box a little bit. They must have at least one in Torrevieja. Like I said, for charity. I'm a fat old man. I'm not that fat. Despite the white beard, I'm not that old. But I'm not like a 30... I will take on like your 25-year-old or your 30-year-old. I will take on whatever your fucking... Name your champion. No. Chickens. They like to start fights in a field when they've got truncheons or batons, when they've got tasers and guns, actual real fucking firearms. I'm getting angry. I'm going off on one. Andrew Lamps. Do you think I have anger management issues? It has been suggested. It was suggested by a judge once upon a time. After I put 2 men in hospital. I think I managed my. I've just calmed down. Okay, there, didn't I? Is that an issue with anger management, or is that good anger management? We can discuss at length in the comments or the chat. Scrolling. Maybe Swift, I think, said David. That was a while ago. Has no one mentioned it? Has no one chatted since, or is my chat frozen? I'm going to go top chat and then live chat and see whether... No, the last one was David. David, Mr. Schofield. Mr. Schofield, sir, as I always call him. Sorry, David. It's a school thing. Mr. Schofield. Okay, folks, you're going to have to talk to me, otherwise I'm going to run out of things to talk about. I was supposed to cook. The whole idea of a happy UnChristmas was that I couldn't cook on Christmas Day, and therefore I was going to have some kind of celebratory meal the 25th of every month through the rest of the year. Should I go get the Christmas tree? I can go and get the Christmas tree. I'll do that shortly. The next time I'm over that way. I don't know. It's in the storeroom. So from the other side, it's to the right, which is from here. It's left corner. Probably, as far as I remember. If I can remember where it is, I'll get the Christmas tree out. We'll have a happy UnChristmas in a field with a Christmas tree. That runs off the power supply, the 220 volts. Doesn't use a lot of power in and of itself, but again, that 30 watts overhead for having the inverter on, converting DC to AC. I can do that though. We can do that for half an hour or an hour. I can run the Christmas tree. What will people think driving past on the main road? If you looked in a field and a tramp had his Christmas tree lit in the middle of June, well, the end of June, what would you think? You're still not talking to me. I'm going to struggle, folks, if you don't talk to me. How's your new fridge going? It's not new anymore, is it? It's been about 8 months, I think. 8 or 9 months. It's going good. I have had some food go off in it. I've also got... So, it's in 2 compartments. There's the smaller compartment is the fridge, and the larger one, depending what temperature you set it at, that can be the freezer, or it can also just be more fridge. I tend, the fridge, stuff's piled up like loads of butter and margarine, and I tend not to dig in there. The bigger area has the beer and some bottles of water, and I've got an orange juice thing going on in there, and there's a few other things like random things, some meats and things like falling about, and that just in the way every time. Every time I go in, I have to move these things out of the way and then move them back. It's all a little bit annoying. I kind of... You know, for the same money, I could have bought a fridge freezer. A proper real one, not a camping one. Would have used more electricity. I could have just bought a fridge with an icebox compartment. Probably would have done that. I mean, that would have probably been... But doesn't it seem... It seems a little extravagant, maybe? Tramp in a field with a fucking proper fridge with an icebox. At least when you're in a tent and you've got a camping fridge freezer, at least it seems... I'm just plucking a few hairs. At least it seems correct. It seems legitimate. Imagine if a policeman stuck his head in my tent and I had an actual 2-door fucking fridge freezer. I mean, what? Imagine, not even if a policeman said, imagine if I just did a video and I walked inside the tent and started opening white goods. What if I had a washing machine or something? I mean, some things are just too ridiculous. If I'd had a fridge with the ice compartment, what would you have thought? Who would have donated? And Hannah, thank you for the donation earlier today. I don't know if you were here when I did thank you earlier. I did say thank you. You might have stepped away. I'm not sure. Folks, PayPal link. It's up here for me. It might be for you. It might be down here at the bottom. It might be. If the camera's reversed, it might be over here. I've no idea. But the PayPal link does work. You can send a tramp some money and help a guy just survive, because survival's not always easy. I'm going to have some major expense in the next month or two because dog. I don't know what to say. I can't. Tina's not going to be here for much longer, and that means I have to take her to a vet. The vet's going to ask questions. The vet's going to want to run tests, and then there's going to be the injection, and then there's going to be disposal fees for the body, and I don't know where, I don't know how, shut up, don't be that guy, shut up, you look like you're performing, you look a clown, sorry. What am I going to do without her? Sorry, I don't. What am I going to do without her? I'm alone in a field at night. When someone comes by, I need her to growl at them. Even if she can't do anything, even if she can't get up and do anything, I just need them to think that, oh, there's a dog. Sorry, I got all emotional. Sorry. I don't know. Next beer. Just open a fucking beer and shut up your puff. And we'll move on. And we move. If you do anything the government don't like, with a click of a button, they can turn you off as at April 2027 in UK. Government have always been able to do that because the government have absolute authority over the use of violence. They can turn out the police, they can turn out the army, they can shoot you, they're going to do the death sentence, they can just physically pick you up, drag you off in the night, put you in cells. It's kind of what government is. And you have to live your life hoping that you don't cross them. And everyone always has had to. Even back in the day, if we were a tribe of 100 people living in a village, you know, whether it was Africa or Britain or wherever, there's the chief. And the chief can just send people to do things. That's always been the ruling power, whether it's a chief, whether it's a king, whether it's a duke, whether it's a president. The ruling power has always had the ability to just stamp you out if he wants to lock you up, to imprison you, to drag you away. It's never not been that way. It's not some new thing. It's always been that way. And if it wasn't the king, the prince, the duke, the president, it'd be some warlord or some cartel leader. This is how humanity is. We're not nice. There's a hierarchy, there's a chain of power, there's a bunch of people, there's a person who can do these things. Always has been, always will be. What gets me is when you have a system where it's not meant to be like that, and the police overreach and investigate themselves and find they did nothing wrong. That's the one that gets me. That's the one that gets my... When I watch these videos online, like the guy with the bricks, the Lego Reckless Ben, and the American Fork Police Department, they got a search warrant and said in the search warrant that the intention was to arrest this one guy. They turned up and just instantly arrested everyone in the house. And then they did a sweep to check there was no one else there, and they never bothered looking for the shit they were supposed to be looking for. That boils my piss. That gets me fucking ranting. It's a search warrant, not an arrest warrant. Even if it was an arrest warrant, it named one individual. Why did you arrest 5? Oh, we're going to take you to the police station and work out there whether we've got anything or not. That's not how the fucking law works. Reasonable, articulable suspicion. Name some facts that may suggest a crime. That gets you so that you can do a detention and not let someone leave. That doesn't let you arrest them. That gets you to the point where you can say you can't leave. So then you do an investigatory detention. You investigate, and the people that you've stopped don't have to help you with that investigation. And you have to derive probable cause, which is a higher legal bar than reasonable suspicion. So you have to have reasonable suspicion with some facts that may point to a crime. Then you have to derive probable cause that a crime has actually happened. You don't have to be correct. You have to derive a set of facts that tells you, we think a crime's happened and this is the crime, and you have to name the crime. Then you can arrest people with the probable cause. You can be wrong, but you have to have the fucking probable cause. It boils my piss. They just turned up with a search warrant and everyone in the house is at gunpoint and handcuffed and taken away. The fuck is that about? Show me the reasonable, articulable suspicion. It wasn't an arrest warrant. It was a search warrant and you didn't search. You did a sweep for security to make sure there's no extra people in, and then you dragged everybody off. I'm getting animated. I get angry at that. That. And that police force think they've done nothing wrong. If you don't know what I'm talking about, just search Lego on YouTube and Reckless Ben will be a... There's lots of lawyers talking about it, saying what a pile of shit it is. He did some stuff wrong. I mean, he's a YouTuber trying to correct a situation, trying to do some stunts to highlight how a bad situation was bad. Maybe crossed the line here or there. But the police are the ones that are supposed to have the duty to hold the line, to stay within the boundaries. And when they don't, that gets me. I got animated there, didn't I? That was a little bit of a rant, yeah? A little bit of a rant. Let me scroll. Okay, that was Keith, sign of nature. I'm just gonna check that we haven't had some more messages. No more messages. I gotta... Did my phone just make a noise? My phone's on quiet. Why is my phone making a noise? I had silent mode on. I think it's wanting me to go watch some football. No, do not disturb should be on. It's the Venezuela earthquake. Sorry. Okay, that's pretty bad. They've not just had one, have they? They've had a stream of earthquakes. They've had 2 or 3, one after the other. That can't be good. I would suggest, isn't it time? Okay, you watched Thunderbirds as a kid. If you're British, you watched Thunderbirds as a kid. I know there is an organisation out there called International Rescue Corps, CORPS, International Rescue Corps, and they'll go with sniffer dogs and things. Might I suggest it's time that we had a proper real, like a United Nations organised body? After an earthquake, I want to see 10,000 people, sorry. Okay, I want to see 10,000 people on the ground within 24 hours with all the equipment they need. Shouldn't that be a thing? Thunderbird 1 and Thunderbird 2 should be landing there within a couple of hours and guys assessing the situation, and then we can bring in the proper, they should be assessing it, drones and power supplies, generators, internet, equipment, create a network of drones hovering to create so that everyone who's buried under fucking rocks and rubble can say, hey, I'm here. Like, get the mobile networks working so that people can be fucking located to within a square meter or 2. It's time we had an international rescue organisation like the Thunderbirds. This is not childish nonsense. This is doable. We could do this nowadays. 10,000 people on the ground within 24 hours with an internet network and a power network and all of the... We could do that. Why couldn't we do that? Tell me why we couldn't do that. It's time for a proper, real international rescue. And I think that a central body like the United Nations, maybe NATO, maybe the EU, except that wouldn't be worldwide, isn't it? Couldn't we? Shouldn't we? There's 10,000 people buried under rubble. Let's go get them. You've got 72. If you haven't dug them out in 72 hours, they're dead. Let's go get them. 10,000 people on the ground with all the equipment they need, all the informational services, re-establish the phone networks, These people, their phones will have charge for the first day. Most of them, maybe. Isn't it? Wasn't it? Didn't it? Why could we not do that in this day and age? I think we could. I think we should. I don't understand why we haven't. You'll need like a Royal Engineers or something team to go in and build an airport or something, maybe. I don't, you'd have to go in and you'd have to, this is what the initial assessment, this is why you need Thunderbird 1 and Thunderbird 2. You need some guys to go in and do an initial assessment. Where's the nearest airport? What kind of state is it in? Is it still operational? Have they got electric? Can we give them generators? Can we get shit up and running? And then you close it to civilian traffic and it's all just military transports all the way. C-130s. You bring in the Hercules transports and bigger, and and that's all that you have then. Everything is bringing bulldozers and diggers and whatever the fuck we have that stored somewhere centrally, ready to respond to a big earthquake. We can do that, can't we? I'm going to clip this. I think this is a good rant. This is one of my better ones. Why could we not do that? In this day and age. 24 hours after an earthquake, why could we not have 10,000 people on the ground? What would that do? What would that achieve? Pick a number. It might only be 1,000, maybe it's 10,000. But if you go there with all the right equipment and all the right tools, they can probably do a lot of it themselves. You might not need 10,000. Someone do an assessment, a feasibility study, but it's a thing. Thunderbirds could be real. You might not call it that. You might have a different name. You might not go with the blue fucking pork pie hat things that they had. Whatever. I'm not bothered. Do it. We could do that in this day and age. After a big earthquake, in 2 weeks' time, there'll be some people flying from Manchester to say, hey, we're heading off out to help. That's all very valiant. That's all very good. The guys under the rubble are dead. There'll be one person dug out after 30 days and it'll all be a miracle and everyone will whoop and applaud and it'll all be marvellous. Not good enough. We can do better. People, do better. I'm scrolling. Digital prison, we're in the beginnings of the end of time, of the end times. Still sounds rather religious for my I'm not that. I was going to look at something here and I've got a really bright screen glaring in my face. I did just go off on one there, folks. I do sorry. I am sorry. Hannah was the donation. Is that the only one so far tonight? Oh, there's someone having a go at me. Hold on. Michael. Tina would be better off getting put down. It's no life for a dog living like that. You said yourself you slept all of Monday, so what did the... She didn't... I didn't sleep all of Monday. I slept on and off on Monday. Look back. I slept on and off all of Monday. So what did the poor dog do? She got walked when I was awake. The fuck? She got fed, she got watered. What are you talking about? People. You're reading into things what's not there. You're bringing your attitude to my party and I'm going to fucking bat back and smack you down. Don't talk shit. Your dog would be better off put down. Whenever anybody says that, you just want to smack them, don't you? You have a horrible attitude towards other people, Mike, and I think you drinking far too much. I think you drinking. You are drinking. Let's get the grammar correct. I think you are drinking too much is what you're wanting to say. You got to get the words in, all the words. I think you drinking far too much. I hope everyone is happy killing someone by supply alcohol. By supplying alcohol, the gerund form. Come on, the words. You gotta get the words. You've been corrected by a fucking tramp in a field, you dumb shit. I hope everyone is happy killing someone by supply alcohol. Fair enough, buy food, but you all killing him with drink. You're not a native English speaker, are you, Michael? Either that or you're a dumb cunt. I can't tell which. But if I ever meet you, I'm going to smack you. How's that? Come on down. Let's have a party. There ain't no party like a Michael party. By all means, I've always said, if you do a donation and you stipulate, do not spend this on alcohol. I won't spend it on alcohol. I've always said this. I've always honoured almost every stipulation given ever. Someone stops me here and waves a tenner and says, no booze, because they think what they think, like this cunt does. Tina's better off dead, apparently. And now she's going to be soon. But you said you slept all day. I didn't sleep like literally all day. I mean, how do you? How can you? I slept on and off. And when it was off, I walked my dog. Of course I walked my dog. What is it with people? How literal are you? What a fucking monghead retard. All the words. If it was black, I would probably call him that other word, but I have no reason to believe that Michael is black. Cheers to Michael. Fuck you, you retard. Why is he emailing me that rather than posting it in a comment? That's an interesting point in and of itself. Didn't want to do it publicly, wants to attack me privately? That's a little bit weird. What is it, Michael? What kind of weirdo are you? You're a weirdo that doesn't want to put yourself up for public scrutiny. Yeah? Come here. Come at me. In real. In person. Let's do this thing. My dog's better off dead because you say so. She's going to be dead soon anyway. Of course she got walked. Of course she got fed. Of course she got watered. Watered? Is that even a... She had access to water. At any point in the day she has access to water, you fucking retard. She struggles to move, but she can just about pull herself off the bed and reach her water bowl, which is just off the edge of the bed. What do you think I am? Some kind of fucking monster? My attitude to people. My attitude to people like you can fucking flow. I have anger, and someone like you fucking just triggers it. Should I publish his email address? Do you want to have at him? I probably won't. For now, but if he comes back again, I will. Fuck off, Michael. I'll probably just block you in Gmail. That's probably easier. Otherwise, my anger management might fail. I am a man capable of great violence, and I harness it, and I restrict it. I guess that's what harness means. But for some people, I will make a fucking exception. You want my dog dead? Because you think I slept too long. I did an 11.5-hour stream on Sunday night. Of course I slept a lot on Monday, you dickhead. The fuck? You think that makes me a bad person? It's how I earn. It's how I make a living isn't even the right phrase. It's how I survive. I do a stream every few days. And some people donate. Every now and again a person takes it upon themselves to donate. And I'm ever so grateful for those that do. And every now and again, about twice a year, I get a dickhead having a pop. Your dog would be better off dead. How? How does that work? How is the world any better off if I don't have my Tina doggy darling to cuddle? I think I do a really good job at managing my temper, given the man in the field this morning and the people who vandalised my tent and the kids throwing stones and the police and the... I think I do a really good job at managing my temper. Your dog would be better off dead. Come at me. Fight me. Big man, come on. Come down. Come to Torrevieja and come to the field. Your dog would be better off dead. I wonder if you're my hater. Do you run the hater channel? Scrolling. I can't believe that nobody has chatted in so long. There are people here, 7 or 8 people here. Nobody's chatted. 22:27 was the last chat message. That's 15 minutes ago, and prior to that, it's 10 minutes or less. And it's only, there was David, there was Hannah, and there was Keith, Son of Nature. People, I'm a nice guy. Come and talk to me. Come on. I'm not. I got angry at that. I got angry at that guy. But your dog would be better off dead. What did she do for food and water? She ate the food and water. She ate the food and drank the water that I gave her. What are you? I was up late one night and I slept on and off through the day, but on the off, I got up and walked the fucking dog, you retard. What are you? That's it, I've had enough. I'm not talking to him anymore. Let's okay. I've got these 2 cups here, folks. I've got these 2 cups. I'm gonna empty the coffee and I'm gonna make 2 coffees because apparently I'm an alky retard and people are, you're helping me kill myself by buying booze. It's an interesting concept, but it's just not true. I mean, you might have seen 1 or 2 streams where I am a little bit 2 sheets to the wind. It happens. Anyone who drinks will sometimes get drunk. I mean, it's kind of a natural consequence of drinking, isn't it? But it's not like a permanent state. I've talked about in the past how I've worked with guys who drank 2 bottles of whiskey before fucking breakfast. Jesus, that's hard. There we go. I got it. A little bit of applied brute force. I've talked about brute force before now. Where's my spoon? Is that it? There it is. The application of brute force is a thing. A third spoon split between the 2. See, calories. You need calories sometimes. Some extra calories from 1.5 spoons. Okay. That goes down. Where did that come from? Was that there? I think that was there. I think is the lamp is stood on the coffee. I think it is. So that's going to have to move there a little bit. Just bear with me, folks. Bear with me. I just need to move a little bit of jiggery pokery while I move the... Now I now think this feels like the guy's accusing me of being a raging alky, so I'm drinking coffee. But I've made coffee other times, haven't I? I had coffee on Sunday night when you were here, if you were here. There's one, and then one split between the two, so you get half. Whoops, a bit more, and you get a bit less. Okay, that's the thing. Your dog would be better. Did he literally say your dog would be better off dead? How is that ever a thing? Unless they're in like extreme pain. My dog has exhibited no symptoms of pain. My Tina doggy darling. She has I have friends here who have had dogs all their lives. She's my first dog, so I'm a little bit inexperienced, okay? I'm a little bit inexperienced. But I've had friends who've had dogs all their lives and who have watched dogs descend and end up in pain and had to take them and put them down, and they all say she's not that there's no sign of pain, and I see no sign of pain. Just some idiot on the internet just wants to be a drama queen. I have very little respect for such people. Very little. Well, I have zero respect for such people. They're not deserving of respect. Smithy, hello, mate. I'm just ranting because I've had a couple of nasty messages from someone. You're the water that I'm not gonna drink because that guy had his mouth around it earlier. Where is there some water that I can drink? Over there. Hold on. Tina, go. Tina? Hello, babe. I need to move the chair. You're gonna let me out? I think I can do that. Grab water. Oh, I don't have to go far. I am topless, folks. I hope you don't mind. I grabbed some water. It's a little bit warm. Might not be the best idea. I think I need to stand up to pour. Whoa! I almost fell over. Hold on. Cold coffee. Inbound. Cold coffee. Inbound. I put a little bit too much in the first one. It's okay, Tina. Whoa! Hold on. Then I nearly dropped Tina. That wouldn't be good. Fuck. 1 minute I got a guy telling me my dog would be better off dead, and then I almost kill her by dropping fucking 6 litres of water on her head. Hold on, wait a minute. I've got 2 lids over here somewhere. Which lid's which? You're the red one. Fuck. Can you see the underside of that lid? I think I should give that a little bit of a clean tomorrow. And this one's not too bad. Unless that's an insect. Oh, it is! Fuck off. Get away. I'm saying that's not too bad unless that's an insect, and it was. Hold on. Wait a minute. It's not too bad now. It'll do. That's... Fuck. Oh, okay. I said you were over full. It just spilled over. I got some cleanup to do tomorrow. And I need a new washing up bowl. A small one. I've got a huge one, but that's too much. Tina girl. Tina T. Tina. Daddy needs to move the chair. I need to move the chair, babe. I don't want to... If I move the chair and we hear a big yelp or whelp from under the chair, I won't be happy. Maybe you'd be better off dead, Tina. According to Michael, whoever Michael is. Some rando on the internet. Your dog would be better off dead. Okay, mate. Come visit me. You might end up dead. Or partially. Scrolling. Evening, Mike and Tina. Smithy said evening to Farmer. I don't know if it's Farmer still here. He's been quiet. Keith, Sign of Nature, is here. David was here a little while ago. It is a little while back now. How far am I going to keep going, folks? I haven't. I was supposed to make some food. I haven't eaten for days. Have I? What did I eat yesterday? God, I always make sure Tina eats, but I don't. I didn't eat yesterday. I haven't eaten today. Have I? A few days ago, I made a wrap. I made some wraps with tuna, sweet corn, and tortilla flaps, whatever you want to call them, tortilla wraps. How many days ago was that? That might have been Sunday, for fuck's sake. Do I eat? Not when it's this hot. The whole point of this program was that I was going to come out and make some chips, make some fries, you know. Chop up some potatoes, put them in oil and put them in a frying pan. Not in the mood. Don't know, folks. Don't know. But hello, Smithy. How's everything with Smithy? Where are you at? Remind me the region. You're in the UK, I would expect. Remind me of the region and what's the weather and everything been like? How hot? How hot is the heat wave where you are? And are you surviving? Like right here now, I think it was 26. Oh, that's tomorrow's forecast. Okay, now it's not telling me today's. Give me a second. I'll have to look. Tablet's here. That's too bright. Let me turn the bright. Whoa, the brightness was up. That was daytime daylight brightness. Directo la noche. That's live tonight in 24. Live tonight in 24. A special Terremotos Valence. The title disappears. It's Venezuela, isn't it? It's the Venezuela earthquake. They had two in quick succession, as I understand it. Terremotos, that's earthquakes. Earth movement, earth motors. And Venezuela with Javier Fortes y Marina Rebel. Ecuador versus Germany. Is that tonight? Is that now? 22:33. Could be. Again, thank you to Hannah for the donation earlier. Much appreciated. Got a scroll, pin. You all know my pin by now, yeah? I think you all do. Most times when I need to type it in, I read it out, or at least I lip sync it, so it's there for you. If you don't, here we go. This was this cunt. Get this. Tina would be better off getting put down. It's no life for a dog living like that. You said yourself you slept all of Monday. Nobody sleeps an entire fucking day, you retard. You slept all of Monday. So what did the poor dog do for the toilet or food and water? Well, she's incontinent anyway, so she pisses and shits on the bed into newspaper or into puppy pads, whether I walk her or not. Retard. Have you not been here very fucking long? My dog's doubly incontinent. Kinda doesn't matter when I walk her, because she doesn't do anything on the walks half the fucking time. Retard! I'm angry. So what does the dog do for toilet or food and water? She's got water at the bottom. I feed her in the middle of every day. Somewhere between 12 and 3 every day, I put out 4 or 5 handfuls of food. It's not difficult. Do you know what I mean? I've got all day. If I sleep and I wake up for 5 minutes and then go back to sleep, I've got time to put out some fucking food, you idiot. She can haul herself just about off the edge of the bed to her water if she needs to. It's not easy. She struggles. But it's not impossible. And if she doesn't, I'll be walking her soon and bringing her back and putting her down next to her bowl after she's walked. She'll spend half an hour on the floor next to her bowl. Oh, you said you slept all day. A throwaway remark, casual rounding error. You think I literally slept, like what, 18 hours, 24 hours? What are you thinking, you dickweed? I'm going to do a stream tomorrow called Michael is a Dickweed. Oh, okay. Then his second message. I don't know why he's emailing, but okay. Oh, it's not email. These are comments, actually, on a stream. Which stream is this? Hold on. I thought these were emails. They are actually comments. It's on a TrampCast Hangout. I can't quite read the thumbnail. Let's have a look. Oh, it still doesn't tell me. Oh, thank you, Don Benitez. Is that this one? Is that where we are now? It can't be, otherwise you couldn't comment, could you? Thank you, Don Benitez. Was that yesterday's? I think that was yesterday's stream. Tina would be better off getting put down. You have a horrible attitude towards other people. Some, I am perfectly capable of being very fucking horrible. You want to try me? Come and meet me. Let's dance. Dickhead. You have a horrible attitude towards other people, Mike, and I think you drinking far too, not too much is double O, T-double-O for two. Too many, too much, too. It's not too. It's not T-O, it's T-double-O, you dickweed. Let's keep correcting his grammar, because he's a thick shit. I think you drinking far too much. I hope everyone is happy killing someone. I'd be happy killing someone right about now. Come on down. Let's dance. I think you drinking far too much. I hope everyone is happy killing someone by supply alcohol. Supplying. Gerund form or gerund. I'm not sure the pronunciation of that particular word. Those two words. The ing. The ings. Running, jumping, thinking, drinking. Supplying. The ing words. I hope everyone is happy killing someone by supply alcohol. Fair enough, buy food, but you all killing him with drink. We're all going to die. All men must die. You in particular. Try me. It's a big field. There's a Chino Bazaar over there. I could go get a pickaxe. I can dig a hole, which Jasper is always encouraging me to do. Jasper wants me to dig a hole. I can dig a hole. It'll be hard work. I might not get 6 feet. Okay, I hope everyone is happy killing someone by supply alcohol. Fair enough, buy food, but you all killing him with drink. They're not all killing me with drink. Only the ones who send me money and say no drink. It doesn't get spent on drink. You know, it's 40 cents a can. It can be got for a lot less. It can be got for as little as 30 cents a can. I'm not blowing lots and lots and lots of money on drink. This is the thing. You're watching 3 or 4 or 5 hours out of my life while I'm talking and I want to keep my throat lubricated. or it's a hot day and I want to keep cool, so I drink a cold drink. I go through so much water, and what's the dilute stuff? Cordial, we would say in English. I don't know how good your English is based on this. Fucking no idea. But based on the fact you're called Michael, I would suspect that you might be English and just a retard based on your typing. Let me go back. Type my pin in again. Try not to read it out to you. Yeah, there we are. That was the end. That's the end of his second post. I hope everyone is happy killing someone. Not killing me, but killing someone. Buy supply alcohol. Fair enough, buy food. Yeah, you want to buy me food? That's good as well. Fair enough, buy food, but you all killing him with drink. I buy the drink myself. It's quite infrequent someone actually brings me drink. My friend Ismo came around yesterday. He brought me drink. That's nice. I got someone screaming behind me, possibly on the beach. I might have to go and have a look. I might have to intervene. Not going to step into an argument between husband and wife or anything, but if there's a woman just being like attacked on the beach, I might. But I have a terrible attitude towards people. Some people. You have a terrible. I mean, I at times I have a bad attitude. I have an anger. I have anger. I don't know that I have an anger management issue. I think I manage my anger quite well most of the time, but it's there waiting to be unleashed when it's needed. If anything, my anger management issue is that I'm too slow to release it when it is needed. There have been times in my life I've been in situations where someone gets all in my face and I've been too calm for too long. If I have an anger management issue, it's that I try and restrain it too much. I would suggest. Oh, you're live. I got disconnected again. I was just saying, if anything, my anger management issues are that I manage my anger too much at times and should be quicker to release it when it's needed. There have been here endeth the lecture. I do go on some rants sometimes, don't I, folks? Has anyone said anything? I don't think so, not for a while. Supposedly getting thunderstorms next couple of days. Manchester, and it's hot, mate. It's too hot. You did the same thing with the two. Too hot is T-double-O. Let's get it right. Too much, too many, too whatever. To going to the shop. That to and fro. That going to the that's that. I'm as a Yorkshireman. I say to and to. Those are two separate pronunciations of similar words. T-O, I say to. T-double-O, I say to and fro. But if I'm going to the shop, that's just T-O. I'm a bit of a dick when it comes to words sometimes. I hate when I see people type a lot because they always do it wrong. Almost always. So there are two. Well, one's not even a word. One's a phrase. A lot, like much of something. A space L-O-T. A lot. And you get some people who type A-L-O-T, thinking a lot. They've seen this other word. It's not even right. A-double-L-O-T is the other word, and that's to share out, to apportion, like an allotment, to give, but it doesn't mean much. It doesn't mean a lot. It annoys the shit out of me every time I see it. It's a lot like, it's a lot like, could care less. I could care less. So maybe you could care this much, but you're caring that much. You could care less. You mean I could not care less? I'm at the bottom of how much you could. You're just saying it wrong. I could not care less, you dickweed. Just fucking get the right words. People. Tramp in a field, raging at other people about the words they choose. Uneducated, fucking illiterate assholes. Like the guy that messaged. I thought it was an email actually, but no, it was a comment on yesterday's video. I'll dive in and he might not be watching this, so he might not have seen me raging. So I will go in and rage in text when I answer the idiot back. Your dog would be better off. Anyone who starts a sentence with that. Your dog would be better off dead. I just end them. Just finish. I haven't got time for. If he came to this field right now, he wouldn't leave. Probably not. Maybe he would, but very bruised. There's a limit to what you can say, isn't there? Be careful. Don't implicate yourself. I think Tim Timoney was telling me that earlier. Don't implicate yourself, because if you end up in a future squabble, previous words can be used against you. Anything you say can and will be used against you. Okay, folks, how much longer are we going to go on? I don't know what time it is even. It is 11 o'clock. Shall we go on till midnight and then call it quits? That will be the end of my happy UnChristmas. I'm going to go get the Christmas tree. I said I was going to do that. Give me a minute. My beer's warm and there's this much of it, and I've got coffee that's made with cold water but warm. But I'm going to go get a Christmas tree. Have I got anywhere to stand it? I can stand it on top of the eco floor maybe. Let's go do that. Happy UnChristmas. We've only got 3/4 of an hour left. Tina girl. Tina? You're right behind the chair, darling. Again. Sorry babe. I don't want to be dragging you around like that. Hey! But it's okay. Oh! Gonna get the Christmas tree. Can I see where it is? Should I take the light? You need the light though. No, you don't. You don't need this light. I need it more than... My need is greater than yours. You can look at the fairy lights. And I will be back within, what, 4 or 5 minutes. Maybe 2 or 3. I might even bring a beer. Just to spite Michael. Let's go. Let's do this. Let's do this thing. Where's my Christmas tree? And it smells of food for nothing. Oh! Oh! Have a look at that. Can you see the Christmas tree? Don't see it at all. Unfortunately, not at all. Where can it be? Where can it be? Believe it or not, it's a Christmas tree. There it is, there it is. I see green on it. I see green on it. I see green. There we go, there we go. Is there a lead? Show me the lead. Show me the plug. What kind of plug is it? It's the Spanish one. Yeah. Okay. There we go. There it is. We can get out of here. We get a wee while I'm here. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Wait a minute. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh. Here we go. Wait a minute. Hitting a go. Hello, darling. There you go. Daddy's back. Can you see me, folks? I has Christmas tree. I'm gonna stand it up. I has Christmas tree. I think that's level enough. It is. And hopefully I haven't pulled on the cable too much, and it can go in the socket. Hold on. Wait a minute now. Isn't it? Oh, it fell. Hold on. I'm trying to. Hold on. There we go. That goes in there. That goes there. Wait. Hold on. It's a bit scrunched. I haven't unfurled all the branches yet. I don't think I'm going to. I think we've got enough. Hey, babe. Can I step over a Tina girl? Oh, okay. The lamp decided to go brighter. That's the brightest setting. It's not right, but I got it. Hold on, folks. You like this? Happy UnChristmas. I got that there. And I'm going to press the button to turn on. Hold on. There we go. Fuck, there was like a 5-second delay. I was a little bit worried. Here you go, folks. Happy UnChristmas tramp in a field. Hey? How's about that? Alright, like I said, I haven't unfurled all the branches. It's all a little bit squashed and squished, but you get the idea. It's UnChristmas. You are never going to be further away from Christmas than you are right now. Exactly 6 months away from Christmas. It's 6 months ago, and it will be in 6 months' time. I guess you can be this far away again this time next year. But here we go. It's a tramp in a field. Happy UnChristmas. Give us a like if you haven't already. Only eight likes. Tina girl, you're I want to hooch the. Hey babe, I'm gonna hooch forward again, and you're right in the. Tina, I don't want to hurt you, sweetheart. Move over. There's a girl. There's a good girl. Oh, okay. I'll show you again. Here we go. Here's my Christmas tree. Merry UnChristmas. Is it a thing? Can we make UnChristmas a thing? I guess midsummer is meant to be the UnChristmas event, isn't it? But, is that a bus? That's a bus. Isn't it midnight or thereabouts? Oh, it's only 11:15. The buses are still running here, folks. But here's my Christmas tree. In a field. Don't know if you can see. No, you can't. Can I put the... Let me put the flash on. It doesn't make much difference. But here I am. Here I am again in a field. Tent over there. Table over there. Christmas tree. Oh, you can see the Christmas lights glimmering out of my glasses. That's nice. Okay, I'll take that. Okay, folks, let's have a roll call. Who's here? Identify yourself if you're still here. Smith is here. Supposedly getting thunderstorms next couple of days. Merry UnChristmas, Tina and Mike, says Keith, Sign of Nature. Ran right back at you, friend. Merry UnChristmas. I know it's a silly thing, but my Christmas day was kind of... If I said it was ruined, that would be overstating it, because my friend Anthony came to the rescue and brought me Christmas dinner. But it did absolutely pelt it down literally all day. Torrential rain. There's a video. There's probably multiple. Go and watch them. I wonder what anybody driving past right now thinks. I'll probably end up with the cops coming and saying hello at some point, just to see what's what. That could be interesting. Maybe. I prefer to avoid it, but could be interesting. Yeah, suppose thunderstorms the next couple of days. So you get the hot weather, and then when the cooler air comes in, the hot air and the cool air collide, and yeah, friction. Like what I'm just experiencing in the nether regions. Friction happens, and ionization, and then thunder and lightning and rain. Yeah. The cold air forces the moisture to condense out of the air, but the friction causes the thunder lightning. So you get that thunder, lightning, and rain. As we experience, it's a thing. It is a thing. Okay, folks, we're coming up on 6 hours that have been brought. According to the timer here, I don't know how accurate that is. It looks about right, because I was going to go live on the hour, and then I was running late by 15 minutes, and then I was late by another 3 or 4 even for that. So yeah. Cornwall, Northern Ireland and South Wales have got big storms as we speak. Okay. That's interesting. So it's kind of the southwest. Okay. Well, the Northern Ireland's not exactly the southwest, is it? But it's the west, I guess, is where I'm going. Okay. I didn't know that. I'm not going to say good to know, because it's always unfortunate when storms happen. Sometimes though you need the rain, don't you? There's a thing. There's a balance. All things in moderation. Farmers like the water, the rain, but you don't want too much too soon, too sudden. Temperature's cooling next week here, says Keith. I think ours are getting hotter. Even though yours have been hotter than ours some days. Ours are consistent. Basically, I think I pulled a blanket over myself this morning at like 6 or 7 o'clock. Just got that little bit. I haven't slept under any kind of blanket, sheet, duvet. I haven't, nothing. I haven't had a cover over my body. I had a t-shirt on, because if I don't, I get more bites, the mosquitoes or whatever. But this morning I reached for a cover. I reached for a blanket, just to loosely drape over. I still had my legs. I had to put my legs out to regulate my temperature to cool my. A blanket on its own would have been too much, so I had to warm myself up but cool myself down. Otherwise it'd be too much. I don't remember when I last had a cover over my body, and it's probably just that I was awake at that time of day. At the time of morning. I walked Tina at about just after 6:15 this morning, just getting light. It was just the other side of dark. It wasn't daybreak fully, but it was what's the word? It's not quite dawn. It wasn't. Let's go with daybreak. I'll use the phrase daybreak. It wasn't dark anymore. But like the garage and everything else, the petrol station opens at 7. They weren't open. It was so somewhere between 6, probably between 6 and 6:30. There's probably quite a while before the petrol station would be open. So I walked her then, and then I walked her at 9 or 10. I don't know. See this guy attacking me in the comments. I mean, I'm sure there are days where I fail to get up early enough. I'm sure it's a thing. Can you get up every 3 hours to walk a dog? Now that she's kind of doubly incontinent, can you get up literally 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 12 o'clock? Can you do that? Can you do that? I can for a day or two, and then I'm just tired and I just don't wake up. I wait and I say, oh, I'll take her in half an hour, and then I fall asleep. I'm human. You know, crap happens. Sometimes it happens while I'm asleep on the newspaper or the padding or the the puppy pads. Shit happens. You just wake up, bag it, and throw it out the door. Deal with it in the morning. Your dog would be better off dead. I don't think so, mate. To paraphrase a UK police officer. I don't think so, mate. Give you another view of the Christmas tree. Here it is. This is my this is Karen. Karen gave me this. It's a fiber optic Christmas tree. There are a couple of lights embedded in there as well, but it's mainly fiber optics. It's not bad, is it, for a tramp in a field? There was one year I dug a Christmas tree out of the bins and some ornaments to go with it. I had some baubles and I had some ornaments. Another year I just had a fir tree. I didn't have all the other stuff. I couldn't justify storing stuff for an entire year. I didn't think I'd be here for another year. I mean, that was part of it. Nice though. I like it. Tina looks really well considering. I think so. Last 2 nights here, 2 a.m.ish. Cool, no balmy stuff, surprisingly. See, I'm still sat here topless. I could put my t-shirt on it. I wouldn't be over warm. I wouldn't be too warm if I put my top on. But there's kind of no need. And there's the mosquitoes and whatever aren't here. That's the surprising thing. Normally, half an hour before. Oh, what the fuck are you? What was that? I think a slug or something just dropped off the brolly onto my head. Fuck. What? Did you see anything? I'm not sure what it was, but it was wet and slimy. Landed on me. It landed on my head and then on my shoulder, and then I don't know what the fuck happened. Not good. Not as bad as drinking a slug. That's happened before. Field, folks. It's a field. Oh, I've got the ribs, the seams in the trousers are digging in the jeans. Where are we? 23, 25. I'll give it another half an hour. I'll give it till midnight. If that's what you want. So last 2 nights here, 2 a.m.ish, cool, no balmy stuff, surprisingly. Tina looks really well considering. She's great. I mean, once we're like, when we're on the bed, she's Tina. She's the same Tina she's always been. She'll dig under my knees, or she'll come and cuddle. She'll give me a nudge. She's Tina. It's the out and about. It's the peeing and the pooing and the out and about and the walking. When we're walking and I'm carrying the back end and her front end's all over the place, and I'm in danger of stepping on her or whatever. Or she lurches off to the right and she really rags my back. It's awkward, but we manage. Sometimes I do get grumpy. I am human. Like, I think a little bit earlier I got grumpy on stream. Well, she was snapping at some things she does are just too fucking enough. When she snaps at a fly and catches it and then sits and eats it, I like laugh and say, well done you. But if she just sits there for an hour, just snap, I'm like, Tina, can you give it a fucking rest? Snap. Just Tina, just fucking stop. And I'm sure she gets, well, I know she gets angry with me because sometimes she'll snap at me. Yeah, you know. I'm like, don't you fucking dare. But if, we have our arguments. She's a person. There's a personality, therefore she's a person. It doesn't matter what type of animal she is or whatever. There's a personality, therefore she's a person. It's like in Star Trek, Mr. Spock, you can't say he's not a person because he's not human. He's another race, he's another type of creature, he's another animal. But he's got a personality. And Tina has a personality, she's a person. As far as I'm concerned, we could argue about the science of all that. It would be a thing. But to me, dogs are people too, and cats are people too, monkeys are people too, all the apes. Monkeys and apes are separate. We can argue about all that. They have a personality. If you have a personality, you're a person. That's just that's just self-evident. If you have a personality, you're a person. You have a character. You have a... Oh wow, you're going fast. Until you got behind someone else. Okay. Where am I now, folks? Tina looks well considering. Yeah, I mean, you know, her body's falling apart. It's not going to last forever. But the guy that comes along and says your dog would be better off dead, she will be soon enough, but not now, not yet. And if you're going to say your dog would be better off dead than with you, you know, than with me, I'm going to say no. And I'll fight you for it. Your attitude to people is... What did he say? Your attitude to other people is terrible. Maybe. I don't know. Fight me. You have a horrible attitude towards other people, Mike. It's funny because most people quite like me. If you meet me in real life, I'm quite likable. It seems to me that I get along with almost everyone. And I think you drinking far too much. I hope everyone is happy killing someone by supply alcohol. We can argue, you know, maybe you're a Muslim, Michael. I wonder if it's that. Is this joined 3 years ago, 1 subscriber, 2 comments, and I've read them both. Oh no, he's made comments in the past, apparently. That's interesting. I have a horrible attitude to other people. I don't think so. Most people like me. I like me. I watch my streams back and I like me. That's good enough for me. If I like me, that's okay. Every now and again, I get someone who tells me that there was a lady a couple of years ago who thought Tina should have been put down. When the back legs first went, she was telling me what a bad doggy owner I was and that Tina should have been put down. That dog's clearly, what's it called? Hip dysplasia. And it's not. No, the vet looked and said it wasn't that. By my experience, you've given her extra time, so very, very surprised how well she seems to be doing. Cheers, Keith. Yeah, I mean, I'm literally carrying her around, carrying the back for what, 18 months. I've literally been carrying the back end. Even when we use the trolley, which is over there, the doggy wheelchair, before I put her in that, I have to walk her. So even when we used the doggy wheelchair, I still had to wrap the thing around her waist, the belt around her waist, and then around my arm, and then take her off for a walk. And now I have to do that same thing, but then I have to wrap her lead around my arm, and I'm not entirely carrying the front end, but I'm giving her an uplift. I'm giving her a boost at the front, so she doesn't have to have so much weight on her front. I'm carrying 3/4 of a dog, and she weighs 35 kilograms. Oh, the last time we weighed her, she was 35 kilograms. She might be a bit less now. We're not out and about as much. She doesn't eat as much. Maybe she's lost a bit of weight. I don't know. But what's 3/4 of 35 kilos? 28? Let's call it 28 kilos. Let's translate that into pounds for anyone of a foreign disposition, well, American. 28 times 2 is 56. Add 10%. 56, 61. 61 pounds. I'm carrying 60 pounds around when I walk her. So yeah, I've given her extra time, I think so. The only thing I hesitate about is that when we finally do go to the vet's going to have a pop and say you should have come sooner. I'll maybe just say, maybe. But you weren't there. Where were you, vet? Where were you? Don't know, folks. We'll see. Drinking too much. You've got a bad attitude to other people. Your dog would be better off dead. Fuck you. That's going to niggle at me all night now. That's just going to be that's like an earworm. That's a... Scrolling. Okay, There's nobody else commented. Okay, folks, where are we? We're on 6 hours 14. 25 minutes to go. I'm going to call it quits then at 12 o'clock. I'm going to give it 25 more minutes if you can keep me talking. If you can find a topic. If there's enough of you here. It's been a quiet one, I'll be honest. I thought we might have got a few more viewers. I promoted it on YouTube and Twitter. We struggled. Maybe people didn't get the happy on Christmas thing. I don't know. Maybe it's not for everyone. I thought after the raid last week, more people might have stopped by. It's over. The raid is over. Everyone's left. But sincere thanks to Don Benitez for the raid, for at least giving me a chance to capture some new subscribers. I got 100 subscribers. Tina, what's going on down here? What are we doing, sweetheart? I don't know what we're doing. Hey, babe. Hello, you. Gonna take you for walkers in a minute. Right, well, not exactly a minute. What did I say? 25 minutes. Excuse me. It's a gentleman's, yeah. Christmas tree lights again, folks. Hold on. Where are we for power? I'm down to 20. We're back. It doesn't like it when I click to switch cameras. There's like a 50-50 chance it takes me out of YouTube and I had to come back. Hannah asks, what programs would you like to watch? Can I do this? Hold on. I don't know whether I can do this. It's facing me, isn't it? I can't make the camera face the other way and put it in the like that. I'd have to turn the entire camera around to show you the Christmas tree. Hannah's asking, what programs do you like to watch, or would you like to watch? I download programs all the time. I can't sign into the BBC iPlayer and stuff like that. I've watched a little bit of football recently. I was watching one called La Brea. I think it's called La Brea, which is an area of Los Angeles. It was a TV series about it's kind of a time travel paradox wormhole thing through holes in the ground, through sinkholes. So I like sci-fi. I'm going to revisit Babylon 5 any day now. I keep seeing clips online, and YouTube's just, the more I watch clips, the more it's throwing clips at me. Babylon 5 is the finest TV program ever made. I think so. The first 4 seasons in particular, there's an entire story arc that was drawn out and that was designed before they even started making it. They knew where they were going and they went there, and it's episodic, so each episode stands on its own, but it keeps just building these little pieces. There's a hole in your mind. If I was to, I've said previously about how if I was to summarize Shakespeare, each story, they sound childish. If I was to summarize Babylon 5 for you, I'd probably need an hour or two. If I was to summarize Babylon 5 for you, it does not sound childish. It sounds mysterious and mystical, and basically, it's 10 years after we had a war against this other race. We've been at war. They beat us. They hammered us all the way, all of our colonies, they hammered us all the way back to Earth. We had this big fight called the Battle of the Line, where every fighter we could put up, we were going to lose, we had every fighter we could put up in the air, we put up. And they bypassed Mars. We have a colony on Mars at this point, but they bypassed that, and they're here. And they surrender. And you're like, what the fuck? We never even blew up. Well, we blew up in the entire history of the war. We blew up one of their ships. It turns out, it transpires later. In the entire history of this war, only one man blew up one of their ships. And they got to Earth and the Battle of the Line and the last fling, the last defense. And as they were about to wipe us out, they took one man in to the ship and examined him. And they have our DNA. I don't want to blow the story fully open, but this man that they took into their ship, it turns out, is their greatest leader from 1,000 years ago in a big war against some nasties. They never kill their own. Minbari never kills Minbari, and they found out he had their DNA, and they surrendered. They had us beat, and they surrendered. Now, go watch the whole fucking TV show, because it is, Babylon 5 is the most, the fifth season, the story had been told, and the TV studio wanted to just carry on, and it got a little bit, it stretched a little bit too far. But the first 4 series or seasons, Babylon 5 is the greatest sci-fi story ever told. It just is. So that's what I like to watch. I like sci-fi. I keep watching these AI sci-fi slop programs or videos on YouTube called HFY, which stands for Humanity. Yeah. Where the F stands for what you think it stands for. It's a category of sci-fi where humanity kind of always wins in the end. Even when we lose, we win in the end. HFY. Humanity. Yeah! HFY. So if you type sci-fi HFY into YouTube, you'll find all these stories. Earth gets invaded. The aliens arrive. They're about to invade, and we wipe them out. They're kind of crap, but they're kind of fun. They're, you know, but Babylon 5 is where it's at, and I've got them all on the hard drive already. I watched them all a couple of years ago, and I think I'm ready for a rerun. I was supposed to be going through Star Trek Deep Space Nine, and I got halfway through season 3, and somehow I ran out of steam. I should revisit that. So Star Trek, Star Wars, Stargate SG-1, I've got the entire thing. Stargate, what's the other one? Well, there are 2 other ones, but the other one, Atlantis, Stargate Atlantis. Not sure that I've got that one. I might not have. And then there was Stargate, what was it called? Stargate, not Galaxy, but Universe, Stargate Universe. Got cancelled halfway through. That's what that's my thing. Hello? What are we doing? I think maybe I've left these Christmas tree lights on too long. We're down to, okay, 77% I can cope with. It thinks we've only got 2 watts going out, even though I'm running the Christmas tree lights. That's not right. Scrolling. No, there's nobody. Oh, predictions. What predictions? Everything changes exactly on the 11th of May 2030. Ah, Keith, where are you going with that? What's the 11th of May 2030? Is this a real world prediction or a sci-fi prediction? It sounds like something out of a... It sounds like 2001, Arthur C. Clarke. So you're sounding like the year everything changed. Not sure. My Christmas tree is very lopsided, by the way. You didn't tell me. And the top is bent over. The top's not there. I haven't unfurled all of the branches because, you know, I was only putting it on for half an hour, 3/4 of an hour. But there's a Christmas tree in a field with a tramp. I should take a photograph or something. The tablet doesn't have the greatest camera, but I could probably do it here. Or maybe I can just clip an image. What's the word? Not an image. A frame. Clip a frame from the video. Not sure. I'll have a go. Let's... Whoa! Hold on. You are on photo, that's okay. Go. I'll take 2 or 3. You never know where the lights are. You don't know which one's going to look best. Oh, and ouch! Ouch, a crick in my back. Don't know. Ow! My back's cramping. Oh, at the right. Just below the liver. It's not the liver. Before that guy starts with the fucking, you're killing him with alcohol shit. Click. Click. Maybe a quick video? What do you think? Okay, folks. It is June the 25th. Merry UnChristmas. This is as far as you can get from Christmas. Christmas was 6 months ago, and it will be again in 6 months' time. You cannot get any more UnChristmas than this. So here we are, to tramp in a field with a Christmas tree. And why not? I don't know why my side is cramping like that. I can only guess I'm going to guess it's Tina related. Basically, it's the only strain I have physically. Well, that and stepping, I can't. Last night, I fell over a box. Well, this box came out of nowhere. There was no box, and then I caught it. It was under things. The other things were piled on it, and I've knocked everything over and kind of piled on it. And then my feet have dragged the box out. So this box is now sticking out in the middle of everything else, and there's even less room on the floor than there was when I was trying to pick my stepping stones through the tent. It's all very awkward in there. So I would show you, except it's too embarrassing. It's far, far, far too cluttered. But for anyone who wants to see it, here's the Christmas tree in a field with a tramp. It is June the 25th, the most UnChristmas day of the year. I'm going to do every other UnChristmas, the 25th of every month. I'm supposed to cook a meal, because on Christmas Day I couldn't cook a meal. You can see it's fibre optic. There are some lights, so that like bottom left there's a light. There are one or two other lights there. Hannah asks, when do you think you'll put your new tent up? Let me turn back to me. Star of the show, allegedly, maybe. Did I? It was that is where the lamp was, yeah. I'm aiming for the end of August or the beginning of September. It will depend on the weather. The idea is to get through summer. I want to stay in this one through summer just to extend, you know. If I put the other one up, as soon as I put it up, it starts deteriorating in the ultraviolet. Now, the next one didn't cost us a lot of money. My friend Karen retrieved it. It's from the tip. It's from the, well, they'll call it a recycling centre. So it's second-hand. It's been thrown away already, and it's been upcycled, or whatever word you want to use. But if I put it up now, I'm shortening its potential life, aren't I? Put it up 3 months earlier, it'll be dead 3 months sooner. So if I can stretch this one out for an extra 2 or 3 months, that's what I'm going to do. June, July, and hopefully all through, well, okay, we're already through June, but July and August, if we can get through those, and then put a new one up either late August, I would rather early September, but so you get a weather change in Spain. At some point you get what nowadays they call a dana. It's a D-A-N-A. It stands for something, but they used to just call them, it was called a cold drop. It was called a what was it called in Spanish? It translates as cold drop. And right now, I've lost the words, all the words. No idea. I do know it. Obviously, I prefer that word to Dana, because she was an Irish singer in the Eurovision Song Contest. That's not why, but Gotta Fria. Gotta, look at that. You see, I get that. Gotta means drop, and Fria means cold. Gotta Fria. When the temperature drops, and it's the same as we were talking about a little bit earlier with thunderstorms in Britain. You've got the warm air, and then the cold air comes in and it condenses all the moisture out of the air. But as well as that, it also has friction and creates thunder and lightning. We get those. You get them in spring, like in the opposite direction. You've got cold air and then warm air comes in. In autumn, you've got hot air containing lots of moisture, and then cold air comes in. So you get them at both ends of the year. You get them in spring and in autumn, and it's a thing. Don't you like my Christmas tree though? We haven't got too much longer, right? It's 53, so we've only got 6 or 7 minutes to go. And I've got a Christmas tree in a field. Look at that. I would turn my phone, but YouTube will just bitch. Look how chunky it looks with the brick, with the transformer in the plug socket. Big and chunky. Just to provide, it's probably like 18 volts or something daft. Why doesn't everything just run on 12 volts? Let's just standardize shit. 12 volts or USB. Everything should either be 12 volts or USB. I don't know. Unless you really, really need it. Having transformers to step 220 volts down to next to nothing seems wasteful. But here we go, folks. We have a Christmas tree in a field. And I like it. And we've only got a few minutes to go. I'm going to end in about 5 minutes. 6 minutes. Okay, and then I'll walk my doggy. I'll put her on the floor inside. And then I'll climb on the bed. And hopefully I'll remember to put the dog back on the bed before I fall asleep. After the walk, she has to sit on the floor for a little while. just in case of accidents. I'd rather the accidents happen on the floor than the bed. It's a thing. Or maybe she'd be better off dead. Early night, says Keith. Well, I mean, I've been online 6.5 hours. It's not that I couldn't go long. I mean, I'd have to take the dog for a walk at some point soon anyway. She can't sit here forever. I've been online 6.5 hours. I have moved her a couple of times, so there's less chance that she's laying in any mess. But I would have to walk her. I could go longer, but there's been like 3, 4, 5 viewers all day, and I've only got 10 thumbs ups. So I'm not gonna. You have to do better. You must do better. I'm not carrying talking to 5 people, 4 people, 3 people. I had 500 the other day. I'll have you know. Do you know who I am? Do you know how important I am? What we could do, you could all go and raid Don Benitez. He starts at midnight, so he's probably just started. He's probably about to start. You could all go to Don Benitez, Parasocial with Don Benitez. You could all go there, and you could tell him that Delta Mike sent you. How's that? That's quite that all 4 or 5 of you. You could do a raid. You got to go there and you've got to type raid, 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 raid. Delta Mike, raid, raid, raid. Maybe. And then say happy UnChristmas and leave them baffled. Maybe. Quick swig of coffee. Just because of our friend that thinks I'm going to die with the alcohol. Some people need more than 200 to raid. Yeah, it'd be an informal raid. I just send you 5 over there. I just tell you to go there. We don't need the actual YouTube, you know, ability. Need more than, yeah, you probably do need, there's probably limits on it, and I've got no idea. I mean, I've never had, well, apart from the other night, I've never had 200 people watching at once. I usually don't reach 20. I mean, right now there's 5 of you fuckers. At least that's what it says here. It's always possible that my counter is out of date and that there are fewer or more of you. But I've been online for 6.5 hours, folks, you know. I think that's enough. It was supposed to be, well, it wasn't supposed to be a cooking stream, but it was supposed to be you talking with me while I cooked. I was supposed to at least make some food today. We're ending with no food. Again. I've got like about 10 bags of shopping going bad in there. It's not going to sit there forever. If I don't eat it, it's going to go bad. Some of it is dry, or is tins, or is jars, or whatever. But, you know, the fresh stuff. I've got potatoes, cabbage, cauliflower, onions, whatever. I'm pretty sure still there were some carrots somewhere. I haven't seen those in a couple of weeks. I haven't eaten them. So they're probably... Have you seen carrots that you haven't looked at for 2 weeks? They're probably... they're either black or they're mush. Keith says talk. I don't know why you said talk. Is it a phone thing? Or is it you wanting me to keep talking? We are on 23:59, folks. Whoops. That was an accidental click, which fortunately didn't take me away from the stream. I still think the only donation was Hannah. Thank you for that, Hannah. Yeah, I got to get to the end of the... Okay, so look at that. We were on 77 the last dog. We're on 74% now on the eco flow. Gonna have to turn it off soon, and it's no longer Christmas. It's no longer UnChristmas. We are on midnight in Spain, Spanish time. We're also down to 15%. I forgot to replug. The phone is not plugged in, and so is down to 15%. That needs plugging in. The tablet is the internet link. How's that doing? 69%. Nice. Whenever you say 69, you have to say nice. It's a silly, childish, 12-year-old kind of joke. I will put a t-shirt on right about now. Oh, it's getting moist in a critical way. It's getting wet. It's drawing moisture out of the atmosphere. It's quite cloudy actually. Let me show you. We're going to wind up any minute now. I'm not going to cut off like suddenly, but we're going to bring it to a close soon. I have just plugged the cable in, haven't I? Now I want to unplug it to show you around at night. And something's just, ouch, you bugger, biting right in on my calf muscle. Up here, you've got the moon and some clouds, but look how much cloud. Lots of, it's all, the sky is all cloud. We've gone from a clear blue sky more or less through the day to it's all cloud. You can't really see anything if you go too far that way. Am I the one lighting up? I don't think I'm the one lighting up the clouds. I don't think it's me, my lights and my Christmas tree. I got my fairy lights here, and I got my Christmas tree here, and my lantern. Oh, that is a bit bright. But I don't think that's what's lighting up the clouds. But why is it when you go over there, it's dark? It's very cloudy still. It's probably not being picked up very well by the camera. But here's a Christmas tree. Happy UnChristmas, folks. And I'll see you in about 30. Is it 30 or 31 days? This is June. 30 days. I'll see you in 30 days for the 25th of July, and we'll do another UnChristmas then. And I may even cook some food at that point. That cloud's got a face looking down on you. Which one? Where were you looking? I don't know. There's a lot of clouds there. I don't know. Over there, maybe? Or over here? I got movement. I don't like movement. I don't know, mate. I don't know where you were. I don't know where we were when you saw a face. I don't see anything. But there's a name for that, isn't there? Para something or other. When you see faces in clouds, in the coal. You remember when people had coal fires? When your grandma had a coal fire, and you'd take the poker and then you'd look and you could see the patterns in the coal or in the embers or in the all of that. Okay, folks. Ouch! My bum is really sore. Not that. Just the cheeks in general from sitting too long. I lay down most of the day. Okay, folks. I'm gonna hold on. What do I need to do? I need to turn. I think I'm gonna turn I'm turning the Christmas tree off now. Okay. Check the video later. You'll see it. Maybe you can post me a timestamp in a comment, not a chat, but a comment after we're finished. Maybe. I'm just scrolling. Check your video later. Okay, you'll see it. Okay, folks. It is 4 minutes past 12. I've been on for 6 hours 44. I'm gonna leave things in the manner to which you may or may not have become accustomed, depending on how new you are around it. Hey, Tina girl. Hey, are you gonna help me say goodbye to the peoples? You're not, are you? She's not, folks. She's not in the mood for you today. Tina girl. Here we go. No? Alright. from Tina. And from me, Delta Mike. Let's have a look. Out. Catch you later, guys. Bye for now.